Chapter 824. Fengling, the county magistrate's son, and the head of the fast and strong class of the county government respectfully took the sketch from Li Wanyo's hand. But they couldn't help but be shocked. When had they ever seen such a lifelike portrait of a person? Cheng Chumo and the other rich kids, as well as Li Chengxian and Li Tai, were all envious. Bastard, I haven't asked Zio to draw a portrait for me yet. This bastard is really lucky. Cheng Chumo looked at Luo Hui's portrait with envy. The other rich kids, including Li Chengxian, all nodded in agreement. Ever since Li Wanyu had presented Yu Shernan's portrait as a congratulatory gift at Yu Shernan's birthday banquet, this portrait had become the most coveted item in Chang and city by the nobles and aristocrats. However, Li Wanyu was so lazy that he didn't have the patience to draw portraits for people every day. Adding on his identity, there were very few people who dared to ask him for a portrait. In the past year, Li Wanyu had only drawn 2 or 3 portraits. On the other hand, Yin Libin was annoyed by the people who came to ask for a portrait, so he hid in the valley where Tsuiwei Palace was located. Cheng Chumo's face was full of resentment. Zio, when will you draw a portrait for me? Li Wanyu was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at the 2 team leaders. This person is called Luo Hui, and he's a criminal wanted by the 2 counties in Chang and City. He should be in Fengling right now. Whether or not you can dig him out will depend on you. Yes. Marquis, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. As long as this person is in Fengling, we will definitely catch him. The 2 team leaders puffed out their chests and answered excitedly. They were not stupid and knew that the people in the room were all nobles that they couldn't afford to offend. Especially this Marquis of Huxian. Even in Fengling, they knew him well. To be able to work for Marquis of Huxian was their fortune. But in the next moment, the 2 of them looked at each other and carefully said, "But I dare ask the Marquis to know that there are more than 10,000 families in Fengling. Every day, there are tens of thousands of merchants, porters, laborers, and the like. But in the Fengling County Yamen, there are less than 100 people in the fast and able-bodied classes. I'm worried that there won't be enough people and that it will delay the Marquis's plans." Li Wanyu himself was the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Although he wasn't in charge of the county affairs, he had a general understanding of the situation in the county government and knew that this was indeed the case. For example, in Huayin County, the 3 groups of bailiffs added together didn't even have as many as Fengling. Li Wanyu looked at Shuelu. "Eldest nephew, can you think of a way to transfer some men from the surrounding counties?" In this matter, Li Wanyu and the other hedonistic young masters naturally couldn't make an appearance. Otherwise, they would definitely be impeached. Li Wanyu was now the county magistrate of Huayin County. It was a mistake for him to go to Fengling without permission, let alone meddling in local affairs. But for a hedonistic young master like Shuelu, there was no problem at all. As the son of the Puzhou governor, if he asked the other counties to help him, no one would be able to find fault with him. Shuelu immediately nodded his head without hesitation. He immediately had the innkeeper bring over a brush and paper. He wrote a few notes and had the bailiff immediately send people to the surrounding counties to send letters, asking them to send people to Fengling to provide support. After arranging these matters, Li Wanyu thought about how Luo Hui was in Chang and City as a dung picker. If he came to Fengling incognito, would he also hide his identity? After all, the dung picker job was indispensable, but no one was willing to pay attention to it, so it was best to hide one's identity. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu quickly stopped the 2 bailiffs and ordered them to investigate the dung pickers in Fengling to see if Luo Hui was hiding among them. Remember, investigate carefully and don't alert the snake in the grass. Don't let Luo Hui notice anything, Li Wanyu warned. Fengling was accessible in all directions, and if Luo Hui ran away, there would be no way to find him. Today, they had been lucky. Fan Yai had just happened to run into this person. Otherwise, who would have thought that Luo Hui was hiding in a place 2 to 300 li from Chang'an City? After everything was taken care of, everyone waited in the restaurant for news. The hedonistic young masters all believed that Li Wangyu was just unhappy that he had been tricked by Luo Hui that day and wanted to vent his anger. Naturally, no one had expected that this matter would involve Marquis Lu Junji. The hedonistic young masters ate and drank in the restaurant, and when they were bored, they had their professors bring over mahjong and poker to kill time. It had to be said that mahjong and poker had spread so quickly that not even Li Wangyu had expected it. It was said that mahjong and poker had not only appeared in the various provinces of the Tang dynasty, but also in Goguryeo, Beach, Xinhua, and even the various countries of the western regions. Everyone waited until it was time to light the lanterns, but there was still no report from the county yamen. They couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all. How could it be so easy for Noda's Fenglingdu to find someone? He had even decided to stay in Fenglingdu for a few more days. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch Luo Hui. However, Li Wangyu hadn't expected that the capture operation, which he had thought would take a long time, would end so quickly. The head yamen runner of Fenglingdu happily knocked on the door and came in to report, "Lord Marquis, young dukes, we've found the person." Hearing him say this, Chung Chumo and the others stopped playing mahjong and stood up. "Bastard, you really found him? Where is he?" "He, just as Lord Marquis expected. That Luo Hui has changed his name to Lu Samlang and has become a dung picker in Fenglingdu." Li Wangyu and the other wastrels looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This birdman really doesn't forget his roots. "Did you catch him?" "Not yet. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on him. We can catch him at any time," the head yamen runner replied. Fang Yai excitedly rubbed his hands and laughed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and catch that birdman." Li Wangyu stopped everyone. "Brothers, wait a moment. I think it's best not to alarm him." Why is that?" The wastrels were confused. The reason Li Wangyu stopped them was because he suddenly thought that if this Luo Hui was really working for Ho Junji, he definitely wouldn't be alone and would have a group of people. Since Luo Hui was hiding in Fenglingdu, he had to be remotely controlling some people. If they recklessly captured him, and this fellow turned out to be a tough guy, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. In that case, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of toppling Ho Junji. Thus, Li Wangyu was thinking of using a long line to catch a big fish, keeping an eye on Luo Hui and digging out all the threads that connected him to him. But this matter wasn't easy to explain to the wastrels. After all, in their eyes, Luo Hui was just a petty and insignificant person. They also couldn't have guessed that this matter involved the rebellion of a founding duke. Chapter 825. Li Wangyu could only evade the questions of the profligate sons and said, "Brothers, little brother feels that Luo Hui's disappearance back then was strange, and there might be some hidden story behind it." When Wei Shiyu heard him say this, he couldn't help but nod his head. Zio is right. Luo Hui is just a commoner. So how could he come to Fenglingdu from Chang'an? Back then, Chang'an and Wanyan sent out arrest warrants, but they couldn't find any trace of this birdman. If no one covered for him, how could he have escaped? The other silk pants nodded in agreement. When Luo Hui disappeared without a trace, everyone thought that he had been killed by Ho Junji. Now, it seemed like Duke Lu was the one who arranged for him to come to Fenglingdu. As for why Ho Junji would go through so much trouble to protect Luo Hui, it was worth thinking about. The silk pants weren't fools, and they quickly realized the crux of the matter and fell silent. This matter involved Duke Lu, Ho Junji, and it wasn't appropriate for the Puzhou bailiffs to know about it. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu, pick a few soldiers and follow the bailiffs of Fenglingdu to find Luo Hui. After finding him, keep a close eye on him. He then instructed the bailiffs of Fenglingdu, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. There's no need for you to interfere in the rest. Li Wangyu had Niu Wu take out 50 taels of gold. Take this money and distribute it among your brothers. Consider it a reward for your hard work. The bailiff didn't dare to take it. This is what we should do. We don't deserve such a reward from Lord Marquis. Just take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. This money isn't for you alone. So what's the point of talking so much? Li Wangyu glared at him, scaring the bailiff into kneeling down. He took the gold with both hands and thanked Li Wangyu profusely. Li Wanyo's reward was naturally generous. 50 taels of gold was equivalent to 300 strings of copper coins. There were less than 100 bailiffs in Fenglingdu, and including the bailiffs from the other provinces, there were less than 200 people. This meant that each person could receive a large amount of copper coins as a reward, which was equivalent to their monthly salary. After sending away the bailiff, Li Wanyu and the others temporarily put the matter to the back of their minds and ignored it. Li Wanyu was not the slightest bit worried that his mansion's top brass would not be able to keep Luo Hui under control. After all, those veteran ruffians were all old foxes within the Jinwu Guards. Not only were they highly skilled in martial arts, but they were also very slippery. With them keeping an eye on Luo Hui, Li Wanyu refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to find a weakness between Luo Hui and Ho Junji. However, this matter was not urgent. Li Wanyu reckoned that he would need to keep an eye on Luo Hui for a long time before he could gain anything. Fenglingdu, the legitimate son of the county magistrate, eagerly invited everyone to stay at his residence, but was rejected by Li Wanyu and the others. Everyone had snuck out to play. If they went to the Fenglingdu County Yamen with great fanfare, it would be too inappropriate. In any case, he didn't lack money, so Li Wanyu had someone find an exquisitely decorated hostel. He spent some money to reserve the entire hostel and brought Li Chengxian and the others to stay. On this day, Li Chengxian and Li Tai were extremely excited. The two of them had never had such an experience before. They played with Li Wanyu and the others for an entire day, but they didn't feel tired at all. After staying in the hostel, they even chatted with Li Wanyu, causing Li Wanyu to yawn incessantly. Only when he was truly exhausted did he chase them off to sleep. Li Wanyu collapsed onto the bed in the inn and quickly went on a date with the Duke of Zhou's daughter. However, when he had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night, a series of thunderclaps suddenly rang out in the sky, waking him up from his sleep. In a few moments, a torrential downpour came pouring down as if a hole had been opened in the sky. The thunderstorm was mixed with the crackling of lightning and thunder, creating a truly frightening scene. Li Wanyu was worried that Li Chengxian and Li Tai would be scared, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the two boys' room. Sure enough, the two boys had long been frightened awake by the thunderclaps. At this moment, they were also curled up on the bed, feeling uneasy. Seeing Li Wanyu come in with an oil lamp, the little fatty Li Tai hurriedly said, "Teacher, why is the rain so heavy? Nothing bad will happen, right?" Li Wanyu smiled and said, "What can happen? Hurry up and go to sleep. We'll return to Huayin County tomorrow." Although he said that, Li Wanyu faintly felt that something was wrong when he heard the thunderclaps. The rain outside was really too heavy. Li Wanyu had never seen such heavy rain in the 2 years since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. However, he was only worried that the rain was too heavy and he didn't know if it would stop after dawn. Moreover, because of the heavy rain, the water level of the Yellow River would definitely rise and become turbulent. He didn't know if it was safe to take a ferry to cross the river. Li Wanyu pondered these things while staying in Li Chengxian and Li Tai's room to accompany them. Not long after, the rich kids were all woken up and gathered around. "Damn it, is the sky leaking? Why is it raining so heavily? It was still fine during the day." Ching Chumo grumbled unhappily. "Zio, tonight's rain is very evil. Nothing bad will happen, right?" Fang Yaya yawned. Hearing the sound of the heavy rain outside, he was also somewhat worried. At this moment, because the rain was too heavy, the courtyard of the hostel had already started to accumulate water. Niu Wuzheng led a group of troops and the hostel's workers to drain the water. Fortunately, due to the architectural style of the Tang dynasty, when they built the houses, they raised them by about a foot to avoid moisture. Later generations of Japanese architecture also learned from this point and raised the floor to prevent moisture. Therefore, although there was a lot of water in the courtyard, there was no need to worry about the rain seeping into the house. It should be fine, right? Li Wanyu was also somewhat uncertain. However, this rain made him feel that he seemed to have overlooked something. Another thunderclap sounded in the sky, but it made Li Wanyu suddenly shiver. A passage from the Tang dynasty appeared in his mind. In the 4th year of Jingguan, the floods of Su, Dai, and Ji prefectures occurred. Dai and Ji prefectures. One was in Shandong, and the other was in Sichuan. They had nothing to do with him, but Su Prefecture was not far away. Could it be that the flood of Su Prefecture was related to today's heavy rain? The more Li Wanyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The flood of Su Prefecture might have been caused by the heavy rain. Su Prefecture was an upper prefecture. It had 59,717 households and 100 to 200,000 people. If there was a flood in Su Prefecture, many places in Hunan province would be affected. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu almost wanted to call out to Niu Wujing to prepare a horse to return to Chang'an. This matter must be reported to Pai Lupi as soon as possible so that the imperial court can prepare for disaster relief in Su Prefecture. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately closed it again. It was still the middle of the night, and it was pouring outside. No matter how anxious he was, he could only wait until dawn to make a plan. While waiting anxiously, the sky finally slowly brightened. However, the rain did not stop. Instead, it seemed to be falling more heavily. Li Wanyu did not care so much. He stood up and ordered Niu Wujing, prepare a straw cape and bamboo hat. We're going back to the ferry. Chapter 826. Li Wanyu's words stunned everyone. Wei Shiyu didn't understand and asked, Zio, it's raining so heavily outside. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? I'm afraid that the boats at Fenglingdu wouldn't dare to set sail today, right? Fang Yai also advised, that's true. We shouldn't rush and wait for the rain to stop before making any plans. Li Wanyu didn't know how to explain this matter. Was he supposed to say that he predicted that there would be a flood in Shuzhou? Li Wanyu could only answer vaguely. Let's go to the ferry and take a look. I won't hide it from you brothers. My eyelids have been twitching and my heart is in a panic. I feel that something big is about to happen. Thus, if we can leave earlier, it's better to leave earlier. Hearing him say this, the Silk Pants glanced at each other and didn't continue to persuade him. With the evil nature of this rain, if they could go back, then there was nothing wrong with it. The rain continued to pour down. Li Wanyu was afraid that Li Changxian and Li Tai would fall sick from the rain, so he asked the inn's owner to find a few carriages for them. Everyone sat in the carriages to avoid the rain and headed towards the ferry. At the ferry, the boat that had brought them across the Yellow River yesterday was still waiting at the pier. However, when the boatman heard that they were going to cross the river, he quickly shook his head. Noble one, it's not that I don't want to listen to your orders. It's just that we can't cross the river in this weather. Noble one, look at the river. Not to mention the rapid current. We can't see the situation in the river. It's too dangerous to cross the river in this situation. Li Wanyu stood under the umbrella and looked at the Yellow River. He could only helplessly admit that the boatman's words were correct. In a heavy rain, the Yellow River was filled with mist. Not to mention seeing the other side, one could only see 1 or 2 feet away. Moreover, the current in the Yellow River was much faster than yesterday. Originally, the river between Fenglingdu and Tang Pass was wide and calm. Thus, this place was chosen as the ferry port. However, after a night of heavy rain, the Yellow River showed a bit of a roaring momentum. There wasn't a single boat in sight on the river. The heavy rain that started last night showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became even more intense. The heavy rain mixed with the strong wind blew the Yellow River into waves several feet high, constantly washing the riverbanks. Even though the boats on the dock had long been fastened, they were still swaying non-stop. What made Li Wanyu even more worried was that after a night of torrential rain, even outsiders like them could clearly see that the water level of the Yellow River had risen a lot. Is there any other way to cross the Yellow River? Li Wanyu did not give up and continued to ask. Now that they were trapped on the north bank of the Yellow River, they had to cross the Yellow River if they wanted to return to Huayin County or Chang'an. For thousands of years, there was no bridge across the Yellow River. The only way to cross the river was by boat. The boatman opened his mouth and shook his head helplessly. Sir, crossing the Yellow River in this weather is like putting your head on your waist. It's a narrow escape. Who is so bold? Do they not want to live anymore? The Silk Pants also advised, Zio, it's better not to take the risk. Let's return to the hostel first. The rain might stop soon. Li Wanyu nodded. indicating for the debauches to escort Li Chengxian and Li Tai back first. He then went to call Niu Wu over. Niu Wu, bring a group of men from the residence to find the boatmen at the ferry port. See if anyone is willing to cross the Yellow River and deliver a letter to Tongwan. Tell them that I'll reward anyone who helps me deliver the letter with 100 gold taels. As the saying goes, a generous reward is bound to attract brave men. 100 gold taels wasn't a small sum. 600 strings of copper coins was enough for these boatmen to earn a living on the Yellow River for many years. Li Wanyu didn't believe that no one would be tempted. Just as he expected, with sufficient incentive, Niu Wu quickly brought over 2 boatmen who had been making a living on the Yellow River for a long time. Li Wanyu didn't hesitate. He immediately had Niu Wu bring over 200 gold taels and gave it to them on the spot. He wasn't afraid that the 2 of them would take the money and run away. As long as they weren't like Luo Hui, who had the backing of a powerful figure like Ho Junji, where could they run to even if they took his money? Li Wanyu found a nearby shop and borrowed a brush and paper from the shopkeeper. He immediately wrote several letters, stamped them with his seal, placed them in bamboo tubes, and sealed them with wax. After doing all this, he called over the 2 boatmen and handed them the bamboo tubes. Give these 2 bamboo tubes to the commandant stationed at Tongwan. Once he's seen them, he'll deal with the rest of the letters. As long as you can deliver the bamboo tubes to the commandant, you'll have done a great service. Afterward, this marquis will heavily reward you. Do you understand? Yes. We dare not serve Lord Marquis to our deaths. Now that the 2 boatmen knew that the noble who had offered them a reward of 100 gold taels was a marquis, they naturally worked even harder. Riches and honor were sought in the midst of danger. It was no wonder that the 2 of them dared to put their boats into the water and attempt to cross the Yellow River in this weather. Li Wanyu stood on the shore, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He watched as the 2 boatmen untied the ropes of the 2 wooden boats and rowed the oars to the other side of the Yellow River. Not long after, the 2 wooden boats disappeared into the dense curtain of water without a trace. Li Wanyu could only silently pray that the 2 of them would be able to safely deliver the letters to the other side. He couldn't be blamed for being so ruthless as to use such a large sum of money to lure people into risking their lives for him. This matter truly could not be delayed. If Pai Lupi and the imperial court had ordered disaster relief a day earlier, a few more of the more than 100,000 people in Shuzhou would have been able to survive. Otherwise, under the torrential rain, Shuzhou would be flooded. With the current conditions, Li Wanyu could completely imagine what kind of hell Shuzhou would be like. Last night, Li Wanyu had already ordered someone to find a map of Shuzhou and roughly looked over it. Fortunately, Shuzhou was not near the Yellow River, which meant that this year's flood in Shuzhou was not the Yellow River bursting its banks. Of course, if the Yellow River were to burst its banks, the disaster would not be limited to Shuzhou alone. However, Shuzhou had the Ying River, the Shuangni River, and the Qinglu River. Among them, the Ying River and the Shuangni River were tributaries of the Huai River. In history, the Huai River had flooded many times and caused many large-scale floods. The phrase, heavy rain disaster, light rain disaster, and no rain drought, referred to the Huai River basin. Li Wanyu could almost conclude that the area affected by the unending torrential rain would be quite large. Even the Yellow River's water level had risen a lot, not to mention the Huai River basin. The flood in Shuzhou in the 4th year of Zhengguan was definitely caused by this torrential rain. After sending off the messenger, Li Wanyu helplessly sighed and returned to the inn with Niu Wu and the others, patiently waiting for the torrential rain to stop. No one had expected that this torrential rain would continue for 3 days and 3 nights without any signs of stopping. As for the 2 boatmen who had risked their lives to cross the Yellow River to deliver the letter, there was no news of them at all. Li Wanyu also did not know whether or not Pai Lupi and the imperial court had received his letter. On the 4th day, the torrential rain finally stopped, but it still did not clear up. Instead, it began to drizzle. Chapter 8:27. Li Wanyu looked at the sky and ordered Niu Wu to arrange for people to check the situation at the ferry to see if they could cross the river today. They had been trapped in Fenglingdu for 3 days, so Huayin County probably wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. He didn't expect that he would be trapped in the north bank of the Yellow River when he brought Li Chengxian and Li Tai out to play. It was really unlucky. Li Wanyu was more concerned about whether the letter he sent across the river had reached Chang and city. The wastrels were already bored in Fenglingdu. They were trapped in a hostel every day and couldn't go anywhere, which made them very depressed. If they had known earlier, they would have stayed in Huayin County. However, what Li Wanyu and the wastrels didn't expect was that the troops who went to check the situation at the ferry hadn't returned yet. On the street outside the hostel, there was the sound of horse hooves. Cheng Chumo listened, and his face changed. Zio, why does it sound like the Imperial Army? Only the Imperial Army would be able to produce such an orderly gallop. The wastrels looked at each other, and then at Li Chengxian and Li Tai. Why would the Imperial Army appear in Fenglingdu? Were they here to look for the Crown Prince and King Yu? Before Li Wanyu could send someone out to check on the situation, the innkeeper of the hostel stumbled in and reported while panting, Esteemed guests, there's a large group of Imperial guards outside. They have surrounded the hostel below. Are they here to look for esteemed guests? Li Wanyu thought to himself. It seemed that his letter had been delivered. But why didn't Pai Lupi send people to Shuzhou to provide relief? Why did he send the Imperial Army to Fenglingdu? Was he afraid that something would happen to Li Chengxian and Li Tai? Li Wanyu and the others hurried out of the hostel. The scene in front of them gave them a fright. The street outside the hostel was already blocked by the fully armed Imperial Army, chasing away all the onlookers. In front of the Imperial Army, there was a full set of honor for the founding Marquis, the Crown Prince, and King Yu. The person in front was actually Mi Ta, an old acquaintance. Li Wanyu couldn't help but rub his nose. What did Pai Lupi mean by this? What were they trying to do by showing off their honor with such great fanfare? Li Wanyu saw Aphrodite in the crowd. She stuck her tongue out at him embarrassedly and secretly pointed at Mido, implying that they had been exposed. When Mi Tuo saw Li Wanyu, Li Chengxian, and Li Tai, he bowed and then took out a yellow scroll. Li Wanyu, Marquis of Hu County, received the imperial edict. Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed and listened to Mi Tuo reading the decree. It had to be said that Pai Lupi's decree surprised Li Wanyu. In the decree, Pai Lupi appointed Li Wanyu as Henan Circuit's imperial envoy and ordered him to immediately head to Shuzhou in Henan Circuit to inspect and deal with the flood disaster. What surprised him even more was that Pai Lupi actually wanted him to bring Crown Prince Li Chengxian and Li Tai along to experience the suffering of the people. As for the debauches, they were all arranged to be in the entourage of Li Wanyu, the emissary, and headed to Henan province together. This decree caught Li Wanyu a little off guard. He never would have thought that after warning Pai Lupi about the flood in Shuzhou, the task of disaster relief would fall on his head. In his secret memorial to Pai Lupi, he shamelessly used the Tao ancestor's dream to make Pai Lupi believe that there was a flood in Shuzhou. In any case, he couldn't think of any other reason. Since he had already used it once, he might as well use it again. If Pai Lupi didn't believe it, he could ask the ancestor to verify it himself. Li Wanyu didn't know that only one of the 2 boatmen who risked their lives to cross the Yellow River successfully reached Tongguan and presented the letter. The other boatman's boat was washed downstream by the turbulent river. After seeing Li Wanyu's letter, the commandant of Tongguan didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately ordered people to speed up and send Li Wanyu's secret memorial to Chang, even though there was heavy rain blocking the road. The messengers sent by Tongguan ran all the way. They changed horses every 20 miles at the post station. Before dark, they ran more than 200 miles in the heavy rain and sent Li Wanyu's secret memorial to Chang. Then, they put on Pai Lupi's imperial desk. Pai Lupi half believed and half doubted Li Wanyu's secret memorial about the impending flood in Shuzhou of the Henan Circuit. As for Li Wanyu's word about the Taoist ancestor's dream, Pai Lupi didn't believe it at all. Last time, when the aristocratic families attacked and wanted Pai Lupi to condemn himself, he suspected that Li Wanyu was behind it. It was just that he didn't have any evidence. However, Pai Lupi couldn't completely disbelieve Li Wanyu's words. After all, Although his nephew was mysterious, he had never joked about such an important matter. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then ordered people to invite Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhongsun Wuji over. He passed Li Wangyou's secret memorial to them and asked for their opinions. After Fang Xianling and the others read the secret memorial, they were still half doubtful. Your Majesty, from what I see, we have to be wary of what Marquis Huxian said. If Shuzhou really floods within 4 to 5 days, there will be news from the Shuzhou provincial governor. However, no matter what, it is best to be prepared. Fang Xianling was a very reliable person, and his words were also very stable. Du Ruhui nodded his head in agreement. Zhongsun Wuji thought about it, then said, "Why don't you appoint Marquis Huxian as the Henan envoy and order him to head there immediately? If there really is a flood in Shuzhou, Marquis Huxian can also make a prompt decision to save the people from the disaster." Zhao Guogong's idea is good, I agree. When Pai Lupi saw that his 3 trusted officials all had the same opinion, he immediately made up his mind to appoint Li Wanyu as the Henan envoy. Henan envoy was not an official position, but an envoy. In the Tang dynasty, the bureaucratic system was split into titles, officials, and envoys. Simply put, titles and officials represented the rank of an official. Officials were the specific duties of an official. Officials were used to reward people with military achievements. Envoys were similar to special agents. They did not have a rank and did not have any benefits. However, they could directly deal with specific matters, which meant that they had power. Li Wangyou's title was the Marquis of the founding of the country. Officials were Yinxing Guanglu Daifu, secondary grade 3. These were his benefits and status. As for his position, he was an official, which was Huayin County's county magistrate. The official rank determined Li Wangyou's position and official robes. Hence, when he was in Huayin County, he wore a purple official robe. How could this not make Shang Zimo and the rest, who were wearing green official robes, feel extremely frustrated? The Henan envoy that Zhongsun Wuji suggested was the envoy position. Henan envoy was equivalent to the Tang dynasty's version of the imperial envoy, and its power was even greater. Henan meant to demote and abolish, while envoy meant to promote. Hence, Henan envoys had the name of patrolling, pacifying, and supervising. They were the representatives of the heavens and had the power to promote, reward, and punish the officials in the area they were patrolling. They could even act at their own discretion, acting first and reporting later. The reason why Pai Lupi accepted Zhongsun Wuji's suggestion was also because he loved Li Wanyu. If Li Wanyu was right, then it would be great. It would allow Li Wanyu to make a prompt decision to deal with the flood. He still had a lot of trust in Li Wanyu's ability. If Li Wanyu was not telling the truth, then this matter would cause an uproar in the imperial court and cause people to accuse Li Wanyu of spreading rumors. Although he and Li Wanyu were not on good terms because of Changle's marriage, Pai Lupi was still rather protective of Li Wanyu. Chapter 828. Li Wanyu naturally did not know what Pai Lupi was thinking. He did not expect that his secret memorial to Pai Lupi, hoping that Pai Lupi would make preparations in advance and arrange for people to go to Shuzhou for disaster relief, would fall on his head in the end. How would he know how to provide disaster relief? Li Wanyu had not even been a formal official of the imperial court, so how would he know how to patrol and pacify his state? However, Pai Lupi had even issued an imperial edict, so he had no reason to refuse. He also did not expect that Pai Lupi would arrange for Li Changxian and Li Tai to go to Shuzhou with him. In fact, this was very normal. In Pai Lupi's view, Crown Prince Li Changxian and Li Tai still did not understand the suffering of the common people. Although these two had been returning to Dingzhou village and Chang, and for a long time, how could they have seen the suffering of the common people in Dingzhou village and the academy? The original Dingzhou village was really poor. It was a mud-like village, a poor place where it was difficult to even marry a wife. But after Li Wanyu moved back to Dingzhou village, this remote and desolate village had, in just 2 short years, become the wealthiest village in the Great Tang. There was no other village that could compare. It was not an exaggeration to say that even in Chang, and the wealthy merchants in the west of the city, the quality of life was much worse than Dingzhou village in terms of quality of life. As the saying goes, one knows etiquette when one has enough grain, and one knows honor and disgrace when one has enough food and clothing. The current Dingzhou village not only did not have to worry about food and clothing, but it was also peaceful and well-mannered. The naughty children in the village were all sent by Li Wanyu to study in the academy, making the people in the surrounding counties extremely envious. If a family's daughter could marry into Dingzhou village, then her family would definitely hold a big banquet and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights, letting the neighbors and friends know that their daughter had married into Dingzhou village. Therefore, Li Chengxian and Li Tai were more comfortable in Dingzhou village and the academy than in Taiji Palace. Naturally, they didn't understand the suffering of the people. Pai Lupi gladly accepted Zhongsun Wuji's suggestion to appoint Li Wanyu as the appointed envoy. He immediately thought of having Li Chengxian and Li Tai, who were also in Huayin County, follow Li Wanyu on this trip. If there really was a flood in Shuzhou, he could let his 2 sons truly understand the living conditions of the common people. With over 1,000 guards by his side, he naturally didn't have to worry about his son's safety. Pai Lupi naturally didn't know that his 2 sons had been secretly taken away by Li Wanyu. They had already shaken off the imperial guards and sneaked out to play. In Li Wanyu's secret memorial to Pai Lupi, he did not dare to mention this. Otherwise, Pai Lupi, who loved his sons dearly, might personally run to Fenglingdu and hang Li Wanyu up to teach him a lesson. Mi Tuo accepted the task of announcing the imperial edict at Fenglingdu and led the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs out of Chang, in city in the morning of the next day in the heavy rain, heading for Huayin County. Mi Tuo had originally planned to pick up Crown Prince Li Wanyu and Prince Li Tai at Huayin County and meet up with 1,000 imperial guards. Then, they would cross the Yellow River and head to Huayin County to announce the imperial edict to Li Wanyu. Who would have thought that the group would be stopped by Lai Hat's troops when they rushed to Huayin County? They said that the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wanyu had been grounded by Li Wanyu. They were punished to repent in the house and were not allowed to take half a step out. No outsiders were allowed to enter. Mita didn't care about this and directly barged in. However, the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wanyu were nowhere to be seen. The beautiful blonde Avro looked at me, Tuo, in horror. She was still holding a snack in one hand and stuffing it into her mouth, while her other hand was frantically hiding her phone behind her back. Avro didn't dare to let outsiders see such an immortal treasure. Mituo was also dumbfounded. He looked around the room and didn't see any trace of the Crown Prince or Prince Li Wanyu. He hurriedly asked, Avro, where are the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wanyu? Avro hid her phone. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, she stuck her tongue out at me Tuo and made a funny face. The Crown Prince and Prince Li Wanyu went to Tongwan with you 2 days ago. She still didn't know that Li Wanyu and the others had already crossed the Yellow River and ran to Fenglingdu. Furthermore, they were trapped there due to the heavy rain. Avro's answer naturally made me Tuo jump with anxiety. He knew that Li Wanyu wasn't at Tongwan. The secret memorial he wrote to His Majesty stated very clearly that he, Cheng Chumo, and the others had run to Fenglingdu on the other side of the Yellow River. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. How could the Marquis run off with the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wanyu without permission? Let's go to Tongwan now. Mi Tuo's forehead was covered in sweat. Mi Tuo was burning with anxiety. He gathered the Imperial Guards who were in charge of protecting Li Chengxian and Li Tai and scolded the Commandant and Lieutenant of the Imperial Guards. He didn't dare to act arbitrarily and could only order someone to report back to Chang, and while he hurriedly led everyone to Tongwan in the rain. However, they still couldn't cross the Yellow River when they reached Tongwan and were blocked by the heavy rain on the southern bank. In his anxiety, Mita almost wanted to force his men to cross the Yellow River, but he was finally persuaded to stop. After all, Li Wanyu still had more than 10 Li family troops by his side. Coupled with Cheng Chumo and the other foppish sons, the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wanyu's safety shouldn't be a problem. Mi Tuo was so anxious that his mouth was covered in blisters. However, he He couldn't change God's mind and could only lead his men to wait at Tongguan for a day and a night. On the morning of the second day, the torrential rain that had been raging for 3 days finally stopped and turned into a drizzle. Mituo couldn't wait any longer and urged the commandant to find a ferry. Thousands of people began to cross the Yellow River. Mituo boarded the ferry first and led dozens of imperial guards to cross the Yellow River. He happened to meet the Lai hot troops that Li Wanyu had sent to check the situation at the ferry. He hurriedly summoned the Lai hot troops and asked about the situation. After learning that the Crown Prince and Prince Li Chengxian were safe and sound, he was relieved. He asked the Lai hot troops to lead the way, and everyone rushed to the hostel to read the imperial edict. After Li Wanyu asked about the reason, he could only pretend that he didn't see Mituo's sad expression. After all, he was in the wrong in this matter. His original plan was to secretly take Li Chengxian and Li Tai out to play for 2 days without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that God's plan would be different than man's? Because of the sudden torrential rain, this matter was exposed. Li Wanyu looked at the officials behind Mituo, whose clothes were disheveled. Only then did he relax a little. It seemed that Pai Lupi wasn't completely unreliable and casually threw the disaster relief work to him. These officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were the ones that Pai Lupi arranged to do the actual work. It seemed that he only needed to take Li Chengxian and Li Tai to Shuzhou to comfort the victims of the disaster. Li Wanyu was very satisfied with Pai Lupi's arrangements. Since he couldn't reject this matter, Li Wanyu ordered people to prepare to leave. The right thing to do was to get to Shuzhou as soon as possible. Just as he was preparing to leave, he saw another group of carriages coming from the end of the street. Chapter 829. Li Wanyu looked up and saw that the carriages were hanging the banners of the Marquis Mansion of Hu County. He was surprised. Why did someone from his mansion come? When the carriages came near, his beautiful boss came down from the carriage. Li Wanyu was shocked and quickly held up his umbrella to greet her. "Changqing, why are you here?" Su Changqing rolled her eyes at him and secretly reached out to pinch his waist. She whispered, "You sent a letter to the Cho family, so Cho Kun naturally informed me. I also heard that you were appointed as the Hunan Taoist envoy by Li Shimin. I guess that you were going to Shuzhou for disaster relief, so I quickly followed to see if I could help." Li Wanyu suddenly understood, but secretly cursed Cho Kun in his heart. He was unreliable. The letters he sent out, in addition to the secret memorial to Pai Lupi, were sent to the Cho family in Chang'an. In the letter, he told Cho Yuanliang that there might be a flood in Shuzhou, so he ordered Cho Yuanliang, a big grain merchant in Chang'an, to collect more food and prepare to send it to Shuzhou for sale. Li Wanyu was not a saint, so he had his own calculations. If there was a flood in Shuzhou, the food transported by the Cho family would be purchased by the imperial court and used for disaster relief. The Cho family could also make a small profit, and the people of Shuzhou would not starve. After all, compared to the government transporting food to Shuzhou for disaster relief, it was obvious that the speed of a big grain merchant like the Cho family would be much faster. This kind of thing was beneficial to everyone. At most, the imperial court would have to spend a little more money. Li Wanyu did not expect that the fat Cho Kun would inform his beautiful boss about this. "Hee, Changqing, it's great that you can come. It's good to have you to advise me. Li Shimin suddenly made me the Hunan Taoist envoy. I'm still confused." Li Wanyu was naturally happy about the sudden appearance of his beautiful boss. After all, his beautiful boss was a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. In terms of management ability, she was several streets ahead of him. There was no reason for him not to be happy when there was a beautiful woman giving him advice behind his back. It had been raining for 3 days and 3 nights, and Li Wanyu didn't know what was going on in Suzhou. He could only make the best use of his time and arrange for everyone to set off for Suzhou. It was rather convenient to travel from Fenglingdu to Shuzhou. Nowadays, the waterways of the Tang dynasty were much more convenient. From Fenglingdu, one could take a boat and go down the Yellow River to Zhengzhou. From there, one could reach Shuzhou through the Tongji Canal. The entire journey was more than 1,000 miles long. Following the river, it would take about 2 days to reach the Su province. After reading the edict, Mituo did not return to Chang'an. He still had to follow Li Chengxian and Li Tai to Shuzhou before returning to Chang'an. Li Wanyu, this freshly minted Henan Taoist envoy, plus the imperial guards accompanying him. There were more than 1,000 men and horses. If they wanted to sail to Shuzhou, it would take some effort. Luckily, there were many boats at Fenglingdu and Tongwan, especially after the Crown Prince and King Yu's banners were brought out. How could the local officials not cooperate? After working for half a day, they finally gathered enough boats. Li Wanyu led everyone onto a large official boat and set sail to the east. As for the imperial guards, a portion of them boarded the various conscripted boats to protect them. Another portion rode their horses to guard the shore. The drizzle in the air had not stopped. The storm a few days ago had obviously affected a large area. Li Wanyu stood at the bow of the boat and could clearly see that the water level of the Yellow River had risen. Luckily, if the history books were correct, there would not be any floods along the Yellow River in the 4th year of Jingguan. Otherwise, if the Yellow River burst, the disaster would be unimaginable. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, the fleet arrived at Guanxing County of Zhengzhou. This was also where Zhengzhou was governed. The officials of Zhengzhou had already received the news that the Marquis of Huxian, Li Wanyu, had been appointed as the envoy of Hunan Province. He led the Crown Prince and King Yu to patrol Hunan Province. These officials of Hunan Province naturally did not dare to be negligent. They neatly ran to the dock of Zhengzhou Guanxing County to receive Li Wanyu and his group. When the official boat carrying Li Wanyu and the others docked, the Zhengzhou provincial governor led the officials and bowed. Greetings to the Crown Prince, King Yu, and Marquis of Huxian. No need for formalities. Provincial Governor who? Is there any news of Shuzhou? Li Wanyu did not know the provincial governor of Zhengzhou. He only knew his name. He did not have the time to be courteous with these Zhengzhou officials and directly asked about the situation of Shuzhou. Zhengzhou and Shuzhou were neighbors. If there was news, the officials of Zhengzhou would naturally know. Who would have thought that this provincial governor who would stutter for a long time without saying anything? Li Wanyu couldn't help but frown. How come the provincial governor of Zhengzhou did not know anything? He was annoyed, but he could only be patient and ask the provincial governor of Zhengzhou to quickly send people to inquire about the news. Marquis, this official has already ordered people to prepare a banquet. Marquis, the Crown Prince, and King Yu. Before the provincial governor of Zhengzhou finished speaking, he was impatiently interrupted by Li Wanyu. Enough, there is no need to arrange this. I am anxious to know the situation of Shuzhou. Quickly send people to inquire about it. Provincial governor who was rebuffed and could not help but feel embarrassed. He cursed in his heart. He was the provincial governor of Zhengzhou, not the provincial governor of Shuzhou. Why did Li Wanyu ask about the situation of Shuzhou as soon as he arrived in Zhengzhou? Could it be that something happened in Shuzhou? These days, other than a few days of heavy rain, he did not hear of anything happening. The provincial governor of Zhengzhou found it strange, but he did not dare to ask. He could only immediately send people to Shuzhou to inquire about the news. However, before the provincial governor of Zhengzhou could send people, Shuzhou's horses galloped over, bringing with them shocking news. Report: there is a sudden flood in Shuzhou. 8 counties are trapped. The provincial governor of Shuzhou has ordered people to urgently request for reinforcements. This sudden news caused all the officials in Zhengzhou to be dumbfounded. The provincial governor of Zhengzhou was even more shocked. He looked at Li Wanyu with an expression of bewilderment. Li Wanyu was worried that he would not be able to see anything. He did not care about the shock of the officials in Zhengzhou and hurriedly sent people to report in detail. The Ying River and Shuangwei River in Shuzhou have already burst because of the continuous heavy rain last night. Currently, most of Shuzhou has been swallowed by the flood. Including Changxi County, 8 of the 9 counties in Shuzhou have been surrounded by the flood and are in imminent danger. When Li Wanyu heard this news, he was instantly stunned. In the history books of the future, there was only one sentence recorded. In the 4th year of Jingguan, there was a flood in Shuzhou. He did not expect this flood to be so serious. Under the jurisdiction of Shuzhou, there were 59,717 households, 9 counties, and 117 villages, When Li Wanyu thought of these numbers, he felt his scalp go numb. Quickly set off to Shuzhou. Chapter 830. Li Wanyu did not dare to stay in Zhengzhou any longer. After hearing that Shuzhou had indeed breached the dam yesterday, he immediately prepared to set off. However, just as he was about to board the ship, he stopped and turned to the Zhengzhou provincial governor. Governor who? How much grain does Zhengzhou have? Marquis, Zhengzhou does not have much grain, but Marquis does not need to worry about grain. In Luoyang's Chongping warehouse, there are large amounts of grain stored in case of emergency. Marquis can give the order to transport grain from Luoyang's Chongping warehouse to Shuzhou. The Zhengzhou provincial governor was also a shrewd person. He immediately understood the meaning behind Li Wanyu's words and quickly replied. He was not lying. The Tang dynasty had Chongping warehouses in Luo, Xiang, Yu, Su, Qi, Ping, Qin, and Puzhou to store large amounts of grain. These grain stores were first to stabilize the price of grain and prevent the grain from being cheap and harming the farmers. Secondly, it was to prevent bad harvests. For example, during the locust plague in the second year of Jingguan, the local government relied on the grain in Chongping warehouse to save the victims. Secondly, it was to deal with national matters such as military expeditions or major construction projects. Luoyang was not far from Zhengzhou, only 200 miles away. Using four-wheeled carriages to transport grain, one could reach in a day. Li Wanyu ordered people to summon the civil officials on the ship. After asking them and confirming this point, he was slightly relieved. With the grain in Luoyang's Chongping warehouse and his orders to transport grain to Zhengzhou, grain should not be a big problem. In his mind, for such a disaster, as long as there was enough grain to ensure the survival of the victims, there would not be any problems. Li Wanyu ordered the civil officials to leave a few people behind and immediately set off for Luoyang's Chongping warehouse to transport grain to Zhengzhou and then to Shuzhou through the Tongji Canal. He hurriedly boarded the ship and led the fleet toward Shuzhou. Zhengzhou was 200 miles away from Shuzhou. If they went with the flow, they could reach it in 6 to 8 hours. When the fleet entered Shuzhou, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Their fleet was originally going along the Tongji Canal. The Tongji Canal was a man-made canal that Emperor Yangguang dug for the millions of men and women in Hunan. Due to the need for the dragon boat of Emperor Yang of Sui, the canal was dug very deep. It was 40 steps wide, which was about 60 meters. It could be considered very wide. However, when the fleet entered the territory of the Su province, everyone could hardly tell where the river was and where the land was. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast ocean. Although the Tongji Canal did not burst, the outside of the canal was completely flooded. The water even overflowed the embankment of the Tongji Canal and poured into the canal. On both sides of the river, one could vaguely see villages in the distance. At this time, only a few dilapidated walls were left. Corpses of cows, sheep, and pigs were floating in the filthy water. From time to time, one could even see the corpses of people who had drowned in the flood. In the distance, there were still quite a few commoners taking refuge in the trees and roofs. When they saw the fleet, they all cried out for help. It was a miserable scene. Li Wanyu did not dare to be negligent. He quickly ordered the fleet to lower the boats so that the imperial army could save the people. Fortunately, Li Wanyu and the others had more than 1,000 imperial army guards protecting them. Thus, when they set off from Fenglingdu, they also gathered a lot of ships. After the Zhengzhou provincial governor learned of the flood in Shuzhou, he also arranged for ships to follow them. There was a place to settle these people who were saved. Li Wanyu ordered for the rescued people to be sent back to Zhengzhou. He continued to lead the fleet toward Changshi County. Along the way, Li Wanyu's fleet had been saving the people on both sides of the Tongji Canal. When the fleet arrived at Changshi County, it was already evening. Looking from afar, half of the city walls of Changshi County were already submerged in the flood. It was obvious that the Shuzhou provincial governor was also surrounded by the flood. The tens of thousands of commoners within the city were also in danger. Li Wanyu originally wanted to immediately change to a small boat and head toward Changshi County. However, he was persuaded not to do so. At this moment, the sky was already dusk. The situation within the city was unclear, so it was best not to rashly enter the city in case something unexpected happened. Li Wanyu pondered for a moment, thinking about how there was no light at night and how his fleet did not bring any food for the rescue. It was indeed inappropriate for them to rashly enter Changshi County. As such, he did not insist. However, he still ordered the Imperial Guards to send people to take a small boat to Changshi County to gather information. If possible, he wanted to find a Shuzhou provincial governor and the officials of Changshi County to ask about the situation. Standing at the head of the boat, looking at the dozens of Imperial Guards slowly rowing the small boat toward the county not far away, Li Wanyu could not help but let out a long sigh. In this era, human lives were simply too fragile in the face of disasters. Furthermore, he felt that he had overlooked something, but he could not figure out what it was. At this moment, Su Changqing walked to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Looking at the city walls and the flood, she suddenly said, "Wanyu, there's something that I think you should make plans for." "What?" Li Wanyu did not understand her words. Su Changqing brushed aside the hair on her forehead that had been messed up by the wind and said, "Did you forget that after a disaster, there will be a plague?" Her words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Li Wanyu's ears, causing his body to sway. As expected, he felt that he had forgotten something. A plague. Since ancient times, due to the poor sanitation in Huaxia, it had become a law that after a disaster, there would be a plague. Especially after a flood, when the corpses of the livestock and people were soaked in the flood, the water would definitely be filled with the virus. If it was not treated, it would be strange if the livestock and people did not get sick after drinking the contaminated water. Furthermore, due to the poor medical conditions and the lack of experience in preventing epidemics, once an epidemic broke out, even the officials and doctors could easily get sick and die. Li Wanyu thought that if an epidemic broke out in Shuzhou after the flood, the scene would be too terrifying. Thinking about the scene of an epidemic, his back was covered in a layer of white sweat. At this moment, he saw a boatman at the head of the boat. He used a rope to tie a bucket of water and put it into the river. He lifted the bucket of water and was about to put it into his mouth. Li Wanyu immediately rushed over and kicked the boatman who was about to drink the water. The boatman staggered and the water in his hands spilled everywhere. That boatman was kicked into a daze, but he did not understand what mistake he had made to make the noble so angry. He also did not dare to argue and quickly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Li Wanyu ignored that boatman and directly called Niu Wu. Niu Wu passed down the order that no one in the fleet is allowed to drink the water. It must be boiled first before drinking. Every day, everyone must wash their hands at least 3 times. If there is anyone who disobeys, this marquis will severely punish them. Chapter 831. Li Wangyu's orders were basic knowledge that all future generations knew about, but in the eyes of the Tang, they were making things difficult for them. Although the boatman who had been kicked by him admitted his crime, he was inwardly cursing the marquis for meddling too much. Wasn't this how boatmen always lived their lives? Who had the time to boil water when they were sailing? In his view, it was purely because a noble like Li Wanyu had nothing better to do that he even cared about how they ate and drank. Of course, the boatman didn't dare to say this out loud. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. After Li Wanyu's order was passed down, the entire fleet was filled with complaints. After Li Wanyu discussed it with his beautiful boss, he issued even stricter orders. They forbade drinking unclean water, eating unclean food, defecating, spitting. A series of detailed rules made everyone complain incessantly, let alone the boatmen and Imperial Army soldiers. Even the hedonistic science, Li Changxian, and Li Tai didn't understand why Li Wanyu had issued such an order. But Li Wanyu had no intention of explaining. After all, in this era, only Sun Simiao and Lu Xinwei understood the concept of bacteria because of the existence of microscopes. No one else understood these things. He also couldn't slowly explain to everyone what bacteria, pathogens, and viruses were. He could only use high-pressure measures to force everyone to accept. Anyone who disobeyed would be locked up or whipped. Fortunately, Li Wanyu was the founding marquis of the county and the Henan Circuit's envoy, so no one dared to disobey his orders. No matter how much the boatmen and Imperial Army soldiers complained about Li Wanyu, they could only obediently follow his orders. After issuing his order, Li Wanyu turned to Su Changqing. Changqing, after daybreak, you will take Aphrodite, Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Cheng Chumo back to Zhengzhou and Chang'an. Since Shuzhou could become an epidemic area, Li Wanyu couldn't bear to let his beautiful boss take this risk with him. Even he couldn't help but tremble at the mention of an epidemic area. The virus didn't care who he was. With the current medical conditions in the Tang dynasty, once he was infected with those messy viruses, except for the penicillin in Sun Simiao's hands, which had a certain probability of saving his life, he could only wait for death. Were it not for the fact that Pai Lupi had conferred him the title of Banji Shur of Henan province, he would have immediately ordered his men to turn the ship around and return to Zhengzhou. It wasn't that Li Wanyu was a coward. It was human nature to cherish life. Su Changqing immediately understood Li Wanyu's intention. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Li Wanyu and said, "I'm not leaving. Don't even think about driving me away. If we're going to face the epidemic, then let's face it together. Back then, you and I agreed that we would live and die together in the Great Tang. Obviously, when faced with this kind of situation, women were always more emotional than men." Li Wanyu smiled bitterly and said, "Changqing, listen to me. You have a reason to go back. I don't care. I don't have a reason. I won't leave even if you want to. Besides, don't forget that I'm different from you. My body was transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and I've already been vaccinated with countless vaccines. But your body hasn't been injected with any vaccines. If you ask me, even if we have to leave, it should be you. I'll stay to help you with the disaster." Su Changqing didn't listen to Li Wanyu at all, and what she said was not wrong at all. Later generations had all been injected with various vaccines since childhood. Many viruses that were a disaster in the Tang dynasty, such as smallpox, had long disappeared in later generations. Li Wanyu was naturally moved by his beautiful boss's words. He didn't care whether other people on the ship would see them or not. He directly reached out and put his arm around his beautiful boss's shoulder. "Changqing, listen to me. You have to go back to Chang'an. There's one thing I need you to go back and immediately organize the female workers in the underwear shop to help me make it." "What is it?" "A mask." When Su Changqing heard him say so, he also came to a sudden realization. Indeed, in the face of the possible outbreak of the epidemic after the flood, it was impossible to do without protective equipment. Although they couldn't make a real medical protective mask in the Tang dynasty, it was better than nothing. Masks have been in China since ancient times. It was recorded in the etiquette, cover the mouth for fear of offending people. It was also written in Marco Polo's travels. In the palace of the Yuan dynasty, the people who offered food covered their mouths and noses with silk cloth to protect their breath. They didn't touch the food. But that kind of silk cloth covering the mouth and nose was actually meaningless. At least it couldn't protect against the virus. "Wanyu, that kind of mask made of cotton cloth. I'm afraid it's useless, right?" Su Changqing asked doubtfully. She was right. The medical masks of later generations seemed to be made of non-woven cloth, but in fact there was a filter material in the middle of the mask to block the virus in the air. Li Wanyu naturally couldn't make that filter material in the Tang dynasty, but it was not that there was no other way. "Changqing, do you know about activated carbon?" Adding activated carbon in the middle of the mask can also block the transmission of the virus. Su Changqing couldn't help but nod. "That's a good idea. It's not difficult to make activated carbon. So you must go back to Chang'an City and get people to start making the masks. The sooner you make the masks, the safer I will be in Shuzhou." But Li Wanyu gently kissed the beautiful face of his beautiful boss. "No buts. It's a deal. Tomorrow morning, you go back to Chang, and with Li Chengxian and Li Tai. Be good and listen to me." Su Changqing pondered for a long time and could only silently nod his head and agree. "In addition, you have to help Sun Simiao get more penicillin as soon as possible and get people to send it to Shuzhou. If an epidemic really breaks out in Shuzhou, I'm afraid only penicillin can save lives." Li Wanyu was just trying everything he could. If an epidemic like smallpox really broke out, penicillin would be useless. He just wanted to comfort himself. That night, Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing talked for a long time and almost didn't sleep the whole night. It wasn't until dawn that Li Wanyu called Mi Tuo and asked him to immediately escort Li Chengxian and Li Tai back to Chang'an City. Mi Tuo was puzzled and didn't understand Li Wanyu's meaning. Li Wanyu could only whisper in his ear, "After a disaster, there will be a pandemic. We must be prepared." Mi Tuo's face suddenly changed. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the swamp around him. His body couldn't help but shiver. He immediately understood Li Wanyu's words. If an epidemic really broke out in Shuzhou, who would dare to put the crown prince and his highness King Yu in such a dangerous place? Marquis, you should also withdraw. Why don't you go back to Zhengzhou first? Mi Tuo still had a conscience and still thought about Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu shook his head and looked at the wall of Changji County not far away. He said, "I'm the Hunan Taoist envoy." Chapter 832. When Li Chengxian and Li Tai heard that Li Wanyu wanted them to return to Chang, and they shook their heads and refused to leave no matter what. However, Li Wanyu didn't care about that at the moment. Using his authority as a teacher, he forced the two to board the ship back to Zhengzhou. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo and the other wastrels refused to return to Chang, and no matter what Li Wanyu said. "Zio, don't say any more. If we turn around and return to Chang, and how can we face others in the future? Not to mention that the current situation in Shuzhou is unclear. Even if there is a pandemic, as long as you are in Shuzhou, we will accompany you." Brother Chimo is right. "Zio, what will you take us for? If you continue to speak like this, be careful that we don't cut ties with you." Fang Yai also threatened. In the face of the wastrel's insistence, Li Wanyu could only shrug his shoulders and let them be. However, he was still very grateful to the wastrels. Staying behind at the risk of danger wasn't something that could be done just because of loyalty. After daybreak, his beautiful superior brought Aphrodite and the reluctant Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and the others back to Zhengzhou. After returning to Zhengzhou, they could change carriages and use the official road to return to Chang. If they hurried, they could return to Chang and in about 3 days. At the insistence of the two wastrels, half of the imperial guards guarding Li Chengxian and Li Tai were left behind for Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu didn't refuse this. After all, he didn't know what he would face after the flood receded. It was always good to have an armed force by his side. Standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the sailing ships slowly disappearing into the distance, Li Wanyu didn't know if his beautiful superior could make the masts in time and send them to Shuzhou. After all, even if they rode at full speed, it would still take 6 to 7 days to travel from Chang and to Shuzhou. In addition to the time needed to arrange for the craftsmen to make the masks, Li Wanyu estimated that it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the masks to be sent to Shuzhou. He didn't know if they could make it in time. As the sky gradually brightened, an imperial guard immediately came to report that they saw several small boats rowing out of Changji County. It seemed that the people who had entered the county to scout for information yesterday had returned. Li Wanyu hurriedly stood at the bow of the ship. Sure enough, a ship was rowing out from Changji County. Looking from afar, other than the imperial guard, there were several people dressed in official robes. One of them was dressed in a crimson official robe. Su Province was Central Province. The only person who could wear dark red official robes in Su Province was the governor of Su Province. It was clear that the imperial army that entered the city yesterday evening had already found the Shuzhou provincial governor and brought him back. This official greets the Marquis. Greetings to the Marquis. This lowly official has no face to see the Marquis. As soon as the Su Province provincial governor boarded the ship, he bowed and begged for forgiveness. He had already learned from the imperial army that the young Marquis in front of him had been appointed by the emperor as the Hunan Dao envoy. It could be said that he could decide his life and death with one word. The Shuzhou governor could not be careless. Following the Shuzhou provincial governor on the ship were a few other officials. Looking at the color of their robes, they were all rank 5 or 6 officials. They were probably Su Province's special attendants. Li Wanyu raised his eyes. The Suzhou provincial governor's robes were also covered in dirt. It was clear that after the river burst the night before, even though the Suzhou provincial governor was in Changji County, he did not have a good time. That's enough. Let's talk about forgiveness later. First, what is the current situation in Changji County? Is there any news from the other 8 counties in Su Province? Replying to the marquis, because it was nighttime when the dike burst, the county city gates were tightly shut. This is also a blessing in disguise. After receiving the warning, I immediately gathered the people of Changji County and used sandbags to block the 4 city gates. Although the county is surrounded by water, there is only knee-deep water within the city. There have not been any casualties. As for the other counties, there was news yesterday. The situation is similar to Changji County. The Suzhou provincial governor's words made Li Wanyu feel slightly more at ease. Of the 59,717 households in Su Province, most of them were gathered in the 8 counties. Due to the protection of the city walls, the disaster was not too serious. However, based on the scenes he saw along the way, the situation of the 117 villages scattered around was not optimistic. However, in this short period of time, Li Wanyu really could not gather people to help the victims. The only good news was that the heavy rain had stopped. According to the Suzhou provincial governor's report, he had sent people to the Ing River and Shuang Ni River to check. The amount of water gushing out was slowly decreasing. If the heavy rain did not continue, the raging water would recede in a few days. How is the grain storage in Changji County? How long can it last? Li Wanyu continued to ask. In the face of a disaster, grain was the most important thing. As long as there was grain, there would not be any major problems. However, the Suzhou provincial governor gave a bitter smile and gave him a piece of bad news. Marquis, although I did my best to order people to save the grain in the granaries, I only managed to save a portion. It should be enough to last the people of Changji County for 4 to 5 days. Li Wanyu was not surprised by his reply. The granaries of the Sui and Tang dynasties were mostly dug underground to store grain. When these granaries were being built, they would use fire to dry the surrounding soil. Then, they would place the ash and wooden planks one by one. In addition, the grain would be placed layer by layer, with straw mats separating each layer. If it was under normal circumstances, there would naturally be no problem with storing grain like this. However, when the flood outside the city reached the knees, these granaries would easily be flooded with dirty water. However, Li Wanyu was not too disappointed. The grain in the city could last for 4 to 5 days, which should be enough. He had already ordered officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to go to the Luoyang granaries to gather grain. In terms of time, it should not be a big problem. Since there were no major casualties in Changji County, Li Wanyu's focus shifted to the most important matter of preventing the epidemic. He gave the orders he had given to the fleet before to the Suzhou provincial governor, the other officials, instructing them to do as they were told. In addition, he quickly sent people to the other counties besieged by the flood to pass on his orders. If any of the county officials failed to carry out his orders, then don't blame him, the Henan circuit governor, for settling accounts and stripping them of their official robes. After the Suzhou provincial governor and the other officials heard Li Wanyu's orders, they were all dumbfounded. This Marquis of Huxian did not make use of the time to provide disaster relief. Why did he care about these sentimental things? What about forbidding drinking water, forbidding eating unclean food, forbidding urinating and defecating, forbidding spitting? What was the use of these things? Why didn't they hurry to gather the food and the soldiers of the various Ziyong mansions in Henan province? What was the meaning of all these messy things? Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they did not dare to refute him. They could only agree. As for whether or not they would carry out this order, only the heavens knew. Chapter 833. After Li Wanyu finished giving instructions on how to fight the epidemic, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten 2 very important things. Lime, alcohol. After the flood, mosquitoes and viruses would inevitably breed, and a large amount of disinfectant materials would be needed. Lime and alcohol were the best disinfectants. However, These two materials were far away in Chang and city. The lime mine that he and Chang Yaojin worked together with the other dukes had already started to produce limitless lime, making the dukes' houses very rich. The alcohol needed to be refined in the wine workshop in the Qinling Mountains with high alcohol content. Li Wangyu hurriedly ran back to the cabin and hurriedly wrote a memorial for Pai Lupi, as well as a letter for his beautiful superior. He gave it to Niu Wu and asked him to immediately arrange a fast boat to chase after Su Chongqing's boat. If everything went smoothly, these materials would be transported from Chang in a Su province in 10 days. After arranging these matters, Li Wangyu also asked the Su province provincial governor to immediately arrange boats to search and rescue the people who were trapped by the flood. Most of the 500 imperial guards were also sent out by Li Wangyu to search for survivors. Let's go. We will also go to Changji County to see the situation, Li Wangyu said as he ordered people to prepare boats. The Su province provincial governor and a group of Su province officials hurriedly dissuaded him. Marquis, at this time the flood has not receded, and the situation in Changji County is not very optimistic. Marquis, why don't you wait on the big boat? It won't be too late to enter the city after the flood recedes. Enough, don't say any more. I am now the Hunan province governor. How can I sit by and do nothing to the people in Changji County? If I don't personally see the situation in Changji County, when His Majesty asks, how can I answer? Should I tell His Majesty that I was afraid of an accident and did not enter Changji County? Li Wangyu's words made it difficult for the Su province officials to continue persuading him. They could only obediently board the small boat again. Chung Chumo and the other silk pants naturally had to go with them to Changji County. In addition to Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, as well as the Imperial Guards protecting them, they rowed 4 or 5 small boats and headed for Changji County. Because the city gate of Changji County had long been blocked with sandbags and mud, when the small boat reached the city wall, it could only let the government soldiers and bailiffs on the city wall drop down ropes and hanging baskets to bring Li Wangyu and his group up to the city wall. The city walls of Changji County were originally about 6 to 7 meters high, but at this time, nearly half of them were flooded. Li Wangyu estimated that the depth of the water was at least 3 meters. Changji County was the administrative area of Shuzhou, and its city walls were considered the highest. As for the other counties that were surrounded by the flood, according to the Shuzhou provincial governor, the height of the city walls was no more than 5 to 6 meters. They were only able to block the flood. If the torrential rain continued for a few more days, it was likely that even the city walls of those cities would be destroyed. The city walls of these counties of the Tang dynasty, including Chang and City, were mostly made of rammed earth, and the outer layer was covered with green bricks. The city walls of Changji County were temporarily isolated from the flood and protected the tens of thousands of people in the city. However, there was also a great danger. If the city walls made of rammed earth were soaked in water for a long time, they would easily collapse. If the city walls of Changji County collapsed, then the tens of thousands of people in the city would have nowhere to run. Fortunately, the torrential rain had stopped. According to the observation of the Shuzhou officials, the flood outside the city walls had decreased a lot compared to yesterday. Li Wangyu could also see this. The highest mark left by the flood on the city walls of Changji County had already receded by 2 to 3 feet compared to the current level of the water. When he got on top of the city walls of Changji County, he looked up and saw a scene of devastation. The city was filled with muddy water with all kinds of filthy things floating on it. Of course, this was normal. Back in Chang and City, it was because of the torrential rain that Li Wangyu couldn't bear it anymore and had the idea of building a public toilet. The situation of Changji County was almost the same as that of Chang and City. Not to mention that there were no public toilets. Most of the people were used to relieving themselves everywhere. If it was in the past, it would be fine. However, when the flood hit, the situation in the city became abnormally bad. The Tang dynasty was different from later generations. Most of the buildings were one-story wooden houses, and even the provincial governor's mansion was the same. The 1-foot-deep water had already made the people in the city cry, but there was nothing they could do. The officials of Shuzhou accompanied Li Wanyu and his group to patrol around the city walls of Changji County. Even Li Wanyu didn't have a better solution for the current situation of Changji County. After all, it was impossible to move tens of thousands of people to other places. Before the flood receded, the water in the city couldn't be drained. Now, the only thing he could do was to let these people continue to endure for a while. When they got on top of the city walls of Changji County, it was already noon. If it was in the past, the city would be filled with smoke at this time, and every family would be cooking. However, due to the influence of the flood, Li Wanyu could only see a few wisps of smoke rising from the city walls. How was the food of the people now guaranteed? I have already ordered people to count the food in the streets. For the people who have difficulties in life, they will be given a daily quota of corn to maintain their livelihood. As long as the food arranged by the marquis can be transported in 5 or 6 days, there won't be a big problem. Fortunately, the marquis came in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Wanyu nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. At the same time, he also felt very fortunate. Fortunately, when he was at Fenglingdu, because of the heavy rain, he remembered the flood of Shuzhou in the 4th year of Jingguan. That was why he urgently reported to Pai Lupi. He wanted the imperial court to prepare early. He just didn't expect that this disaster relief job, after going around in circles, would fall on his head in the end. But then again, if it was someone else, they might not be able to do better than him, at least in the prevention and treatment of infectious diseases. Although Li Wanyu was not a doctor, he knew more than the doctors of this era. He was not a saint, but he was also not a person with a heart of stone. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that he was the marquis of the founding county of the Tang dynasty, he naturally had to do something for this era, for the Tang dynasty, and for the people of the Tang dynasty. Brothers, how about we live in Changji County today? Li Wanyu turned his head to the playboys and said with a smile. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, "Great. I have never lived in such an environment." Ziyu, you are not afraid. How can I frown? Of course, Brother Chumo was shot in the stomach by an arrow, but he didn't even frown. Feng Eai joked. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but fly into a rage. He began to chase after Feng Eai with his big iron fist, causing everyone to laugh. When the officials of Shuzhou saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. This marquis, as well as those incomparably honorable dukes, were truly magnanimous. Chapter 834. Li Wanyu and the wastrels wanted to spend the night in Changji County, which made it difficult for the officials of Shuzhou. There was no other reason other than there was no place suitable for Li Wanyu and the others. Even the Shuzhou provincial governor's mansion was soaked in dirty water. If Li Wanyu and the others wanted to stay in Changji County, where to stay was a very specific problem. Li Wanyu's brain was hot. After he said that he wanted to stay in Changji County, he regretted it a little. He really couldn't stand those messy things floating in the dirty water. But since he had already said it, how could he immediately change his mind in front of everyone? Li Wanyu looked around and smiled. The city wall of Changji County was a good place for camping. Thus, he immediately ordered the imperial guards to bring over the tents and set up camp on the city wall. During this period of time, he and the wastrels were prepared to be stationed here and supervise the disaster relief in Shuzhou. Although this action was suspected of putting on a show, Li Wanyu didn't care so much. Although he wanted to help the people, he really didn't have the courage to throw himself into the dirty water and soak himself in it. Li Wanyu led a group of wastrels and moved to the city wall of Changji County. How could the others be negligent? Thus, including the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they all ran to the city wall of Changji County to set up camp. They made the city wall of Changji County look like a refugee cave in the future. Li Wanyu didn't care about this. Every day, he arranged for people to search and rescue the victims. He asked the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to come up with practical disaster relief measures and urged them to transport food. He was also very busy. 5 or 6 days after he arrived in Changji County, the flood finally slowly receded. The water in Changji County also gradually disappeared. However, after the flood, Changji County was in a state of devastation. The streets and alleys were littered with all kinds of filth and garbage. At this time, the weather was clear after the rain. The sun that hadn't been seen for many days also showed its face. However, it made the entire Changji County emit an extremely unpleasant smell that made people want to vomit. However, including the officials of Su Province, no one seemed to feel that there was anything wrong with this situation. The commoners turned a blind eye to it and didn't find anything wrong with it. Instead, the citizens of the city took the opportunity of the sun rising and began to take out all the things that had been soaked in water from their homes to bask in the moisture. The originally dirty and messy environment became even more congested. In Li Wangyo's view, the filth piled up in Changji County was simply a hotbed for viruses that could erupt at any time. He immediately gave the order for the Suzhou provincial governor and the Changji County magistrate to immediately arrange for the bailiffs, soldiers, and civilians to work together with the citizens of the city to begin a thorough cleanup of the city. Everyone found it hard to understand and accept Li Wangyo's order. The flood had just receded and there were many things waiting to be done. Yet the first thing they wanted to do was to ask the government to lead the people to clean up. In the eyes of the crowd, this was simply a bullsh*T decision made by the nobleman from Chang, who did not know the hardships of the people. Marquis, this city is truly filthy. This official feels the same way. However, there are many people affected by the disaster in the city. There are also many houses that have collapsed due to the flood. In addition, the disaster victims outside the city are constantly pouring into Changji County. This official thinks that it would be better to postpone the cleanup for the time being. Before the Suzhou provincial governor finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Li Wangyu. No, we must first clean up the city and get all the filth out of the city. We must dig holes and bury them. I have already ordered people to transport lime. When the lime arrives, we must sprinkle lime on the soaked roads and corners. In addition, we must pay attention to killing mosquitoes and flies. This matter is very important and cannot be sloppy. But the Suzhou provincial governor still wanted to persuade him. Li Wangyu waved his hand. No buts. This matter is urgent and must be carried out meticulously. This marquis will let the imperial army patrol around the city. If any house is not cleaned up, then the owner will be punished. If the streets in the city are not cleaned up, then the Changji County magistrate will take off his official robes and get lost. This matter is not negotiable. Also, what I said before, forbidding drinking unclean water, forbidding eating unclean food, forbidding urinating and defecating, and forbidding spitting, must be carried out. If you can't do it, then don't blame this marquis for holding you accountable. Li Wangyo's words had already reached this point. No matter how much the Suzhou provincial governor grumbled in his heart and criticized Li Wangyu in his heart, he could only obediently nod his head and arrange for people to carry out the orders. Following the Suzhou provincial governor's mansion's order, Changji County immediately became restless. The county government's bailiffs, scribes, and strong people all went to the streets, beating gongs and drums to call the people out to clean the streets and carry the garbage. For a time, the people of Changji County were full of complaints. In the eyes of the people, Li Wangyo's order was purely a matter of eating and having nothing to do. Even in Changji County, the people on the streets secretly called Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Hu County, Dirty Marquis, to express their dissatisfaction. These words naturally reached Li Wangyo's ears, but he only smiled and ignored them. In truth, the wastrels did not understand Li Wangyo's decision. Zio, why are you making the people clean the streets now? You're provoking all these unreasonable curses. Cheng Chumo directly asked. Li Wangyu bitterly smiled and explained, Brothers, you don't know. The so-called after a great disaster, there will be a great epidemic is actually caused by these filthy things. How is that possible? The wastrels looked at each other in dismay. None of them could understand Li Wangyo's words. Li Wangyu also felt a headache from the wastrel questions. It was difficult to explain. In terms of hygiene and epidemic prevention, China had been good since ancient times. Compared to other countries in the world at the same time, China was definitely a top student. But even so, In the eyes of transmigrators like Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing, they still felt that it was dirty and unsightly. Even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, because of hygiene problems, epidemics were often caused. Dysentery, cholera, plague, smallpox, as long as they appeared, a whole street would die. During the reign of Chongzhen, a plague first broke out in the Shaanxi Gansu region. It traveled all the way to the capital. Everywhere it passed, it was like a ghost town with corpses everywhere. According to incomplete statistics, the epidemics in China's history were once in the Zhou dynasty, 13 in the Qin and Han dynasties, 17 in the Wei and Jin dynasties, 17 in the Sui and Tang dynasties, 32 in the Song dynasties, 20 in the Yuan dynasty, 64 in the Ming dynasty, 74 in the Qing dynasty. These statistics were shocking, especially after a great disaster. When large numbers of people and animals died, if the corpses were not dealt with in time, bacteria and viruses would multiply and cause epidemics. Li Wanyu could only try his best to prevent an epidemic from breaking out in Shuzhou. Therefore, even if the officials and people of Shuzhou did not understand, he had to be firm and confident. Even if he had to mobilize the imperial army and force the people to clean, Li Wanyu would do it. As for the infamy that would come with this, Li Wanyu did not care at all. Chapter 835. In Changji County, under Li Wanyu's pressure, the Shuzhou provincial governor led the officials of Changji County and forced the people to work for 2 or 3 days. Finally, all the garbage in the city was cleared out. Good news came one after another. The grain from Chongping warehouse in Luoyang had already begun to be transported. After it reached Changji County through the Tongji Canal, it was then transported to the 8 counties in Shuzhou. After the flood receded, the Shuzhou provincial governor immediately sent people to get in touch with the other 8 counties. He learned that the situation was still stable and that there were no casualties in the 8 counties. After receiving Li Wanyu's request for help, Cheng Yaojin and the others immediately arranged for people to start transporting the lime. On the 3rd day after the flood receded, the ship carrying a large amount of lime had already moored at the Tongji Canal dock outside Changji County. Li Wanyu immediately ordered people to transport the lime and began to disinfect and clean the entire city. At the same time, he had the Shuzhou provincial governor send the lime to the other 8 counties and have them thoroughly disinfected like Changji County. The only problem now was that after the flood receded, the disaster victims whose villages were destroyed by the flood began a flood into the county. Li Wanyu was busy urging the Shuzhou officials to settle the disaster victims and give them food. However, Li Wanyu did not allow the disaster victims in ragged clothes to enter the county. Instead, he directly set aside an area in the north of the county to settle the disaster victims. Naturally, the victims who were blocked outside the city were full of complaints. What made the disaster victims in Shuzhou even more difficult to accept was that Li Wanyu ordered them to strictly enforce the hygiene ban in the camp area where the disaster victims were settled. The ban on urinating and defecating everywhere, the mandatory bathing before entering the camp area, and so on made the villagers of Shuzhou, who had escaped death, naturally find it difficult to accept. They believed that Li Wanyu, a noble from Chong, and was deliberately making things difficult for them to pass the time. However, Li Wanyu did not care about this. Every day, he urged the Changji County government to strengthen the management. From time to time, he would send the imperial army to patrol the camp area of the disaster victims. Once they found someone violating the rules, they would be arrested and whipped in public. Under such strong pressure, coupled with the fact that there was a sufficient supply of porridge every day, there was no trouble at all. After a few days of good weather, Suzhou's situation slowly improved. Li Wanyu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, gradually relaxed. On this day, on the Tongji Canal, another large fleet went down the river and docked at the pier. Li Wanyu saw it from afar on the city wall, but he didn't think much of it. After all, in recent days, there were ships coming down the river from Zhengzhou, carrying corn, lime, and other supplies. But when he saw the people disembarking from a ship, he hurriedly ran down the city walls and called Cheng Chumo and the others, as well as the governor of Shuzhou. A large group of people hurriedly rushed to the docks. He never expected that the person who came down from the boat would be Pai Lupi, followed by Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sunwuji, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and other big shots. Pai Lupi had actually set off. Li Wanyu couldn't help but wonder what was going on. The flood in Shuzhou was not particularly serious. He had already sent a memorial to Chang, and explaining the situation in Shuzhou. The flood came quickly and left quickly. In the past few days, the officials in Shuzhou had roughly calculated the disaster situation. This year, Shuzhou's grain harvest was definitely poor. 80 to 90% of the farmland had been destroyed by the flood. Of the 117 villages in Shuzhou, 70 to 80 had been destroyed by the flood. The number of casualties was still being calculated. Roughly several thousand people had died, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. For Shuzhou, which had a population of several hundred thousand, although the loss was great, it had already begun to recover. As long as the imperial court could reduce the rent in Shuzhou this year and provide relief corn for the disaster victims to get through the famine, Shuzhou might be able to recover next year. As for the epidemic that Li Wanyu was most worried about, at least for now, there was no bad news. Judging from the situation in Changji County, as long as the other counties strictly followed his orders, the epidemic would not break out. After all, in ancient times, epidemics broke out after major disasters mainly because they did not pay attention to hygiene and epidemic prevention. Therefore, even if the people did not understand, and even if Li Wanyu had to bear a lot of infamy, he still persisted and forcefully ordered Changji County to be disinfected. After the flood, Changji County was safe and sound. This was all thanks to him. Unfortunately, no one knew about this contribution, and instead, many people complained about it. Regarding this, Li Wanyu could only let the people do as they wished. In short, he had a clear conscience. Under these circumstances, Pai Lupi suddenly led a group of officials to Shuzhou without any news. What was the meaning of this? Li Wanyu could not understand, but he could only lead everyone to welcome the emperor. Li Wanyu greets your majesty. Why did your majesty suddenly come to Shuzhou? Did something happen? No need for formalities, Zio. This time, I came to Shuzhou to take a look. It's not a big matter. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. I heard that Zio handled the Shuzhou flood well. Let's go. Bring me to Changji County to take a look. Seeing Pai Lupi being so evasive, Li Wanyu could only rub his nose helplessly and invite Pai Lupi into the city. However, it was not so simple for Pai Lupi to enter the city. He had to wait for the imperial army to take control of the various checkpoints in Shuzhou before Pai Lupi's carriage could enter the city. As for what Pai Lupi said, Li Wanyu did not believe a single word. Who was he trying to fool? Chang, and city was more than 1,000 miles away from Shuzhou. Did you think that the emperor was taking a stroll? Taking a look along the way? Seeing that Pai Lupi was not willing to tell him the truth, Li Wanyu could only secretly ask Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, what is His Majesty playing at? Nothing much. Prime Minister Zhang Baoxiang led his troops to the Sunil camp and captured that old man Sheli Khan. He is sending people to Chang, and when His Majesty learned of this matter, he was naturally delighted and decided to go up north to hunt. At the same time, he went to the Wei River where he signed the Wei River Alliance to welcome that old man Sheli Khan. Because His Majesty was in a good mood, when he arrived at the Wei River, he thought about the flood in Shuzhou and ordered people to lower the boats and come over here to take a look. Cheng Yaojin's words made Li Wanyu suddenly understand. He had almost forgotten that the biggest thing in the 4th year of Zhengguan was the destruction of the Eastern Turks. Sheli Khan was captured alive and brought back to Chang, and to report his capture to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Li Erk had never forgotten that in the 9th year of Wuda, when the Eastern Tujue people went down south, he was forced by Sheli Khan to sign the Wei River Covenant. Therefore, when he learned that his old enemy was captured, he wanted to show off a little, to show off his own political and military skill. As for him coming to Shuzhou, it was purely because he was bored waiting by the Wei River. So he sailed east to take a look at Shuzhou and see how things were handled after the flood. After understanding why Pai Lupi had suddenly appeared in Shuzhou without warning, Li Wanyu could not be bothered to think too much about it and respectfully invited Pai Lupi into the city. Li Er's ceremonial procession slowly set off. Just as they were about to enter Changji County, they saw a horse galloping towards them on the official road not far away. This caused the Imperial Guards who were guarding outside to become nervous. They all pulled out their weapons and were on high alert. Chapter 836. Only when the rider on the official road was very close did everyone notice that the person on the horse was dressed as a bailiff. Before this person could get close, he was stopped by Pai Lupi's Imperial Guards. They did not allow the bailiff to get close to Pai Lupi's Imperial carriage. Reporting to Your Majesty, there must be news from the other counties. I will go and ask about the situation. The Shuzhou provincial governor hurriedly apologized to Pai Lupi and the others. He then hurriedly went to greet them. Not long after, the Shuzhou provincial governor walked back with a pale face. He looked as if he had lost his soul, and his body seemed to be swaying a bit. What happened? Seeing him like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The Shuzhou provincial governor fell to his knees and said with a trembling voice, "Reporting to Your Majesty, there is news from Yanling County. In Yanling County, the number of people infected with the disease is increasing rapidly. The symptoms are the same. Perhaps there is an outbreak of an epidemic." His words were like the rumbling of thunder in the clouds, shocking everyone on the spot. After a long time, Li Wanyu was the first to come back to his senses. He rushed in front of the Shuzhou provincial governor with a face full of anger. He grabbed his collar and said angrily, "Speak clearly. What exactly happened? Why did an epidemic appear in Yanling County? Didn't I give the order to clean up the entire city and scatter lime? Changji County is perfectly fine. Why did an epidemic appear in Yanling County?" It was no wonder that Li Wanyu was so angry. Of the 9 counties in Shuzhou, Changji County was where the provincial government was located. It had the most people and was the most prosperous. Therefore, after the flood, the people of Shuzhou chose to escape. Their first choice was Changji County. Of the 9 counties in Shuzhou, Changji County took in the most victims. It was almost as many as the other 8 counties combined. As a result, Li Wanyu had always been stationed in Changji County. He focused on regulating and preventing the outbreak of an epidemic. As for the other 8 counties in Shuzhou, Li Wanyu could not reach them. They could only be managed by the Shuzhou provincial governor's manor. However, Li Wanyu also repeatedly ordered that the other 8 counties must follow Changji County's example and must not disobey. Judging from the current situation in Changji County, it was obvious that he had done the right thing. Changji County, where most of the victims had gathered, not only was there no outbreak, but the number of people who fell ill had also decreased significantly. Illness enters through the mouth. This was a very simple principle. With Li Wanyu's strict requirements, it could be said that whether it was the people of Changji County or the Shuzhou disaster victims gathered in the camp outside Changji County, their personal hygiene was definitely the best they had ever been in their lives. It was precisely because of these strict requirements that Li Wanyu felt that the Shuzhou flood this time should be dealt with smoothly. Who would have thought that in front of Pai Lupi, Yanling County and Shuzhou would have such shocking news? Yanling County wasn't too far away from Changji County, about 100 miles away. In this flood, Yanling County wasn't seriously affected. As such, Li Wanyu didn't personally go to Yanling County. He only urged the Shuzhou provincial governor's manor to pass on his orders. At the same time, he ordered people to send large amounts of lime to disinfect and sterilize. Li Wanyu's angry roar made the Shuzhou provincial governor not know how to reply. His voice was almost filled with tears. I don't know either. If a large-scale epidemic really broke out in Shuzhou, his career as the Shuzhou provincial governor could be considered to have come to an end. If he was only reprimanded by the imperial court, removed from his position, and sent back to his original place, he could be considered lucky. If things went wrong, he might even be directly imprisoned by the censorate. It could be said that the Shuzhou provincial governor was the one who was most afraid of the outbreak of an epidemic. After all, Li Wanyu was only the Hunan provincial governor and wasn't in charge of the specific matters of the region. When Pai Lupi heard that an epidemic had broken out in Yanling County, his face couldn't help but become unsightly. Previously, when Li Wanyu ordered Mituo to send Li Chengxian and Li tied back to Chang. And he said that there was a possibility of an epidemic breaking out in Shuzhou. Mito naturally reported this matter to Pai Lupi. However, after the flood receded for a few days, the news that came back from Zhengzhou on fast horses every day was developing in a good direction. Shuzhou didn't break out like Li Wanyu was worried about. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't take this matter to heart and only thought that his nephew was worrying for nothing. Therefore, when he was hunting by the Wei River, he had a sudden impulse to take a 2-day boat ride to Shuzhou to see the situation. However, he didn't expect that just as he arrived in Shuzhou, before even entering Changji County, he would receive such bad news. On the side, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots' faces all changed after hearing this news. Zhang Sun Wuji was about to open his mouth and persuade Pai Lupi not to enter Changji County and directly return to the dragon boat and return to Chang. In the face of an epidemic, it didn't matter if you were a true dragon, the son of heaven, or a commoner. Everyone was treated equally. Since an epidemic broke out in Shuzhou, no one dared to let Pai Lupi, the emperor, take such a risk. Pai Lupi naturally saw through Zhang Sun Wuji's thoughts, but he waved his hand at him, indicating that he already knew about this matter and that there was no need to say more. Pai Lupi wasn't a hothead. He knew that there was an epidemic in Shuzhou, but he still continued to stay here. However, before leaving, he wanted to see how Li Wanyu was going to deal with it. Li Wanyu glared angrily at the Shuzhou provincial governor, who was paralyzed on the ground, and ordered someone to bring the Yinling County Yamen runner, who came to report the news. However, he didn't let the Yamen runner come close, and only let him speak from a distance of about 10 steps. After all, if it really was an epidemic, who knew if the Yamen runner didn't carry the virus? When there were no protective measures, keeping a distance was the safest thing to do. What's the situation in Yinling County now? Tell me the truth. Although the Yamen runner didn't know who the people in front of him were, looking at the shiny armor and the imperial guards who were staring at him, he knew that they were nobles that he couldn't afford to offend. Facing Li Wanyu's question, he hurriedly knelt down and didn't even dare to raise his head as he replied loudly. In the county, there were people who got sick and couldn't get out of bed a few days ago. We found a doctor, but he couldn't find anything. Originally, we thought that it was just a cold from the flood, but we didn't expect that there were more and more people who got sick in the various villages. Only then did the Ming house panic and order someone to report to Changji County. Li Wanyu asked, "Let me ask you, after the flood retreated, did your Yinling County implement my orders?" When the Yamen runner heard that, he hesitated slightly before replying. The Ming house also told us to spread the orders from the provincial governor's manor. But there were many complaints, so what? Li Wanyu roared. So the Ming house had no choice but to follow the people in the city. The more the Yamen runner spoke, the lower his head and the softer his voice. Hearing him say that, Li Wanyu gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The Yinling County magistrate was a bastard. If he was in front of him, Li Wanyu would definitely get someone to grab him and whip him to vent his anger. How could Li Wanyu not be enraged by the fact that the ban he had previously issued was nothing but a piece of useless paper in Yinling County? Chapter 837. The conversation between Li Wanyu, the Shuzhou provincial governor, and the Yinling County bailiffs piqued Pai Lupi's curiosity. "Zio, what ban did you put in Shuzhou? Why are the people complaining? What does this have to do with the epidemic in Yinling County?" In response to Pai Lupi's questions, Li Wanyu explained the ban he had put in place after arriving in Shuzhou. However, Pai Lupi and the other leaders all frowned. Pai Lupi finally understood why the people of Yinling County were complaining. Forbidding drinking unboiled water and defecating anywhere was understandable. However, Li Wanyu gave the order to clean up the city immediately after the flood. He also wanted to throw lime everywhere and force the victims to bathe and change their clothes. This was a bit too much. In the eyes of Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others, the most important thing after the disaster was to appease the victims, distribute food, and count the number of people affected. What was the point of Li Wanyu doing all this? Before anyone could ask for the reason, the Shuzhou provincial governor stepped out. The Shuzhou provincial governor was worried that he would take all the responsibility for the epidemic in Yinling County. So he hurriedly spoke up for Li Wanyu. Your Majesty, although I do not know the purpose of the ban, I will strictly carry it out. I have repeatedly ordered all the counties in Shuzhou to do the same. The effect of the ban is quite good. Since the flood receded in the past 7 or 8 days, not to mention the epidemic, even small illnesses have rarely appeared in Changji County. Moreover, Changji County is a province, and in these days, it has taken in tens of thousands of disaster victims, far more than Yanling County. From this, it can be seen that the epidemic in Yanling County was caused by the Yanling County Magistrate ignoring the ban of the Marquis. I want to accuse the Yanling County Magistrate of neglecting his duties and not respecting the ban of the Marquis and the provincial governor's manner. The Shuzhou provincial governor had actually been silently cursing Li Wangyou's ban on the Shuzhou provincial governor. But at this time, in order to clear his name in front of Pai Lupi, he didn't care so much and directly put the blame on the Yanling County Magistrate. He also praised Li Wangyou's ban. In fact, what the Shuzhou provincial governor said was not wrong. The Shuzhou provincial governor had indeed conveyed the orders Li Wangyou had issued to the counties under his rule. However, he didn't pay much attention to whether or not those county magistrates followed the rules. After all, the Shuzhou provincial governor did not understand the significance of these prohibitions, and the opinions of the people on the street were great. Naturally, he was too lazy to urge with all his strength. However, since an epidemic had broken out in Yanling County, no matter what, the Shuzhou provincial governor would not admit that this was his responsibility. Naturally, he pushed all the blame onto Yanling County. The bigwigs present were all old foxes in the officialdom. How could they not understand the meaning of Governor Shuzhou's words? But everyone felt a lot of connotations from his words. Pai Lupi ignored the Shuzhou provincial governor and immediately turned his head to ask Li Wanyu, "Zio, what is the meaning of these prohibitions? Why is there no epidemic in Changji County, but Yanling County has an outbreak? Are your prohibitions really effective?" For Pai Lupi, it was more meaningful to figure out the reason why there was no epidemic in Changji County. After all, the Tang dynasty had a vast territory. Every year, there were all kinds of disasters. After the disasters, the epidemic would break out from time to time. This was the biggest headache for Pai Lupi and the bigwigs in the imperial court. Li Wanyu calmed down a little at this time. He was thinking about how to deal with the epidemic in Yanling County. How could he be in the mood to explain to Pai Lupi? Moreover, these things could not be explained clearly. He rubbed his nose and replied dryly, "Your Majesty, the epidemic is actually caused by the growth of germs due to poor hygiene." When Pai Lupi heard this, his eyes lit up. "Is it the germs that cause infection when you, in Minister Sun, were treating Changxian? Something like that. It's just some germs that can't be seen with the naked eye that cause people to get sick." Li Wanyu said half-heartedly, "So the most important thing right now is to order Yanling County to sterilize the germs as soon as possible, and then quarantine the people who have contracted the epidemic." Before Li Wanyu could finish speaking, another person stood out from the back of the crowd and started to reprimand him. "Nonsense, Your Majesty. In my opinion, what the Marquis of Huxian said is complete nonsense. What germs that can't be seen with the naked eye can cause people to contract an epidemic? What kind of record is this? The epidemic is clearly caused by the plague ghost and needs to be eradicated as soon as possible. What does this have to do with drinking unboiled water?" When Li Wanyu heard this, he was taken aback and could not help but look at the person who spoke. Li Wanyu knew the old man who had reprimanded him for speaking nonsense. It was Taichung Qing Wang Ying, the uncle of the head of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Wang Rinyu. He was a major third-rank official in the imperial court. Taichung Qing, the ceremonial official of the ancestral temple. Pai Lupi's main goal in this hunting expedition was to bring Shili Khan back to Chang, and then report his capture at the ancestral temple. It was normal for Wang Ying, the Taichung Qing, to accompany him. But what was the meaning of this old man dissing him? Was it because of the Taiyuan Wang clan's broken engagement and that rotten sesame seed matter? In reality, Li Wanyu had wronged Wang Ying. This old man had stood out to reprimand Li Wanyu not because of the grudge between the Taiyuan Wang clan and Li Wanyu. It was because this old man, as a Taichung Qing, firmly believed that the epidemic was caused by the plague ghost. Since ancient times, when an epidemic broke out in China, it was necessary to drive it away. Praying to the gods to bring disaster, reciting Buddhist scriptures, following Taoism, drawing talismans, and chanting incantations were all methods to fight against the epidemic. This was the case against the plague of locusts, not to mention a terrifying epidemic. Thus, when Wang Ying heard that an epidemic had broken out in Yinling County, he was about to speak up and have Pai Lupi arrange for people to drive it away. In the end, when he heard Li Wangyo's words, how could he not be angry? Tai Chongqing Wang Ying's words caused many of the officials behind Pai Lupi to nod in agreement. They felt that these were the words of an experienced strategist. How could an epidemic not be driven away? Li Wangyu was also speechless, but he could only patiently explain, Duke Wang, the epidemic was truly caused by germs. It has nothing to do with the plague ghost. These are just your words, Marquis of Huxian. What germs? What are they? Why don't you show them to this old man? Since Marquis of Huxian says that human eyes cannot see them, how do you know? This old man has read all sorts of ancient texts, but I have never seen the germs you speak of. How did Marquis of Huxian know? Li Wangyu was somewhat depressed by this old man's words. Damn it! How could an illiterate who didn't understand science be so righteous? But to have Li Wangyu prove what germs were now was difficult for him. Without a microscope, how could he prove to this country bumpkin that the epidemic wasn't caused by the plague ghost? Moreover, even if he had a microscope, would these country bumpkins be able to understand? Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he heard a familiar voice. Your Majesty, everyone, it would be better if I explained the germs that Marquis of Huxian spoke of. Chapter 838. Li Wangyu was taken aback. There was actually someone who could help him explain this problem? But when he saw the person who had spoken, he laughed. The one who had spoken was Sun Simiao's disciple, the current imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, Lu Shenwei. As Pai Lupi's imperial entourage, he, as the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, naturally had to accompany him. Seeing that Lu Shenwei was also present, Li Wangyu relaxed. With this imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau explaining, it was much more reliable than speaking on his own. Moreover, ever since he sent the microscope to Sun Simiao Zinfeo, Sun Simiao and his disciples were considered the people who understood microbes and viruses the best in the world. It could even be said that they understood microbes and viruses better than him and Su Chongqing. After all, his and Su Chongqing's understanding of viruses was just some general knowledge they had when they were in school in the future. On the other hand, Sun Simiao and his disciples, Lu Shenwei, Zhang Baozong, and the others, after emptying what little stock Li Wangyu had left in his stomach, they were seriously conducting all kinds of experiments and research. Even Li Wangyu did not know to what extent Sun Simiao and his disciples' research on viruses and germs had progressed. Your Majesty, everyone, according to my teacher and my research, we have confirmed the existence of the germs mentioned by the Marquis of Huxian. It is a type of microscopic organism that is so small that it cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, it is the main culprit behind the illness of the human body. Not only did Lu Shenwei's words fail to convince Wang Ying, this imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, he became even angrier. He even began to curse. Nonsense! What a load of nonsense! This is simply a bunch of nonsense. What invisible germs? What are they? Who has ever seen them? You're the only one who's saying this. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Lu Shenwei for misleading the public with his lies. Li Wangyu was dissatisfied. Lu Shenwei was trying to educate these country bumpkins. So what was this old man's attitude? Were you proud of your illiteracy? Lu Shenwei's status was far from Wang Ying's, a third-rank Tai Chong official. However, Li Wangyu wasn't going to spoil this old man. Be careful with your words, Lord Wang. As the saying goes, what you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. If Lord Wang says that no one has seen the germs before, then they don't exist. Then, Lord Wang, please capture one of the plague ghosts for me to see. Otherwise, you're just spouting nonsense. You. Li Wangyu's words made the old man, Wang Ying, almost unable to breathe. Wang Ying was so angry that he was fuming, but he couldn't do anything to Li Wangyu. He simply turned around and complained to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, the rite says that Zhuanqiu has 3 sons who were born and died as plague ghosts. This was written clearly in the ancient books. Yet the Marquis of Huxian and Lu Fengyu are spreading lies to mislead the public, saying something about invisible germs causing people to fall ill and lead to an epidemic. This is clearly nonsense. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly and expel the germs in Yinling County as soon as possible to prevent the epidemic from getting out of hand. Pai Lupi actually agreed with Wang Ying's words. Not only did Pai Lupi agree, but even Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhangsun Wuji, these big shots, didn't think so too. Expel the plague ghosts was a principle that everyone agreed with. However, after experiencing Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shunwei saving Li Changxian, Pai Lupi did not doubt his nephew's disinfection and sterilization. Especially after Sun Simiao came up with penicillin, the legendary miracle drug that could kill germs in the body. He really did treat many illnesses. On one side was his nephew, and on the other was Tai Chongqing. This made Pai Lupi somewhat hesitant, not knowing how to choose. Li Wangyu naturally scoffed at Wang Ying's words. Lord Wang's words are nonsense. How is this epidemic different from a normal illness? Naturally, you have to listen to doctors and take medicine. Don't tell me that when Lord Wang is sick, you rely on expel the plague ghosts to treat your illness? You don't look at doctors and refuse to take medicine? In Li Wangyu's opinion, an epidemic wasn't scary. What was scary was people like Wang Ying, who vainly tried to rely on God and Buddha to cure the disease. That was disregarding human life. These are 2 completely different things. How can you mix them together? An epidemic is an epidemic. What does it have to do with whether I look at doctors or not? The epidemic was caused by the plague ghosts. There's no doubt about this. Even if Marquis Huxian says something different, it's useless. Wang Ying stubbornly insisted that the epidemic was caused by the plague ghosts. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost wanted to roll up his sleeves and have a real-life PK with him. Lord Wang, you're disregarding human life. When an epidemic breaks out, the patients must first be isolated, then disinfected and sterilized. Only then can doctors administer medicine. Otherwise, relying on exorcism to drive away the plague ghosts and save the people is purely a dream. Humph, ignorant child. This old man won't argue with you. Bah, you shameless old thing. You're really an old man who doesn't die is a thief. You shameless villain. You're stupid and ignorant. You don't know shit, yet you dare to criticize me. I'm the Hunan Dao's censorate envoy. Who do you think you are? Li Wangyu and Wang Ying began to curse at each other over how to deal with the epidemic in Yinling County. Pai Lupi felt a headache coming on as he listened. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other old fellows were beaming with joy. They only hated that they weren't quarreling enough. It would be more satisfying if they started fighting. Enough! One of you is a Taichung minister, the other is the founding county marquis, the Hunan Dao's censorate envoy. Quarreling like shrews in the marketplace. Where's the sense of propriety? Pai Lupi's face alternated between green and white when he heard the 2 quarrel. He was clearly quite angry. Seeing that Pai Lupi was angry, Li Wangyu and Wang Ying shut their mouths at the same time and stopped quarreling. Enough. The most important thing right now is to quickly resolve the epidemic in Yinling County. Whether it's disinfecting or disinfecting, just do it. Pai Lupi had a headache and could only try to smooth things over. Li Wangyu refused to relent. Your Majesty, the matter of disinfecting must not be done. This epidemic must be isolated, disinfected, and treated as soon as possible. Doing disinfecting will only cause people to gather. Not only will it not cure the disease, it will also make it easier for infected people to pass the disease to healthy people. Wang Ying was about to start spitting again, but was blocked by Li Wangyu's words. Your Majesty, I dare to make a military pledge. If you do as I say, within a month, you will definitely be able to control the epidemic in Yinling County. But I don't know if Duke Wang dares to make a military pledge. If you take charge of disinfecting, Will you be able to completely eliminate the epidemic in Yanling County? Wang Ying didn't know how to reply when she heard his words. When an epidemic appears, it naturally needs to be disinfected. But whether or not disinfecting will be effective, only the heavens know. If it is effective, then everyone will be happy. If it isn't, then it means that the heavens want to punish the world. But Li Wanyu wanted him to make a military pledge. How would he dare to do so? Moreover, when he heard that there was an epidemic in Shuzhou, he was already considering how to persuade Pai Lupi to leave. How would he dare to run to Yanling County? That epidemic wouldn't care if he was a major third-rank official in the imperial court. Li Wanyu saw that the old man Wang Ying was speechless and coldly snorted. If you don't dare to make a military pledge, then shut up. Stop blabbering here. He then turned his head to look at Pai Lupi. Uncle, this matter cannot be delayed. Otherwise, the epidemic in Yanling County has the risk of spreading. If it spreads to other counties in Shuzhou, then it will be a disaster. Lu Shenwei also bowed. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to stay in Shuzhou and assist the county marquis in treating the epidemic in Shuzhou. Chapter 839. In response to Li Wanyu and Lu Shenwei's advice, Pai Lupi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head decisively. Zio, you can't take the risk yourself. I'll order people to deal with the epidemic in Yanling County. You'd better return to Chang'an with me. Pai Lupi also knew the severity of the epidemic. It attacked indiscriminately regardless of one's status. Although Pai Lupi hated his nephew Li Wanyu for not being obedient and marrying Changle, how could he bear to let him take the risk and go to Yanling County to deal with the epidemic? Li Wanyu shook his head stubbornly. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. The epidemic in Yanling County must be dealt with as soon as possible. It's not that I want to show off. It's just that no one in the Tang dynasty knows better than me how to deal with the epidemic. He smiled and pointed at Wang Ying, saying mockingly, Your Majesty, you don't really expect Lord Wang to go to Yanling County and do something to stop the epidemic, do you? His words naturally infuriated Wang Ying so much that he almost fainted from anger. However, the old man gritted his teeth and endured it. Compared to going to Yanling County, being mocked by Li Wanyu was nothing. Although he had always said that the only way to deal with the epidemic was to drive away the epidemic ghosts, Wang Ying did not have the courage to go to Yanling County himself. Wang Ying did not speak. Li Wanyu did not bother to continue mocking this ignorant old man. He just continued, Your Majesty, I'm confident that I can eliminate the epidemic in Shuzhou. Your Majesty, please don't mention letting me return to Chang'an anymore. Li Wanyu's insistence on staying wasn't because of his fearless spirit, but because the Tang of this era were truly worrisome in their methods of dealing with the epidemic. Since ancient times, Huaxiao lacked sufficient understanding of the infectivity of the epidemic. At the same time, due to the influence of ethics, not only did they not take corresponding measures to isolate the victims of the epidemic, but they also sometimes increased the chances of contact by taking care of the sick, asking about the sick, and attending to the dead. Even the disgusting and contagious method of testing for disease transmission was promoted as a form of filial piety. How could Li Wanyu not be pessimistic about the Tang's management of the epidemic? Although Li Wanyu didn't understand, he had seen pigs run even though he had never eaten pork before. Isolation and disinfection were the most basic and effective measures. If doctors did not have an effective treatment method, they could at least ensure that the epidemic did not spread. That would be a great merit. In fact, when Li Wanyu said these words, his legs were also trembling a little. Who wouldn't be afraid of infectious diseases? In particular, there might not be any effective treatment methods. There were many infectious diseases in this era, and once infected, there was almost no chance of survival. Whether it was the plague, smallpox, or cholera, they were all deadly. However, Li Wanyu had no choice but to stay. Putting aside the idea of saving tens of thousands of people from the fire and water, Li Wanyu is also a man who shits in the latrine with his face facing the outside. If he were to take back the words that he had said in front of hundreds of officials, would he still have any face? Seeing Li Wanyu's firm attitude, Lu Shenwei naturally asked Pai Lupi for permission again. Your Majesty, Your subject is willing to assist the Marquis of Huxian to save the people of Shuzhou. Your Majesty, please grant me permission. How could Pai Lupi agree? He still shook his head and refused to grant permission. Li Wanyu bowed again and said, Your Majesty, please board the dragon boat as soon as possible and return to Chang'an. Since Your Majesty has appointed me as the Hunan Road's Bangxi envoy, this is my duty. How can I back down? Pai Lupi coldly snorted. Then I will remove you from your position as the Hunan Road's Bangxi envoy. Don't say anything else. Quickly board the boat with me. Li Wanyu did not expect these words. Although he was somewhat annoyed, there was a trace of warmth in his heart. It was said that the emperor was the most ruthless. Pai Lupi had once killed his brother in the Xuanwu Gate, showing his cold-bloodedness. At this time, he was actually concerned about his safety and wanted to force him to leave Shuzhou. Naturally, Li Wanyu was very moved. Li Wanyu's heart was beating like a drum. He thought to himself, should I just take advantage of this situation to get off the donkey? In any case, he did not have to go to Yinling County to deal with the epidemic. It was not impossible to stay in Zhengzhou or Chang and command remotely. As long as he wrote a regulation on how to prevent the epidemic and urged the officials in Shuzhou to follow it, the effect would not be bad. However, before he could say anything, he was surprised to see that another large ship had come down from the Tongji Canal and was slowly docked at the dock. If it were an ordinary civilian boat, the Imperial Guards at the dock would naturally not allow it to dock. However, that boat was flying the flag of Li Wanyu, Marquis of Huxian. Li Wanyu felt that it was strange. Why would there be a boat coming to Shuzhou at this time? Could it be that his beautiful superior was in Chang and city and had ordered people to make masks and alcohol to send over? He hurriedly apologized to Pai Lupi and quickly walked to the dock, ready to see what the boat had brought. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared at the bow of the boat, startling Li Wanyu. Changqing, why are you back? Li Wanyu hurriedly walked over and carefully supported his beautiful superior as they walked down from the gangplank. Su Changqing smiled and rolled his eyes at him. I ordered people to make tens of thousands of masks in the past few days. They have activated charcoal between them, so the effect should be good. In addition, I also ordered people to distill a large amount of alcohol at the winery. I was worried about you staying in Shuzhou alone, so I came with the boat. How is it? Is there an outbreak in Shuzhou? Li Wanyu heard this and smiled bitterly. Originally, it was safe and sound. I was thinking about making you rush back to Chang and in vain to prepare these masks and alcohol. Who would have thought that just before you came, news came from Yinling County that there was an outbreak of an epidemic in the county? Su Changqing heard this and couldn't help but cry out softly. Although she had told Li Wanyu that there would be a pandemic after a great disaster and that they had to take precautions, she didn't expect that this epidemic would really break out. Thinking of the scene of corpses everywhere after an epidemic broke out in ancient Huaxia, Su Changqing subconsciously hugged Li Wanyu's arm. Wanyu, what do we do now? Li Wanyu smiled bitterly and was about to explain to Su Changqing that Pai Lupi wanted him to go back to Chang and city when they heard a light cough behind them. The two of them turned their heads and saw Pai Lupi glaring at them with an ashen face. His gaze also fell on Su Changqing's arm that was tightly hugging Li Wanyu's arm. Su Changqing immediately reacted. Her face flushed red, and she quickly let go of Li Wanyu's arm. Li Wanyu was thick-skinned and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Instead, he didn't understand why Pai Lupi was so fierce. Even if this wasn't the future, he and Su Changqing didn't do anything indecent. Did Pai Lupi have to have such an expression? He didn't know that in Pai Lupi's eyes, Su Changqing was a woman who was trying to steal her daughter's husband. How could Pai Lupi not be angry when he saw the two of them being so close? Pai Lupi only coughed to warn the two of them and didn't let the Imperial Army capture this adulterous couple and drown them in a pig cage. This was already considered magnanimous of Pai Lupi. Chapter 840. At this moment, Li Wanyu couldn't care less about what Pai Lupi was thinking. When he heard that his beautiful boss actually brought the masks and alcohol, he was very happy. With the help of these two divine tools, the elimination of the epidemic in Yinling County would be more assured. He turned to Pai Lupi again and bowed. This time, He didn't call him your majesty. Uncle, I'm not trying to show off. It's just that I'm afraid that I can eliminate the epidemic in Shuzhou in the shortest time possible. I know that uncle is worried about my safety, but I'm not saying this because I'm hot-headed. Li Wanyu turned his head to look at Su Chongqing. Bring me a mask. I'll demonstrate it to uncle. Su Chongqing immediately agreed and called for someone to bring the masks. These masks were all made by the female workers in the lingerie shop after she returned to Chang'an. The masks she brought were sewn with high-quality white cotton cloth and an inner layer of activated charcoal as an adsorbent. Although it was simple and crude, in this era, it was already the best protection. Pai Lupi looked at the thing in Li Wanyo's hand and didn't know what it meant. Zio, what is that thing in your hand? Uncle, this thing is called a mask. Oh, what is it used for? Li Wanyu put on the mask and smiled at Pai Lupi. Uncle, this mask is used to filter the breath that enters the mouth and nose. What's the point? Pai Lupi still didn't understand. Li Wanyu explained, Uncle, I've said before that the epidemic is actually caused by germs. And those invisible germs will splash out along with saliva because of people's breathing, coughing, spitting, and so on. If there is no mask to filter out these germs, healthy people will easily be infected after coming into contact with the infected. Oh, could it be that what you said is all true? The plague really wasn't caused by the plague ghost? Pai Lupi was skeptical. Li Wanyu shrugged his shoulders and said, Of course not. I can't prove it to you now. When you return to Chang, and you can summon old immortal sun to the palace and let him bring the microscope to the palace. Then you can see it. Pai Lupi was still a little hesitant. After all, what Li Wanyu said completely overturned his previous understanding. It was not Pai Lupi's fault. After all, before the invention of the microscope, no one knew about the existence of microbes. Li Wanyu had invented a microscope, but he hadn't shown it to Pai Lupi, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. When Li Wanyu saw Pai Lupi hesitating, he felt helpless. He only hated Lu Xinwei for not bringing the microscope to Shuzhou. However, when he turned his head and saw Cheng Chumo and the other fops, he remembered that the fops often went to Dingzhou village. They were also frequent visitors. Others might not have seen microscopes before, but this group of rich kids had seen them before. Not only had they seen it, but they had also played with it. When these bastards were in the microscope, they almost fought over the right to view the microscope. The old Taoist Sun Si Miao was so angry that he almost went berserk. Only then did the fops calm down. Uncle, if you don't believe in the existence of germs, you can call Cheng Chumo and the others over. They were in old immortal sun's microscope and saw the existence of germs with their own eyes. Pai Lupi immediately reached out and called the fops in front of him. After a series of questions, the answers he received were the same as what Li Wanyu and Lu Xinwei had said. Now Pai Lupi was somewhat convinced that the plague was caused by germs. He reached out and asked Li Wanyu for a mask. He imitated him and put it on his face. Wearing a mask for the first time made Pai Lupi feel that it was a novelty. Zio, what kind of mask is this? Can it really prevent the spread of the plague? Yes, uncle. Although it can't completely eliminate the plague, it can reduce the spread of the plague to the greatest extent. Li Wanyu's words finally made Pai Lupi nod his head in agreement. Well, in that case, I will leave Shuzhou to you to deal with. I only have one request. Go back to Chang'an safely. Don't forget that Chang'e is still waiting for you. Hearing Pai Lupi mention Chang'e again, Li Wanyu suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore. Damn, his heart was so tired. Uncle, please board the ship as soon as possible. Leave the matter of Shuzhou to me. Li Wanyu now only wanted Pai Lupi to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to see this middle-aged man again. He turned his head and said to Su Chongqing, Chongqing, you also go back to Chang and with His Majesty. Don't worry, with the mask and alcohol you sent, I will take good care of myself. Su Chongqing shook her head. No, I want to stay. You asked me to go back to Chang, and before to prepare the mask and alcohol. What is it for now? If you can stay, so can I. Li Wanyu was not willing to let her take risks. He shook his head and refused to agree. I don't care. In short, I have to stay. Pai Lupi was a little surprised. There was an outbreak of the plague in Shuzhou. Everyone wanted to avoid it. These two people were interesting. They actually wanted to stay. He appreciated Su Chongqing's courage very much. Although as a father, he was very unhappy about Su Chongqing's behavior of snatching his daughter's husband. He didn't say anything. In the end, Li Wanyu still couldn't win against Su Chongqing. Pai Lupi's dragon boat slowly sailed away from the dock in Changji County, heading north against the current and returning home. Li Wanyu stood on the dock and watched the dragon boat leave. After a while, he rubbed his face hard. Now is not the time to be in a daze. There were many things waiting for him to do. He turned to the governor of Su Province and ordered the group of officials. Immediately order Captain Zhe of Su Province's Zhicheng Mansion to gather the mansion soldiers and surround Yinling County. No one is allowed to leave. Before Pai Lupi left, he generously gave Li Wanyu the authority to command Shuzhou's military power. Su Prefecture was central prefecture. Zhicheng Prefecture had 1,000 prefecture soldiers, one Zhicheng commandant, one left, and Gua-yi commandants. In addition to the 500 imperial guards that Li Changxian and Li Tai left behind for Li Wanyu had 1,500 soldiers in his hands. These mansion soldiers and imperial guards were first deployed by Li Wanyu to the periphery of Yinling County, sealing off the entire city and preventing people from entering or leaving. Sealing the city was a choice that had no other choice. If the people of Yinling County were allowed to enter and leave freely, the virus would spread everywhere. That would be out of control. Taking 10,000 steps back, if the virus really couldn't be cured, then Li Wanyu could only harden his heart and sacrifice the people of the city to save the people of a province or even a road. At this time, he couldn't be soft-hearted. Li Wanyu's order made the Shuzhou officials hesitate slightly. Marquis, if we seal off Yinling County and prohibit people from entering or leaving, I'm afraid there will be a revolt, the Shuzhou governor said with a bitter face. The Yinling County magistrate was tactful about the outbreak of the virus and didn't dare to make it public. He just hurriedly sent people to Changji County to ask for help. However, the people on the streets weren't fools. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden for long. If the people discover the virus, they would definitely panic. If they sent the mansion soldiers to seal off the city at this time, wouldn't the people panic even more? Li Wanyu shook his head. There's no need to say more. Pass down the order. If anyone dares to cross the line, kill them without mercy. Chapter 841. Yinling County was only 70 to 80 li away from Changji County and could be reached in 2 hours. Yinling County was just a lower county with less than 1,000 households. Based on the average of 5 people per household in the Tang dynasty, there were only 4 to 5,000 people. However, after the flood, many refugees came to Yinling County. Originally, most of the disaster victims had gone to Changji County, but because of the strict hygiene ban Li Wanyu had implemented in Changji County, many of the disaster victims found it too troublesome. As a result, they all dragged their families and would rather travel several dozen li to Yinling County to find a bite to eat than stay in Changji County and be controlled by others. Thus, in the small Yinling County, there were tens of thousands of refugees, more than the people in the original county. As for the county magistrate of Yinling County, he did not follow Li Wanyu's example and placed the disaster victims outside the city. Instead, he opened the city gates and allowed the disaster victims to enter the county city and distribute food inside the city. Because there were too many refugees, the county magistrate of Yinling County canceled the curfew and allowed the refugees to set up camp on the streets of the county. Regarding this, the county magistrate of Yinling County was very proud and felt that he was implementing a benevolent government. As for the hygiene ban from the Changji provincial governor's manor, the county magistrate of Yinling County scoffed and only ordered the bailiffs to spread the ban. As for whether the people were willing to follow it, he was too lazy to ask. It was already the beginning of summer and the weather was getting hotter. There were tens of thousands of people in the small Yinling County. There were no public toilets in the city, so one could imagine the sanitary conditions. All kinds of filth could be seen on the streets. The garbage after the flood had not been cleared out and new garbage was added. Rats were running everywhere and mosquitoes were flying everywhere. It was a disgusting sight. Even in such an environment, the county magistrate of Yinling County was still very proud. He felt that taking in so many refugees without causing any trouble was a great achievement. When he arrived at the city, there were reports that there were people with fever, coughing, and even coughing up blood. It was the same for the refugees gathered on the streets of the city. Facing such a situation, the county magistrate of Yinling County panicked, and the word epidemic jumped out in his mind. The county magistrate panicked and hurriedly sealed off the news. At the same time, he ordered the bailiffs to get on their horses and immediately report to Changji County. However, the county magistrate of Yinling County did not expect that a few hours after he sent the bailiff to Changji County to report the news, it was not the doctors sent by Changji County, but hundreds of government soldiers. These soldiers did not enter the city. Instead, some of them surrounded the 4 city gates of the county. When the Yinling County magistrate received the report from his subordinate, he hurriedly put on his official robe and went out to welcome them. However, before he walked in, he was shocked to find that all the soldiers were wearing a white mask that covered their mouths and noses. Only their eyes were exposed. "Stop! Stay there and don't come over." Before the Yinling County magistrate could get close, he was stopped by the soldiers. At the same time, the soldiers raised their weapons and pointed them at the Yinling County magistrate and the officers behind him. "What are you doing?" "I am the county magistrate of Yinling County. Why are you blocking the city gate?" The Yinling County magistrate could not help but be enraged. He pointed at the soldiers and scolded them. A Gua-E field officer walked out from the soldiers. He also wore a white mask that covered his mouth and nose. "I am the right Gua-E field officer of Zhejiang residence in Su province. I am under the orders of the founding Marquis of Hu County and the Zhe envoy of Hunan province to seal off the entire Yinling County. No one is allowed to enter Yinling County without permission. Violators will be killed without mercy." Gua-E field officers' words naturally caused an uproar among the officers and bailiffs of Yinling County. "What? Why are they sealing off the county? What is the reason? Why are we not allowed to enter the county? Ming House, what is going on? Why are the soldiers sealing off the county for no reason? What is going on?" At the city gate, the commoners who were watching the commotion started to clamor when they saw this scene. Many people crowded around and walked out of the city. As more and more people gathered, the soldiers who were in charge of sealing off the city gate started to hesitate. "Field officer, what do we do now?" Gua-E field officer gritted his teeth and ordered fiercely, "If anyone disobeys the order and tries to force their way out of the city, kill them." "Yes, sir." With Gua-E field officer's order, the soldiers raised their weapons again and pointed them at the officers and commoners of Yinling County. The soldiers might not know about the epidemic in Yinling County, but field officers Gua-E and Zhejiang knew about it. When Li Wanyu ordered the soldiers to seal off Yinling County, he summoned the 3 of them and told them about the epidemic in Yinling County. When they heard that he wanted them to go to the epidemic area, even Zhejiang felt nervous. Who wouldn't be afraid of the epidemic? If they accidentally contracted it, the epidemic wouldn't care if they were the emperor or commoner. Li Wanyu saw their hesitation and comforted them with a smile. "You don't have to worry too much. You just need to guard the city gate and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. That will be a great achievement. I won't let you go like this. Do you see this thing on me? It's called a mask and is used to isolate the epidemic. Wear it, and you won't have to worry about being infected." In response to Li Wanyu's words, Commandant Zhejiang and Commandant Gua-E looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes revealed that they didn't believe that the small white thing in Li Wanyu's hand could isolate the disease. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't believe him, Li Wanyu rolled his eyes and said, "Haven't you heard of my abilities?" Field Officer Zhejiang and the others looked at each other again and nodded. "Of course we've heard of your many abilities. Even though we're in Shuzhou, we've heard of your great abilities. To tell you the truth, this mask isn't an ordinary thing. It's a treasure I made with my immortal powers. Wear it and you'll be immune to all poisons." Li Wanyu's words were a complete lie, but in order to let the soldiers of Shuzhou's Zhejiang Manor lock down Yinling County without worry, he could only use this plan. Field Officer Zhejiang and Field Officer Gua-E field officer were somewhat skeptical of his words. Shuzhou wasn't too far from Chang, and they had naturally heard of what happened in Chang'an. They had also heard of the Marquis's abilities in Chang, and many people worship Li Wangyu as a living immortal. When these rumors spread to Shuzhou, they were naturally exaggerated. However, there was a difference between hearsay and reality. Moreover, the three of them couldn't help but be afraid of the epidemic. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Chapter 842. Li Wangyu ordered his men to light a bonfire. After the bonfire was lit, he ordered his men to throw a large amount of wet wood into the fire. After the wet wood was licked by the fire, it immediately emitted thick smoke. Li Wangyu threw the masks to Captain Jichong and the two Goi captains, put on the masks, and stand in the thick smoke to test the effect. He was purely fooling Captain Jichong and the others by using the masks with activated charcoal made by their beautiful superior as gas masks. In the medical masks of the future, the filter layer in the middle was a melt spray cloth, which could effectively filter the virus in the air. However, this kind of high-tech product was not something that Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing could make in the Tang dynasty. As for the masks with activated charcoal, strictly speaking, they were not suitable for medical protection. They were used to absorb organic gases, odors, and toxic dust. However, in the Tang dynasty, they were already the best protective products. The masks with activated charcoal could effectively absorb carbon monoxide and other harmful gases. Naturally, they could also be used as gas masks. Captain Jichong and the two Goi captains doubtfully put on the masks and listened to Li Wangyu's orders and walked into the thick smoke. It had to be said that the masks with activated charcoal were absolutely effective in filtering the smoke. The three of them wore masks and stood in the thick smoke. Although the smoke made it difficult for them to open their eyes, they did not find it difficult to breathe at all. This discovery made the three of them pleasantly surprised. They finally believed what Li Wangyu said before. They were all experienced soldiers, so they naturally knew that it was impossible for people to breathe in this kind of thick smoke. It seemed that the masks were indeed immortal treasures. It was because of this confidence that nearly 1,000 soldiers of Jichong's mansion in Shuzhou, under the leadership of Captain Jichong, all put on masks and rushed to Yinling County to carry out Li Wangyu's ban. Captain Jichong ordered his men to fetch lime and drew a white line on the ground outside Yinling County's gate with the lime. Listen carefully. Anyone who dares to cross this line without permission will be killed immediately. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The soldiers put their weapons on the ground and punched their chests with their right hand as they shouted in unison. This aura immediately forced the officials of Yinling County, as well as the noisy citizens in the city, to subconsciously take a few steps back. However, there were still some people who did not believe it. The deputy of Yinling County was an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard. He patted the dust on his official uniform and said with disdain, "I don't believe that you dare to kill the officials of the imperial court. Today, I will go to Changji and ask you to do this. Who ordered you to do this? I don't believe." As he spoke, the deputy of Yinling County's mansion, he walked, and stepped out. Just as he took 2 steps out of the white line drawn by the lime, he saw an arrow piercing through the air with a swoosh. It directly pierced into the county deputy's chest. The deputy of Yinling County's mansion was stunned. He looked up at Captain Jichong, who was still holding a bow, and pointed at him with a trembling hand. However, he could not say a word and fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Seeing that the people from the House of Subjugation actually dared to kill, and that the person they killed was an official of the royal court, no one doubted the words of the soldiers from the House of Subjugation anymore. The county magistrate of Yinling County's face was pale, and his body was trembling. He stared at the deputy of Yinling County with a face full of fear. He would never have thought that something like this would happen. You all my ass. Listen carefully. The Marquis of Huxian has ordered that Yinling County immediately start removing the garbage and cleaning up the filth. All the rats, mosquitoes, and flies must be killed. I repeat the ban again. No one is allowed to drink unboiled water. No. Captain Jichong did not give any face to the county magistrate of Yinling County. He interrupted him and read out Li Wangyu's order. It was no wonder that he was so ruthless and killed the deputy of Yinling County. The deputy of Yinling County did not deserve to die. However, before they set off for Yinling County, Li Wanyu had repeatedly ordered that no one, including the officials of Yinling County, was allowed to enter or leave Yinling County. Marquis, if the Ming House of Yinling County tries to force their way out, kill them all. Li Wanyu gritted his teeth and replied with a ferocious expression. It was no wonder that Li Wanyu was so ruthless. If he did not do so, the epidemic could not be contained within Yinling County and spread everywhere. That would be an unimaginable loss. This was the arrow that defeated the commandant and killed the deputy county magistrate of Yinling County. It destroyed the last bit of wishful thinking of everyone in Yinling County. The county magistrate of Yinling County did not dare to say anything more about this matter. He could only lead the officials and bailiffs back and finally started to seriously carry out the hygiene ban that Li Wanyu had ordered. Fortunately, Su Changqing had transported a large number of masks. Within a few days, she had gathered all the female workers and worked day and night to make tens of thousands of masks. These masks were also sent into Yinling County by the soldiers. After they were taught how to wear them, they were forced to wear masks at all times without any mistakes. After 2 days of hard work, the county magistrate of Yinling County finally made up for it. He led the bailiffs and drove the officials of each square to force the people and victims of the disaster to clean up Yinling County from top to bottom. The filth that was cleaned up was transported out of the county under the supervision of the soldiers. They dug a hole and buried it. A large amount of lime was splashed inside to disinfect it. As for Yinling County, the air was also filled with the smell of lime water. Li Wanyu, Su Changqing, and the wastrels had already arrived outside Yinling County. However, they were not in a hurry to enter. Li Wanyu could not be blamed for being timid. With the current level of epidemic prevention, he could not be too careful. However, he still sent the medical workers recruited from Changji County to wear masks and enter the city to check on the condition of the patients' families. Lu Shenwei also volunteered. He put on a mask and entered Yinling County with the medical workers. Half a day later, Lu Shenwei returned from Yinling County. After soaking in lime water and being sprayed with alcohol from top to bottom, Lu Shenwei sat in front of Li Wanyu. Zio, we're in big trouble. It's the big head plague. Lu Shenwei's fingers were still trembling. The hand holding the teacup was also trembling. Big head plague. Li Wanyu was confused. What kind of infectious disease was this? He had never heard of this disease in the future. That's right, it's the big head plague. I've seen those patients. Their necks are swollen and they're coughing up blood. They're also known as the lump plague. Li Wanyu still did not understand. Thinking back, did this disease exist in the future? Immediately, a sentence popped up in his mind. There's a big plague in summer and autumn. Once a person grows a lump of fat, they die immediately. It's known as the lump plague. 14 to 15 people suffer from it. In spring, there are people who vomit blood and die within half a day. Sometimes a family dies together. Li Wanyu's body could not help but tremble. Plague. Chapter 843. Since those infected with the plague would cause their lymph nodes to swell, they were the names of the plague in ancient China. According to historical records, when the epidemic broke out, people with swollen necks would die in 1 or 2 days. It was known as the big head epidemic. People with the disease would first develop nuclei under their armpits or between their thighs, or die after vomiting blood. The reason why Li Wanyu panicked when he found out that the plague in Yinling County was the plague was because he knew how contagious the plague was. The plague recorded in China's history had brought about huge disasters. In the 14th and 16th year of Chongzhen in the Ming Dynasty, the plague broke out in the capital twice. Many scholars even believe that it was the plague that reduced the number of soldiers in the capital by 200,000, laying the groundwork for the fall of the great Ming Dynasty. Since TCM in China was more advanced than Western medicine at that time, many physicians came up with many crude and mature prescriptions to treat the plague and achieved a certain effect. Thus, the plague didn't cause a calamity in China. The plague spread in Europe was even more terrifying. The Black Death in the Middle Ages was actually the plague. Due to the lack of scientific protection and treatment, the Black Death killed 25 million people in Europe, which was roughly one-third of the European population at that time. Many villages, towns, and even countries in Europe were wiped out because of the plague. Su Chongqing didn't understand what kind of infectious disease the big head disease Lu Xinwei mentioned was. But seeing Li Wangyou's face instantly turn pale from fright, he understood that this disease must be quite serious. Wangyou, what kind of disease is this big head plague? Li Wangyou squeezed out 2 words from the gaps of his teeth. Plague. When Su Chongqing heard that it was a plague, he was also scared out of his wits. He covered his mouth with his hand in disbelief, and his face was full of fear. She naturally knew how terrifying the plague was. Even in the future, the plague had a mortality rate of 5 to 10% with antibiotic treatment. Wangyou, what do we do now? Don't panic. Fortunately, I've already sealed off Yinling County. As long as the plague doesn't spread, there's still hope. At this moment, Li Wangyou could only harden his heart. If the plague in Yinling County really couldn't be controlled, even if they had to sacrifice tens of thousands of people in the city, they couldn't let the virus spread in Shuzhou. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he had a general understanding of the spread of the plague through mosquito and flea bites, respiratory droplets, and the damaged skin of healthy people coming into contact with the pus and blood of the sick. Respiratory droplets could be effectively prevented by masks. The most important thing now was to exterminate the fleas, mosquitoes, and rats in Yinling County. Li Wangyou forced himself to calm down. He paced back and forth a few times, then ordered someone to summon the Shuzhou provincial governor and Commandant Zhichong. Let me tell you a piece of bad news. Keep it a secret for now. Don't spread it around, lest it cause panic. Li Wangyou's expression was unusually serious. The Shuzhou provincial governor and Captain Zhichong looked at each other. They both had a bad premonition. Lu Fengyu went to the city to check just now. The plague in Yinling County is the big head plague. Li Wangyou's words caused the Shuzhou provincial governor's legs to go soft for no reason, and he directly sat down on the ground. Remember, don't spread this around first. Li Wangyou turned to look at Commandant Zhichong. Pass down my order. Strictly guard Yinling County. Don't even let a fly out. If the plague leaks out, I'll first chop off your head and offer it to the heavens. Yes, sir. I dare not die for you. Li Wangyou turned to the Shuzhou provincial governor. Immediately transfer all the lime to Yinling County. Order the city to splash lime water 3 times a day to kill the plague. Also, order the Ming House in Yinling County to gather all the patients with fever and cough in one place. Other than the medical workers, no one else is allowed to enter. In the current Tang dynasty, there was no special medicine for the plague. The only important medicine was penicillin. But Li Wangyou didn't know how much penicillin there was. When his beautiful superior left for Shuzhou, the plague hadn't broken out in Shuzhou. Sun Simiao, Zhang Baozong, and the others were naturally still in Chang'an. Therefore, strict disinfection and isolation measures were the most important thing. Yes, sir. This official will go and arrange it. The Shuzhou provincial governor struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied in a trembling voice. All right, there's one more important thing. If there are patients who die from the plague in the city, no religious ceremonies or funerals are allowed. Immediately order people to scatter lime on the bodies and transport them out of the city for cremation and burial. This, Marquis, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. The Shuzhou provincial governor sweated even more. Cremation had never been popular in Huaxia since ancient times. Other than those eminent monks who were willing to give up their bodies, how could ordinary people have the custom of cremation? According to Huaxia's traditions, it was simply unacceptable to burn someone to death. Even for those heinous criminals, after being beheaded or cut in half at the waist, the government would allow the family members to put the bodies back together and do their best to ensure that the bodies were intact. And if the criminals were allowed to have a complete corpse, the condemned prisoners would be deeply grateful. In this kind of situation, Li Wangyou wanted to cremate all the people who died of illness and bury them. The Shuzhou provincial governor couldn't imagine what kind of trouble would arise when the time came. Li Wangyou didn't care about the customs. At this time, how could he care about these things? If the people who died of the plague were not cremated as soon as possible, they would be a huge source of infection. Who knew how many people would die? All right, this matter must be done. Don't say anything else. This marquis still has the same words. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Yes, sir. The Shuzhou provincial governor now had the heart to die. These matters were each more difficult than the last. In addition, summon all the medical workers and doctors in Shuzhou, as well as the medicine from the various pharmacies, to Yanling County. Have them wear masks and go to the city to treat the patients. Li Wanyu continued to instruct. The Shuzhou provincial governor was somewhat hesitant. I'm afraid that those medical workers won't be willing to go to Yanling County. Lord Marquis, this is the big head plague. The Shuzhou provincial governor's words were naturally not nonsense. In the face of the plague, the doctors of this era were no different from ordinary people. In the face of the plague, they were all naked. In fact, because they came into contact with more patients, their chances of contracting the plague were even higher. These ordinary medical workers and doctors also didn't have any good treatment methods for the plague. Therefore, when many medical workers heard of the plague, the first thing they thought of was how to escape. Naturally, this couldn't be blamed on them. However, Li Wanyu didn't care so much at this time. This marquis will give you 100 imperial guards. Even if you have to capture them, you must capture them and bring them to Yanling County. Li Wanyu stared into the Shuzhou provincial governor's eyes and roared in a low voice. Yes, sir. This official obeys. Under the pressure of Li Wanyu's aura, the Shuzhou provincial governor didn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 844. There were tens of thousands of people in the city, and they needed someone to take care of them. Moreover, with the masks, Li Wanyu believed that these medical workers would not be infected so easily. Although it was immoral to force others into the epidemic area, and one could even imagine that he would be cursed because of this matter, Li Wanyu could not care so much. Facing the plague, Li Wanyu and the other rich kids did not dare to rashly enter Yanling County. Instead, they set up camp outside the city. Only now did the county magistrate of Yanling County feel fear, but it was already too late. This made him regret it. Why did he ignore the orders from the provincial governor and marquis of Huxian? After receiving the orders from the provincial governor's manor, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly led all the bailiffs and started to organize the people in the city to vacate their houses. They cleared out an area near the city wall to house the sick. The masks that Su Changqing had brought over were also distributed by Li Wanyu. He ordered all the citizens of Yanling County to have one each and to wear it 24 hours a day. Apart from eating, they were not allowed to take it off even when sleeping. Furthermore, Li Wanyu strictly forbade the people from going out as they pleased and gave the order for a curfew. However, in Yanling County, the news of the plague outbreak had already spread. Naturally, this matter could not be hidden from the people in the city. After learning that the plague had broken out in the city, many of the people in the city and the refugees from Shuzhou all wanted to escape from the county. However, when they dragged their families to the county gates, they were horrified to find that the 4 city gates were surrounded by the soldiers, preventing anyone from leaving the city. This naturally caused the commoners to become even more terrified. Their cries shook the heavens. Many people knelt and begged the soldiers who sealed the city gates, begging them to let them live. However, no matter how they begged, no one dared to let them go. There were also some fearless people who fanned the crowd. If the people all rushed out of the city, the soldiers would not dare to use their weapons. All of a sudden, the 4 city gates of Yanling County were in chaos. It looked like a bloody conflict was about to break out. After Li Wanyu received the report, he hurriedly led Niu Wu and the others to the city gate. Seeing that another large group of people had arrived, the citizens who were clamoring to rush out of the city quietened down a little. They no longer pushed and shoved their way out of the city. Instead, they raised their eyes to look at Li Wanyu and the others. When Li Wanyu was about 10 paces away from the crowd, he pulled on the reins of his horse. Gathering his qi in his dantian, he loudly shouted at the common people, "This marquis is the founding county marquis of Hu County, Hunan's Taoist envoy. Why are you not obeying the order and making a ruckus here?" There was a commotion among the crowd at the city gate when they heard this. An elderly man walked out and bowed to Li Wanyu from afar, replying to the Marquis, "Old me and the others only wish to leave the city to seek refuge. Please be merciful and let us go. Now that the plague has begun to appear in the city, if we continue to stay in the city, only death will await us." Li Wanyu shook his head. "No, since you know that there is a plague in the city, all the more reason you cannot leave. If you also carry the plague, won't it spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100? At that time, Shuzhou and even Hunan will be filled with the plague and will be out of control. You should quickly return to the city. This Marquis has already arranged for medical workers to come and ensure your safety." How could the common people listen to his words? In the eyes of the common people, the plague was spread by plague ghosts. Since the plague had appeared in Yinling County, it naturally meant that there were plague ghosts in Yinling County. If they stayed in the city, only death would await them. Moreover, there was no market in the Tang dynasty for this kind of common sense that people in the future would spread from one person to another. No one would believe that the plague could spread from one person to another. The common people at the city gate once again fell to their knees, kowtowing to Li Wanyu and complaining tearfully. Li Wanyu also had a headache, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of mercy. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. At the end of the day, the plague in Yinling County was caused by the common people in the city finding the hygiene ban troublesome and unwilling to strictly enforce it. If he became soft-hearted because of the pitiful common people, he would only harm more common people. Not to mention the distant ones. If Changji County was infected by the plague, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Yinling County only had a few thousand common people and tens of thousands of disaster victims, while Changji County's population was 10 times that of Yinling County. Li Wanyu still understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Therefore, no matter how the common people begged, Li Wanyu would never relent. Seeing that begging was useless, some people in the crowd began to make a ruckus. "Everyone, don't listen to this dog official. He wants to kill all of us. Everyone, let's charge out. I don't believe that they can shoot all of us to death. Yes, we're going to die either way. Why don't we fight it out with them? It's better than staying in the city and waiting for death like a ghost." Following the ruckus from the crowd, the common people who were kneeling on the ground all stood up. They looked like they were ready to charge out of the city and fight the prefecture soldiers outside. Li Wanyu's back was covered in a layer of white sweat. If he didn't control it well today, who knew how many people would die? A Bodhisattva's heart needed thunderous methods. He suddenly turned his head to look at Niu Wu beside him. "Niu Wu, did you see the people who were talking in the crowd earlier?" Niu Wu nodded. "Those bastards, I've been watching them. Lang Jun, do you want to capture them?" Li Wanyu shook his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "No need. Do you have the confidence to kill them directly?" Li Wanyu had seen Niu Wu's archery skills before. He could shoot from 50 to 60 steps away. Now that they were only a dozen steps away from the crowd, with Niu Wu's skills, he wouldn't miss even with his eyes closed. Niu Wu didn't hesitate either. He immediately took out a strong bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and shot it out. A green-skinned man who was still rousing the common people in the crowd suddenly felt a pain in his chest as if his body was hit by a heavy hammer. He looked down in shock and saw that an arrow had pierced through his chest. The arrow tip came out from his chest, bringing with it a pool of blood. That green-skinned man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. This sudden turn of events caused a commotion in the crowd. Before the common people could react, a second arrow pierced through the air and killed another person who was rousing the common people. Niu Wu's 2 arrows caused the previously noisy commoners to scream and retreat. Only now did they know that the young Marquis wasn't joking with them. Under the threat of death, it didn't take long for the originally crowded city gate to be emptied of people. Other than the 2 corpses lying in the pool of blood, there were only the miscellaneous items that the common people had thrown out in the panic. It was a complete mess. Li Wanyu silently sighed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of pity on his face. He kept a straight face and hid his feelings. He ordered people to drag the 2 corpses out and burn them. Li Wanyo's thunderous methods finally made the common people of Yinling County stop trying to escape. They all retreated into their homes and closed their doors. 2 days later, the provincial governor of Su Province finally completed his mission. Over 100 imperial guards escorted over 100 medical workers gathered from all over Su Province to the outskirts of Yinling County. Chapter 845. Hundreds of medical workers and doctors were recruited by the Su Province provincial governor from all over Su Province. Originally, these physicians did not know what was going on, but when they were pulled out of Yinling City, they happened to encounter the carriages transporting corpses out of the city. In just 2 days, Yinling County had already begun to have cases of patients dying. Low fever, headache, fever, coughing up blood, until finally death. Everything happened so quickly. Fortunately, under Li Wanyo's strong pressure, all the patients in the city who showed symptoms of the disease were all gathered in the square near the city wall. When the first batch of deaths from the plague appeared, it did not attract the attention of the other citizens in the city. Li Wanyu, who received the news, was also terrified. He did not expect the plague to be so lethal and death to come so quickly. Therefore, he immediately ordered people to sprinkle lime on the corpses and transport them out of the city for cremation. The reason why it was called the Black Death in Europe was because the victims of this terrifying disease would have large amounts of black spots on their bodies, as if the bodies had turned black. When the medical workers and physicians saw the corpses being transported out of the city for cremation, they immediately reacted. Panic immediately spread among the hundreds of medical workers. The Blackhead Plague. It's the Blackhead Plague. Heavens, that's the Blackhead Plague. Did the provincial governor order us to come to Yinling County to treat the Blackhead Plague? How can this disease be treated? I'm not going. I want to go home. Yes, once infected with the Blackhead Plague, death is certain. This is the work of a plague ghost. What's the use of having us come? Is this forcing us to die? When the Blackhead Plague appears, they should find Taoist priests and monks to drive it away. What's the use of having us come here? The medical workers and physicians, who had been at a loss, immediately became terrified after learning that the plague had broken out in Yinling County. Many of them turned around and wanted to escape. If not for the deterrence of the hundreds of armed imperial guards on war horses, these hundreds of medical workers would have immediately scattered and fled like birds and beasts. Even so, the medical team of hundreds of people was in chaos. Cries and begging for mercy could be heard everywhere. Li Wanyu and the others who had received the news also rushed over at this time. Seeing this situation, they couldn't help but frown. "Shut up. If he dares to make any more noise, I'll chop him up." Seeing the medical workers making a ruckus, the Imperial Army captain in charge of escorting them couldn't help but feel annoyed. He pulled out a shiny saber from his waist and waved it around to threaten the medical workers. When all of the Imperial guards had unsheathed their weapons, the noisy medical workers finally quieted down. Li Wanyu also had a headache dealing with these medical workers and doctors. The doctors and nurses of the later generations were known as the most beautiful ones. Regardless of whether it was an epidemic or a disaster, they would rush to the front line to save people without hesitation. How could they be as unbearable as the doctors of the Tang dynasty? Of course, the medical workers couldn't be blamed. After all, the status of medical workers and doctors today was too low. Medicine was one of the middle 9 paths, a level lower than scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. It was known as the lowly profession and had no social status to speak of. As such, hoping that these medical workers would be like the doctors and nurses of the later generations, saving lives and healing the injured as their responsibility, was a dream. Li Wanyu also didn't expect these medical workers to have such high awareness. "I am a marquis of the founding county of Hu County, the Hunan Taoist envoy. Under the orders of the emperor, I am here to deal with the epidemic in Yinling County. I have summoned you here in hopes that you can save lives and save lives. Save tens of thousands of people in Yinling County. Why are you not willing?" Li Wanyu's words made the hundreds of medical workers all kneel down and kowtow. "Esteemed one, we're just normal medical workers. How would we know how to treat the big head epidemic? It's not that we aren't willing, but that we are powerless. Marquis, please let us live. Asking us to save people in Yinling County is no different from seeking death. Esteemed one, please spare us. Li Wanyu had no choice but to patiently guide the medical workers on how to perform. Everyone, please be at ease. I will not force you to throw your lives away. What good would that do for me? Marquis, but we really don't know how to treat the big head epidemic. Please understand. Li Wanyu comforted them. Don't worry, as long as you listen to my arrangements, it will be fine. Once the epidemic is over, I will reward you handsomely. Everyone will be rewarded with 100 strings of copper coins. 100 strings of copper coins wasn't a small sum to these medical workers. Under normal circumstances, they could only earn 7 or 8 strings of copper coins a year. 100 strings of copper coins was equivalent to more than 10 years of their income. But the fear of the big head plague suppressed the medical workers' greed for money. Although birds died for food and men died for wealth, when faced with the threat of death, these medical workers were somewhat clear-headed and weren't tempted by Li Wanyu's carrot. Moreover, in the eyes of these medical workers, they probably wouldn't be able to get the 100 strings of copper coins because no one could survive until the epidemic was over. Esteemed one, please have mercy. We don't want any copper coins. Esteemed one, please let us go back. Marquis is merciful and compassionate. Please let us pitiful people go. Esteemed one, please let us go. We still have parents at home that need to be served. Esteemed one, please take pity on us. No matter how Li Wanyu tried to persuade them, the hundreds of medical workers refused and nod their heads. This made Li Wanyu, Cheng Chumo, and the others somewhat impatient. Li Wanyu gritted his teeth and prepared to use force to have the Imperial Army drive these medical workers into the city. Since the carrot didn't work, he could only use the stick. Su Changqing reached out to stop Li Wanyu. Wanyu, let me try. If these medical workers are unwilling, even if they go to Yinling County, they may not be able to treat the disease. Changqing, what method do you have? Li Wanyu didn't understand. Su Changqing reached out to fiddle with her hair that had been blown by the wind, faintly saying, "Don't worry about it. Believe me, I can persuade them." Hearing Su Changqing's words, Li Wanyu could only let her try. Su Changqing urged her horse to Niu Wu's side and whispered a few words to him. Niu Wu's face greatly changed, and he shook his head. Su Changqing tried to persuade him again, but Niu Wu still shook his head. Su Changqing didn't say anything else and just stared at Niu Wu. Finally, Niu Wu secretly glanced at Li Wanyu. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with a guilty conscience and silently nodded his head in agreement. This exchange between the two fell into Li Wanyu's eyes and made him feel very strange. He didn't understand what Su Changqing wanted to do and why Niu Wu had such an expression. He was about to ask when he suddenly heard the rumbling of horse hooves on the official road. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the sound and saw smoke and dust billowing on the official road. It was clear that a large group of cavalry was galloping towards Yinling County. Chapter 846. The sudden arrival of this cavalry unit made Li Wanyu and the others slightly nervous. Luckily, they soon saw the flag of the cavalry, a huge Qin character. Cheng Chumo looked at his two brothers in confusion. Why is father here? Cheng Chuyang and Cheng Chubi were also confused. They did not understand why Cheng Yaojin, who had returned to Chang'an with the saint, would suddenly lead a large group of imperial guards back to Shuzhou. On the other hand, Li Wanyu could vaguely guess the reason. After Pai Lupi's dragon boat went north, it did not directly return to Chang'an. Instead, it returned to Zhengzhou and temporarily stayed there. When Li Wanyu learned that the outbreak in Yinling County was actually the most terrifying plague, he immediately ordered people to send a secret report to Pai Lupi. In these few days, Li Wanyu would order people to send a report to Zhengzhou about the situation in Yinling County every day. Pai Lupi was obviously worried that the epidemic in Shuzhou would go out of control, which was why he sent Cheng Yaojin over. As for the large group of imperial guards, needless to say, they were here to seal off the entire Shuzhou to prevent the epidemic from spreading. In the secret report that Li Wanyu presented to Pai Lupi, he had already explained in detail how the epidemic spread, which made Pai Lupi somewhat believe that the epidemic was not caused by the plague ghost. As for Li Wangyo's suggestion of quarantine, Pai Lupi also expressed his approval, which was why Cheng Yaojin led the troops over. Cheng Yaojin led thousands of imperial guards to the front of the crowd and shouted with a hoarse voice, "Nephew, I'm here to help you. Sorry to trouble Uncle Cheng." Li Wangyu was naturally happy to see Cheng Yaojin lead the troops to Yanling County. He only had 1,000 prefecture soldiers and 500 imperial guards. To completely seal off Yanling County, which was tens of thousands of people, it was still a little difficult. If the epidemic broke out in the city, the people would not care about anything and rush out of the city. With so few people, they might not be able to stop them. Now that Cheng Yaojin had led thousands of imperial army soldiers over, they could at least guarantee that the virus wouldn't spread out if the epidemic in Yanling County couldn't be controlled. In Li Wangyo's heart, he had already prepared for the worst, which was to sacrifice the tens of thousands of people in Yanling County to save the entire Shuzhou and even Hunan province. It wasn't that he had a heart of stone, but that he had no other choice. After all, he was not an immortal. If he really could not save the people in the city, he could only do this even if he had to bear the infamy. Of course, this was Li Wangyo's bottom line. He didn't mention this to anyone. After all, even Pai Lupi, the greatest emperor of all time, could make up his mind to abandon tens of thousands of people. Cheng Yaojin looked at the doctors and workers kneeling on the ground, then looked at Li Wangyu. "Nephew, what are you doing? These people seem to be medical workers?" "Yes, these are the medical workers and doctors that I order people to recruit from all over the Su province. I am preparing to arrange for them to enter Yanling County to treat those patients. However, these people are unwilling to enter the city no matter what. I am trying to persuade them. Bastard, what time is it now? Why are you still being so wishy-washy? If it was up to me, I would just chop off anyone's head that doesn't listen." Cheng Yaojin was indeed a devil incarnate. When his words fell into the ears of those doctors, it made them cry even louder. "Even if the noble orders the military to kill us, we have nothing to say. However, we can really go to Yanling County. Why are you so pitiful? Please spare us. We have not done anything that offends the heavens and reason. Why is the Marquis forcing us? Rather than going to Yanling County, becoming neither human nor ghost, and finally being burned to ashes, it is better to die now." The words of the medical workers gave Li Wangyu a headache. This had become, the people are not afraid of death, so why use death to scare them? These medical workers were not even afraid of death, so how could they be forced? Moreover, as the beautiful superior had said, if these medical workers were not willing to enter the city to treat the patients, even if they were forced to enter Yanling County with swords and knives, it would not be of much use. Instead, it would spread panic in the city. Therefore, he had promised them great rewards, thinking that there would be brave men under such rewards. However, this big-head plague was too terrifying in the eyes of these medical workers. Even the carrot that Li Wangyu had thrown out had no effect. No matter how Li Wangyu persuaded them, they were unwilling to enter Yanling County. Many medical workers would rather be killed by the Imperial Army than go to the epidemic area. After all, in their opinion, if they were killed by the Imperial Army, at least their corpses would be left intact. If they were unfortunate enough to contract the disease in Yanling County, not only would their bodies turn black after death, they would also be dragged out and burned to ashes by the Marquis. As a result, there were even fewer medical workers willing to enter the city. Cheng Yaojin looked at these crying medical workers and felt a headache. These medical workers were not even afraid of death, so how could they be forced? Even Cheng Yaojin knew that there was no use in dispersing the disease. They still had to rely on these medical workers to treat the disease. When everyone was in a dilemma, they saw their beautiful superior dismount and walk in front of the medical workers. "Everyone, can you listen to me?" The medical workers looked up at the beautiful young woman in front of them. In front of a real woman, they did not have the nerve to continue crying. A white-haired old man walked out of the medical workers and cupped his hands towards Su Chongqing. "This lady, what can I do for you?" Su Chongqing pointed at Li Wangyu, turned around, and said in a loud voice, "I'm the wife of the Marquis of Huxian, and I have a few words to tell everyone." The medical workers did not feel that there was anything wrong with her words, but Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Cheng Chumo and the other rich playboys winked at Li Wangyu, meaning to ask Li Wangyu when he married Lady Su and why they did not know. The beautiful superior claimed to be his wife. Li Wangyu naturally did not have any objections, but he was also a little surprised. He did not understand why the beautiful superior would say this in front of everyone. Su Changqing continued, "Everyone here is a medical worker, so you should know that the big head epidemic is not a plague, but a disease. Since it is a disease, it can be cured. How can you doctors bear to watch the tens of thousands of people in Yinling County die of illness because of a lack of medicine? Won't you doctors have conscience?" Her words naturally made the group of medical workers somewhat ashamed, but there were still people who argued, "Marquise, it's not that we don't have empathy, but we don't know how to treat that big-headed plague. Even if we go, it won't help." That's right, it is not that we do not want to save the patients, but that we are also helpless. Su Changqing smiled sweetly. "I naturally have a treatment method to pass on to you doctors. How about it? Are you doctors willing to go into the city to save people?" Su Changqing's words made the medical workers speechless. They did not know how to answer. "Marquis, don't make fun of us. How can there be a cure for the big head epidemic? We have read all the medical books and classics, but there is no record of it." Su Changqing saw that everyone did not believe her, so she pointed at Lu Shenwei. "I naturally would not joke about this matter. If you do not believe me, you can ask Lu Fengyu. Lu Fengyu is the Fengyu of the Medicine Bureau. How is his medical skill compared to yours?" Chapter 847. After hearing Su Changqing's introduction, the group of medical workers and doctors hurriedly bowed to Lu Shenwei. In the medical profession, the saying, "the one with the most experience is first," was still very important. This was especially true in an era where knowledge was passed down from master to disciple through word of mouth. Many of the medical school's secret prescriptions were only passed down to sons and not daughters, and they would not easily show it to others. In this era, doctors would not write prescriptions for patients because they were worried that their secret prescriptions would be leaked. Therefore, most of them would just grab the medicine directly from the medicine store and boil it for the patient to take. The purpose was to keep a secret. Therefore, the medical school respected famous doctors and divine doctors more than ordinary people. Their purpose was self-evident. They hoped to get some guidance from them so that they could enjoy it for the rest of their lives. The reason why Sun Simiao was famous in the later generations and was crowned with the title of Medicine King was because Sun Simiao wrote 1,000 gold prescriptions, Ming Tang acupuncture chart, 1,000 gold wings prescriptions, and other medical techniques. He also made them public, so he was respected by people. In the eyes of the medical school, as the Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau, Lu Shenwei's standard was self-evident. Su Changqing waited for everyone to greet Lu Shenwei before continuing. "If everyone is willing to enter the city to save the people, since Lu Fengyu is willing to teach everyone how to treat the big head plague, what do you think?" Her words naturally caused the medical school to hesitate. If they could receive guidance from the Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau, it would naturally be a good thing. However, this was the big head plague. If it was said that Lu Shenwei definitely knew how to treat it, these medical school might not believe it. Seeing that they were not speaking, Su Changqing took out a mask and continued. "Everyone, this item is called a mask. It is a protective device created by the Marquis of Huxian with his immortal skills. Wearing this mask to cover your mouth and nose can prevent you from being infected by the big head plague. You also don't have to worry about being infected by the big head plague after entering the city." She raised her voice again and said, "Everyone, with this mask, you can protect yourself from getting infected. You can also receive the reward of 100 strings of coins from the Marquis of Huxian and Lu Shenwei's medical skills. Where else can you find such a good thing? Why are you still hesitating? Don't tell me that I have to wait until the blade and axe come down on me before it's too late for regrets." Su Changqing's words caused the group of doctors to immediately discuss. Some people felt that what she said was reasonable, but more people did not believe her at all. They thought that she was just fooling everyone. After all, whether it was the mask or the so-called cure of the big head plague, they were all unheard of. How could they be convinced by Su Chongqing's empty words? Marquise, it's not that we don't want to believe your words. It's just that this matter is too outrageous. This small piece of cloth covering the mouth and nose was enough to ward off the big head plague? We really can't believe it. That's right. How can we prove this? What kind of mask is this? It has never been recorded in any medical records. It's easy for the nobles to say, but if we catch the big head plague, we'll be the ones to die. What kind of mask is this? Can it defend against the big head plague? I don't believe it. Su Chongqing suddenly laughed and turned to look at Li Wanyu. She then turned to the group of doctors and shouted, "If you don't believe me, I'll enter the city with you. As the wife of the Marquis of Huxian, I even dare to enter the city. Don't tell me you're still worried. If I catch the big head plague, I won't be able to avoid it either." When she said this, the hundreds of doctors and workers were all stunned. No one spoke at the scene. Only Li Wanyu was stunned when he heard this. He then shouted, "No, this can't be done. I don't agree." In Li Wanyu's opinion, even if all the people in Yinling County died, he would not let his beautiful superior take the risk. This was not Li Wanyu being selfish, but human nature. Letting his woman take the risk for a group of people he had never met before, Li Wanyu would not do such a Virgin Mary bitch, even if he was beaten to death. Whether or not their self-made masks were effective, who could say for sure? Moreover, even if these masks could achieve the protective effect of the medical masks of the future, it was not 100% immune to the threat of the plague. Li Wanyu remembered seeing the records of the plague in the northeast during the Beiyang period. The chief professor of the Beiyang Medical School, the Frenchman Mini, went to the epidemic area to check the situation. He wore a white robe, a white hat, and rubber gloves to isolate all parts of his body that might come into contact with the rats. Of course, unfortunately, he did not believe what the Chinese medical officials said, that the plague could be transmitted through breathing and saliva. Therefore, he did not wear a mask. Only 9 days later, the chief professor of the Beiyang government died of the plague. Although they had prepared masks, they did not wear rubber gloves or protective clothing. Under such circumstances, how could Li Wanyu let his beautiful superior enter Yinling County? Even if he had a protective suit from the future, Li Wanyu would not agree to let his beautiful superior enter the epidemic area. Li Wanyu's objection had long been within Su Chongqing's expectations. She urged her horse to go to Li Wanyu's side and whispered in his ear, "Wanyu, did you forget that before I transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, I went to Africa on a business trip?" So what? Li Wanyu seemed to remember that there was such a thing. Their company also had business in Africa, so his beautiful superior had also gone to Africa on a business trip to deal with official business. Did you forget that all employees who went to Africa had to go to the hospital to get vaccinated first? Li Wanyu recalled and said with uncertainty, "I think so. I remember that they had to get vaccinations for cholera, yellow fever, epidemic encephalitis, hepatitis A, and so on." No, you don't want to say that you were injected with the plague vaccine, right? I don't remember needing such a vaccine. Su Chongqing fiddled with the hair in front of her bangs, smiled charmingly at Li Wanyu, and nodded. "That's right. I was also injected with the plague vaccine." How is that possible? Su Chongqing shrugged. "It's just a test." Su Chongqing was naturally not lying. She had indeed been injected with the plague vaccine. But there was one thing that Li Wanyu did not know. The plague vaccine had been widely used, but it had not been proven to be effective in preventing the plague. Even doctors did not think that the plague vaccine could be used to directly protect the human body in the case of a plague outbreak. Moreover, the plague vaccine was not a one-time injection that gave lifelong immunity. Generally speaking, the plague vaccine needed to be injected again about a year after it was injected. Su Chongqing had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty for more than 2 years. Even if the plague vaccine she had been injected with was effective, it had already reached the expiration date of her immunity. Li Wanyu did not know about these things, but Su Chongqing was well aware. As early as when she was vaccinated, the doctor had already explained these things to her. The reason Su Chongqing used this as an excuse to deceive Li Wanyu was naturally to save the tens of thousands of people in Yinling County. She was not a saint, but she also could not watch as the people in the city all died because of the disease. At least, she could not be as cold-hearted as Li Wanyu. This was perhaps the difference between a woman's sensibility and a man's rationality. Therefore, when Su Chongqing saw that the medical workers and doctors were unwilling to enter the city to save the patients, she decided to step forward and personally enter the city to lead the medical workers to save the patients. In order to increase her persuasiveness, she deliberately announced in front of everyone that she was Li Wanyu's wife, using her identity as the Marquise to express her attitude. Chapter 848. But Su Chongqing's words moved the group of medical workers and doctors. What kind of noble status did the Marquise Madam have? She actually wanted to enter the city with them? At this time, Lu Shenwei also stood out. I will also enter the city with you to treat the patients. How about it? Do you all dare? The Marquise Madam, a woman, dares to enter Yinling City to treat the patients. As doctors, are you all so cowardly? If this matter were to spread out, would you still have the face to enter your ancestral tombs? Su Chongqing and Lu Shenwei's words caused the hundreds of doctors to be speechless. Each and every one of them was so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Li Wanyu pulled Su Chongqing and growled in a low voice. Chongqing, don't mess around. That's the plague. You can't joke about it. No, I definitely won't agree to let you enter Yinling County. Su Chongqing's beautiful eyes glanced at him. She didn't care about shocking the world. She leaned over and gently kissed Li Wanyu's face. Be good, be obedient, it's fine. You. Li Wanyu's heart was filled with anger, but his beautiful superior's kiss made it disappear. He simply swung his horsewhip. All right, since you want to enter the city, then I'll go with you. Don't mess around. You haven't been injected with the plague vaccine. Why would you enter the city? Su Chongqing wouldn't allow Li Wanyu to enter Yinling County and immediately rejected him. I don't care about this. Chongqing, if you want to enter Yinling County, then I must enter as well. I'm a man, watching my woman take risks while I hide outside the city. Do you think I'm that kind of person? This matter is settled. If you want to enter Yinling County, then I'll go with you. If we get infected with the plague, then we'll die together. Who knows, we might even be able to travel back to the modern world together. Li Wanyu didn't care what Su Chongqing said. Naturally, he wouldn't relent. Li Wanyu would never do something as despicable as to let him stay in the safe zone outside the city and watch his beautiful boss enter the infected area. Su Chongqing helplessly reached out his hand and touched Li Wanyu's face. With a doting expression, he said, Hey, what should I do with you? After she finished speaking, her eyes looked behind Li Wanyu. She met Niu Wu's eyes and nodded slightly. Niu Wu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he clenched his teeth and extended his palm, which was as large as a palm leaf fan, and slapped down towards the back of Li Wanyu's neck. Li Wanyu would never have thought that Niu Wu would attack him from behind. He didn't even have time to groan before he was knocked unconscious by Niu Wu's palm. This scene shocked Cheng Yaojin and the other rich playboys. They couldn't understand why Niu Wu, a loyal and devoted member of the Li family, would suddenly attack their Langjun. Cheng Yaojin even subconsciously pulled out the sword at his waist and prepared to urge his horse forward to save Li Wanyu. Su Chongqing hurriedly smiled and extended his hand to stop Cheng Yaojin and the group of silk pants. He smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, brothers, it was I who had Niu Wu knock Worryless out. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Lady Su, why are you doing this? If I didn't knock him out, he would have followed me into Yinling County. How can that be? Uncle Cheng and brothers, please take good care of Wanyu. Don't let him find trouble with Niu Wu after he wakes up, and don't let him enter the city. Cheng Yaojin and the other rich playboys looked at each other. Lady Su, do you really want to enter Yinling County? That's... In front of the medical workers, Cheng Yaojin didn't finish his words, but everyone naturally understood what he meant. The current Yinling County, in everyone's eyes, was no different from the Netherworld. Entering the county was almost a matter of life and death. Su Chongqing leisurely raised her eyes and looked at the dark city walls of Yinling County not far away. Someone has to save those people. Those are tens of thousands of people of the Tang dynasty. They didn't do anything wrong. How can I bear to watch them be mercilessly swallowed up by the disease? As for my personal safety, it's not worth mentioning. As the saying goes, who doesn't die since ancient times. Let my loyal heart shine in the annals of history. Historically, plagiarizing poems had always been Li Wanyo's patent. Su Changqing couldn't memorize many of those Tang and Song poems. But this poem by one Tianxiang, crossing the Lingding Ocean, was familiar to the later generations, so she casually recited it. But she didn't expect that the sentence, "Who doesn't die since ancient times? Let my loyal heart shine in the annals of history," would make Cheng Yaojin and the other rich playboys excited. Good. Lady Su deserved to be called a heroine. Your words make me feel ashamed. Since that's the case, I don't believe in evil. Why don't I accompany you to Yanling County? Cheng Yaojin's words made Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuyang, and Cheng Chubi turn pale with fright. Father, you can't. If father wants to go, then we'll go too. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin was furious and slapped Cheng Chumo and the others on the head. Damn bastard, I'm already old. I kill my way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, so I dare to say this. You three bastards who haven't even grown hair yet. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to make trouble like this again, I'll order people to tie you up and take you back to Chang'an. Although Cheng Yaojin was the #1 troublemaker in the Tang dynasty, he was also protective of his children. He could take the risk himself, but if his 3 sons dared to take the risk, he would definitely explode. Su Changqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Uncle Cheng, you shouldn't go into the city. You're not a doctor, so what's the use of going into Yanling County? Why don't you help mobilize resources and manpower outside the city to support the patients in Yanling County? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo and his brothers hurriedly persuaded Cheng Yaojin. Lu Shenwei also persuaded him from the side, making Cheng Yaojin embarrassed and give up the idea. Lady Su, you really want to go into the city? If you go into Yanling County, I'm afraid Zio will go crazy when he wakes up. Su Changqing smiled. Then we need Uncle Cheng to suppress him even more. Don't let him be confused and do anything stupid. Cheng Yaojin sighed. Okay, I'm here. I won't let this bastard fool around. He turned his head to look at the group of wastrels. You bastards, keep an eye on Zio 24/7. Even if he's sleeping or defecating, you're not allowed to leave your sight. Do you understand? How could the wastrels dare to disagree? They hurriedly agreed, but everyone looked at Su Changqing with admiration. Even these fearless wastrels felt their legs tremble when they heard the words, Big Head Plague, let alone take the initiative to enter Yanling County. And Su Changqing actually wanted to lead a group of medical workers into Yanling County to save the people. This made the wastrels feel a little ashamed, but they were also full of admiration for her. Actually, Su Changqing was not a saint who had to sacrifice herself to save the people. She had also seriously considered this matter. With the protection of a mask, it was not impossible to defend against an airborne infectious disease like the plague. Moreover, her body had been injected with countless vaccines, so her immunity was far stronger than the Tang's. Moreover, she had been injected with the plague vaccine, so she more or less had a certain level of immunity. Of course, these were not the main reasons why Su Changqing decided to enter the city to save the people. Su Changqing made this decision because of Li Wanyu. Chapter 849. Although Li Wanyu was rather decisive in the matter of sealing off Yanling County, as the person who slept beside him, Su Changqing was very clear just how much pressure his man was under during this period of time. Although Li Wanyu was now in a high position in the Tang dynasty, in his bones, whether it was Li Wanyu or Su Changqing, they were just ordinary modern people. When faced with such a matter of life and death, how could he really be at ease and not feel any pressure? At least, Su Changqing knew that Li Wanyu had been waking up in the middle of the night many times in the past few days, sweating profusely in his dreams. Even though he was only 18 years old, Su Changqing could see a strand of white hair on his head. If he ignored it, or even because the people in the city lacked medical treatment, and no one taught them how to isolate and fight the epidemic, causing countless people to die of disease, Su Changqing suspected that Li Wanyu would really collapse because of this. Li Wanyu naturally did not tell anyone about the pressure in his heart, but how could he hide it from Su Changqing? Therefore, Su Changqing made this decision after thinking about it from left to right. She knew that Li Wanyu would definitely not agree to let her enter Yinling County, so she forced Niu Wu to agree to knock Li Wanyu out. She planned to do what was done and forcefully enter Yinling County before Li Wanyu woke up. With Su Changqing's statement, the group of medical workers and doctors could not refuse anymore. Cheng Yaojin stared at the group of medical workers with a ferocious expression. "Damn it, you bunch of bastards, give me a straightforward answer. Are you going to enter the city or not? If you don't enter the city, I will chop you all to death right now." More than 100 medical workers and doctors, facing the fierce Duke Lu Cheng Yaojin, did not dare to say a word. They all nodded and agreed with a sad face. After all, if they followed the Marquis and the Minister of Medicine into the city to treat the patients, they might die, but there was still a glimmer of hope and a huge reward. Everyone had the desire to live. If they could live, who would want to die? Seeing that the doctors had nodded in agreement, Su Changqing did not waste any more time. He immediately ordered people to send over masks and taught the doctors how to wear them. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you with certainty that the Big Head Plague is mainly transmitted through human saliva and is definitely not a plague ghost. Therefore, as long as you wear a mask, cover your mouth and nose, and be careful not to come into contact with the blood of the patients, you won't be infected easily. Now, follow me into the city and save those people. After Su Changqing finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the city gate of Yinling County, while Lu Xinwei did not hesitate and directly followed behind her. The group of doctors looked at each other, but could only helplessly follow behind her. Su Changqing was a woman, but she led everyone without hesitation towards Yinling County, which everyone regarded as a ghost town. This made Cheng Yaojin and the group of Silk Pants speechless. After a long time, Cheng Yaojin sighed and said, "Lady Su is really an extraordinary woman. Today, if she can survive this disaster, this old man will go all out. No matter what, I will ensure that she marries that bastardly Zio as his wife. If Her Highness the Empress does not agree, this old man will go and wreak havoc in Taiji Palace." Cheng Chumo and the group of Silk Pants also nodded silently. Many people looked at Li Wanyu, who was still unconscious in Niu Wu's arms, and their eyes were full of envy. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? 2 years ago, when these Silk Pants had just met Su Changqing, they were disdainful that Li Wanyu actually liked such an old woman. In private, they used this matter to make fun of Li Wanyu. However, Su Changqing's performance later made these Silk Pants look at her in a new light. She was such a capable woman. Countless officials and nobles in Chang and were drooling over this goddess of wealth, who was famous throughout Chang'an. If it wasn't for Li Wanyu's increasingly prominent position and his close relationship with Pai Lupi, it wouldn't be just the two brothers from Xinjiang's Zheng family who had designs on their beautiful boss. Today, Su Changqing's courage made these Silk Pants have a new understanding of her. Cheng Yaojin suddenly turned his head and shouted at the group of Imperial Guards, "Bastard, who among you has the guts to follow Lady Su into the city and protect her and the group of doctors? Is there any man with balls in the Jinwu Guards? Anyone who dares to follow Lady Su into the city, this old man will reward him with 100 strings of copper coins." The group of Imperial Guards also admired Su Changqing's courage. With Cheng Yaojin's provocation, each of them shouted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Each of them scrambled to say that they were willing to enter the city and protect Su Changqing. This group of Imperial Guards was naturally not like those doctors. They were originally in the business of licking blood from the tip of a knife. Although the Big Head Plague was scary, if a woman like Su Changqing wasn't afraid, how could they, the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, be afraid? Wouldn't they be looked down upon by others? Cheng Yaojin was also very satisfied with the performance of his Imperial Guards. He couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. In the end, he still chose 200 cavalrymen and had them all wear masks before catching up with Su Changqing's group. Cheng Yaojin's mission was to protect Su Changqing's safety in Yinling County and not let anyone hurt her. With his understanding of Li Wanyu, it would be fine if Lady Su died from the disease. However, if she was harmed by some rascal in Yinling County, that Bratli Wanyu might even massacre the entire city. Protecting Su Changqing was also protecting the people in Yinling County. The imperial guards acknowledged the order and urged their horses to catch up with Su Changqing's group. Su Changqing naturally understood Cheng Yaojin's meaning. She turned around and curtsied to Cheng Yaojin from afar to express her gratitude. When the soldiers of Shuzhou who surrounded Yinling County City Gate learned that Su Changqing was actually going to lead hundreds of doctors into the city to treat the patients, they all looked at Su Changqing differently. In the past few days, these soldiers had also learned of Su Changqing's identity. With Su Changqing's noble status, she actually wanted to personally enter Yinling County. This made many soldiers of Shuzhou put down their weapons and directly kneel on the ground to kowtow to Su Changqing. These soldiers of Shuzhou all had their families in Shuzhou. Among the 1,000 soldiers, there were even dozens of people whose families were in Yinling County. When they learned that the Big Head Plague had broken out in Yinling County, these soldiers of Shuzhou were actually incomparably tormented. On one hand, they also knew that the Marquis of Huxian and the Hunan Circuit Commissioner Li Wangyou's order to seal the city was correct. However, from an emotional point of view, they could not accept it. Many soldiers even felt a trace of hatred for Li Wangyou. However, due to the Tang army's strict military orders, no one dared to express it. After all, Li Wangyou's order to seal the city was cutting off their family's path to survival. However, today, Li Wangyou's woman was actually going to personally lead a group of doctors into the city to treat the people in Yinling County. How could these soldiers not be moved to tears? Chapter 850. Within Yinling County, the county magistrate, county lieutenant, and other officials had already received the news and hurried to the city gate. Many commoners in the city also knew about this matter and disregarded the ban to leave the city. They all rushed towards the city gate and looked at the weak woman, Su Changqing, with complicated gazes as she led hundreds of medical workers and doctors into the city. No one knew who started it, but a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. This commoner kowtows and thanks the noble one. Thank female Bodhisattva. More and more common people began to kneel and prostrate themselves toward Su Changqing's group. The female Bodhisattva they spoke of was a term used in the Tang dynasty for women. Because of the existence of the Bodhisattva, the Tang were also used to calling beautiful women bodhisattvas. In the end, even the officials of Yinling County prostrated towards Su Changqing. Thank noble lady. The officials and common people of Yinling County did not know of Su Changqing's identity and could only call her noble lady. However, the captain who had led the 200 Imperial Army soldiers into the city to protect Su Changqing was quick-witted. He immediately called out to the Imperial Army soldiers and shouted, "The Marquis's wife has entered the city to save the people. The Marquis's wife has entered the city to save the people." With the cries of the Imperial Army, the officials and common people in the city learned of Su Changqing's identity and were even more shocked. No one had expected that the Marquis of Huxian, who had sent out the Imperial Army soldiers to forcefully seal off Yinling County, would send his wife into Yinling County. Because of the several bloody conflicts in Yinling County, the common people, including the officials of Yinling County, feared and even hated Li Wanyu. No matter who it was, after being cut off from their escape route and trapped in an epidemic county, they would not feel any gratitude toward Li Wanyu. Even though Li Wanyu had ordered people to deliver masks and various grains and herbs, he could not stop the common people and officials from hating him. But at this moment, Su Changqing's appearance had caused the common people and officials of Yinling County to feel less hatred for Li Wanyu. To be able to let his wife lead hundreds of doctors into the city to treat the patients, this naturally caused the commoners to be deeply grateful. This commoner thanks the Marquis. The Marquis is a living bodhisattva, a living Buddha. We're saved. The Marquis has led the medical family into the city. In the small Yinling city, the cheers grew louder and louder. The citizens trapped in the city had finally vented the fear in their hearts for the past few days. The officials of Yinling County hurriedly and respectfully invited Su Changqing to rest in the county office, but were rejected by Su Changqing. She knew that it was a race against time. The sooner they could implement the strictest quarantine measures, the sooner they could reduce the spread of the plague virus. It was absolutely unacceptable for the citizens to gather together because of her entry into the city today. As Su Changqing's order was passed down, the commoners who had run out to watch the commotion were driven back to their own houses by the bailiffs and imperial guards. In order to control the epidemic, Su Changqing divided the entire Yinling County into 4 areas for quarantine and monitoring. He sent the hundreds of medical workers and doctors to the various workshops to treat the patients. Patients with fever, cough, or swollen necks had to be sent to special quarantine houses once they were diagnosed with the big head plague. No one was allowed to visit them. Apart from the bailiffs and the 200 imperial guards who had risked their lives to patrol the streets, no one was allowed to walk on the streets. When Su Changqing began to deploy anti-plague measures in the city, Li Wanyu finally woke up outside the city. Niu Wu naturally had a sense of propriety in his actions and did not harm Li Wanyu. He only fainted for a little over 2 hours. When Li Wanyu woke up, the first thing he did was to look for traces of his beautiful superior. Niu Wu naturally did not dare to say it, while the other wastrels also hesitated. No one dared to tell Li Wanyu that his woman had led hundreds of doctors into Yinling County. What exactly happened? Niu Wu, tell me honestly, where did Changqing go? Li Wanyu could not help but be anxious as he could vaguely guess the result. Did she go to Yinling County? Tell me. Lang Jun. Niu Wu opened his mouth, but did not know how to reply. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin strode over and slapped Li Wanyu's shoulder. All right, lad. Your woman has entered Yinling County. Amazing. Other than the sage's sister, Princess Pingyang, I have never seen such an amazing woman in my life. When Li Wanyu heard this, his eyes widened and he looked like he was about to swallow someone whole. Niu Wu, why didn't you stop Changqing? Before he could finish his words, Cheng Yaojin slapped him on the shoulder again. Lad, since things have come to this, don't let your woman take the risk to enter Yinling County for nothing. What kind of ruckus is this? Don't act like a little girl. Bastard, have you forgotten that you are the Hunan Taoist envoy? Right now, the hundreds of thousands of people in Suzhou are still counting on you. Cheng Yaojin's angry rebuke made Li Wanyu sober up a little. His body swayed a little before he finally stood firm. Li Wanyu did not want to say anything at this moment. He only silently walked out of the tent and raised his head to look at the walls of Yinling County not far away. When he thought that his beautiful superior had gone to the city where the plague had broken out, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He even wanted to ignore everything and rush into Yinling County. Luckily, Li Wanyu still had some rationality. He fiercely clenched his fists, his nails digging into his skin. The piercing pain made Li Wanyu sober up a little. He turned back to the tent and stretched out his hand to summon Niu Wu. Niu Wu, immediately bring people and rush back to Chang and city. Bring old immortal Sun to Suzhou. Be quick. Whether or not the tens of thousands of people in the city can be saved depends on whether old immortal Sun can come in time. Actually, when Yinling County confirmed that it was the plague that had broken out, Li Wanyu had already thought that the only medicine that could possibly cure the plague was penicillin. Therefore, he had already sent people to Chang and city to inform Sun Simiao to bring all of the penicillin and quickly come to Yinling County to save lives. At this moment, 2 or 3 days had already passed. He did not know whether the people he sent back to deliver the letter had arrived or not. He also did not know whether Sun Simiao and his group had left. Therefore, Li Wanyu could only send Niu Wu to bring Sun Simiao back. The sooner the penicillin arrived, the sooner the safety of the people and Su Changqing would be guaranteed. Niu Wu naturally did not dare to hesitate. He immediately turned and left the tent to gather people. Previously, he had listened to Su Changqing's words and knocked Li Wanyu unconscious. He was worried that Li Wanyu would wake up and cause trouble for him. At this moment, he did not dare to continue staying in the tent. After Niu Wu hurriedly led a few of the Li residence's troops and galloped away, Li Wanyu once again let out a long sigh. He rejected the comforting words of Cheng Chumo and the others and chased them all out of the tent. Alone in the tent, he stood there in a daze. Chapter 851. After Su Changqing entered Yinling County, Li Wanyu had almost turned into a wife-gazing rock. Every day when he was free, he would stare at the walls of Yinling County in a daze, making Cheng Chumo and the others nervous. They had to keep an eye on this guy at all times, afraid that he would take things too hard and run into Yinling County. If that happened, things would become serious. Although the news inside and outside the city had not been cut off, and Su Changqing even went to the walls of Yinling County every day to meet Li Wanyu, it still could not stop Li Wanyu from worrying. One of the main reasons was that there were more and more patients dying of the plague in Yinling County. Even though Su Changqing had taken the strictest quarantine measures in Yinling County and distributed a large number of masks, there were still medical workers reporting all kinds of patients infected with the big head plague in various squares in the city every day. These patients' families were all sent to special squares for quarantine. Even the family members of those patients were ordered by Su Changqing to be isolated in their houses and forbidden to go out. But the plague was too contagious. From the time she entered Yinling County, in just 3 days, dozens of patients had died of the plague. And an even more troublesome thing happened. That was, Li Wanyu ordered the cremation of the corpses of those who died of illness, which attracted the dissatisfaction of the officials in Yinling County. In fact, Li Wanyu was not at all surprised that such a situation would happen. Even in the future, there were often conflicts over burials and cremations in the countryside, not to mention the Tang dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. The few victims of the plague that had appeared in Yinling County before were all forcefully dragged out of the city by Li Wanyu and burned with firewood. The people in the city did not know about this. Only the officials in Yinling County and a group of yamen runners knew about this. Although the people did not understand Li Wanyu's order at all, they did not dare to publicize this matter due to the pressure of Li Wanyu, the county marquis who founded the country and the Henan province's envoy. However, in the past few days, when a large number of people began to die from the plague in the city, the conflict naturally erupted. The county magistrate and county lieutenant of Yinling County were one thing, but the many scribes and bailiffs in the county office were mostly locals, and their homes were in the county. Of course, some of their relatives were also unlucky enough to be infected by the plague. Others might not know what was going on, but the county officials, were well aware of the situation. Thus, when the father of a county clerk died of an illness and was about to be transported out of the city, the clerk refused no matter what. He found someone to bring the old man's longevity coffin. After putting his father inside the coffin, he wanted to bring the old man's body back to his own home. He wanted to wait for the disease to pass before sending him out of the city for a proper burial. The bailiffs in Yinling County naturally wouldn't stop him. They were all colleagues in the county yamen. Besides, their relatives were also in the city, and some of them were also infected, who would want their relatives to be burned to ashes after they died. However, in Yinling County, there weren't only the bailiffs. There were also the 200 imperial guards who had escorted Su Changqing into the city. The county clerk wanted to bring the coffin home, but he was naturally stopped by the imperial guards on the main street. The imperial guard didn't care whether he was a county clerk or not. Since the marquis and marquis had given a strict order that the families of those who died from the plague must be transported out of the city for cremation, they had to strictly carry it out. The imperial guards wanted to bring the coffin out of the city, but the county clerk and bailiffs naturally didn't agree. The two sides instantly entered a stalemate on the main street. The imperial guard captain was very angry about this. Just as he wanted to disregard everything and forcefully order the imperial guards to disperse the bailiffs, Su Changqing, who had received the news, hurried over. "Everyone stop. Don't gather here and make a ruckus." Su Changqing displayed the aura of a strong woman and shouted from the back of the horse. In these few days, Su Changqing had already built up her prestige in Yinling County. After all, her identity was special. As the marquis that everyone knew, in addition to the 200 fully armed imperial guard around her, no one dared to ignore her presence. Even the grade 7 county magistrate of Yinling County didn't dare to be rude in front of Su Changqing and followed Su Changqing's lead. Secondly, Su Changqing had taken the risk to enter the city and lead 100 schools of medicine into Yinling County. The people in the city had already treated her like a living bodhisattva. There were even people who set up a Marquis memorial tablet in their homes and prayed to her every day. Seeing Su Changqing appear, the two sides that were arguing shut up. The Imperial Guard captain, Su Changqing, cupped her fists and reported, "Madam, in this coffin is a family with the plague who had just passed away. I noticed that they were preparing to bring the coffin back to my residence, so I stopped them and requested them to bring the coffin out of the city and burn it. Not only did they not agree, they even dared to insult us. Madam, please be clear about this." Su Changqing's brows were tightly knitted. She and Li Wanyu had already expected such a thing to happen, but she still felt that it was troublesome when facing it. Su Changqing looked at the family of the deceased and advised, "Everyone, the dead, can't be brought back to life, so please restrain your grief. But this plague cannot be neglected, and the corpse must be brought out of the city to be cremated." Since Su Changqing had spoken, the scribes and bailiffs in the county office didn't dare to go against her and knelt on the ground. "Marquis, how can this person be cremated? Even those heinous criminals were allowed to be buried. Why did our relatives have to die without even a single bone remaining? We can't burn them, we can't burn them." "That's right, Marquis. The skin and hair were given to us by our parents, so how can it be easily destroyed? What's more, if we burn my father's body, how can I, this unfilial son, have the face to meet my ancestors in the underworld? Please have mercy, Marquis. This person really can be burned. If Marquis wants to burn them, why don't you burn all of us together?" Everyone was talking at once. Some were pleading for mercy, some were threatening, which made Su Changqing's head hurt. "Everyone, burning the corpse is a last resort. If we don't burn the corpse as soon as possible, the plague will spread and no one in Yinling County will be able to survive." Su Changqing tried to persuade them, but no one was willing to listen. "Marquis, don't deceive us. This plague is caused by the plague ghost. What does it have to do with the corpses of our family members?" "That's right. What plague is Marquis talking about? Who has seen it before? How can these corpses cause disease?" "The plague ghost is causing trouble. Marquis, please arrange for people to come to Yinling County as soon as possible. We have asked those doctors. They don't know how to treat the plague. Marquis, don't deceive us anymore." It turned out that in these few days, the bailiffs and scribes of Yinling County had come into contact with the hundreds of doctors. They already knew that these people didn't know how to treat the plague. In fact, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing didn't expect these doctors to treat the disease and save people. They only used them as nurses. After all, compared to ordinary people, these doctors more or less knew medical knowledge and were familiar with taking care of patients. They didn't expect that these bailiffs and scribes would bring up this matter. Su Changqing didn't know how to explain for a moment. Chapter 852. In order to prevent the conflict from intensifying, as well as the fact that there were many things in Yinling County that needed the bailiffs and scribes to handle, Su Changqing could only temporarily put the matter aside after a few failed attempts. She planned to discuss with Li Wanyu how to deal with it. However, she did not allow the scribes to bring the coffin back to her residence, as it was too dangerous. In the end, Su Changqing agreed to temporarily not bring the coffin out of the city as a condition. She allowed the scribes and bailiffs to bring the coffin back to the square that was used to isolate the sick. However, this matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if more and more people died of the plague in the city and the corpses were not dealt with as soon as possible, more people would die. Furthermore, due to the conflict between the bailiffs and the Imperial Army on the streets today, the matter of cremating the corpses probably could not be hidden in Yinling County anymore. If the tens of thousands of people in the city also made a ruckus because of this matter, it would be even more difficult to deal with it. Although Su Changqing was a strong woman, she could not be as cold-hearted as Li Wanyu to order the Imperial Army to cremate the corpses. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Su Changqing could only ask Li Wanyu for help. Li Wanyu, who received the notice, hurried to the outskirts of Yinling County. Ever since Su Changqing entered Yinling County, Li Wanyu, in order to make it easier to communicate with her, took out the copper wire and bamboo tube phone that he had used to trick Zheng Kongbua in the Easter market. A copper wire was stretched from the top of the city walls to the outside of the city and a bamboo tube was fixed at the two ends for communication. After all, he and Su Changqing only shared their thoughts. There were some things that he was embarrassed to say in front of everyone, right? Even if Li Wanyu was thick-skinned, he still had to consider the face of his beautiful superior. Li Wanyu couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat as he looked at his beautiful superior's increasingly thin figure on the city wall. He said to Bamboo Tube, "Changqing, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Wanyu. Listen to me. There's a bit of trouble in the city right now. How are we going to deal with the corpses of the people who died from the plague?" Today, Su Changqing was not in the mood to ask about Li Wanyu's well-being. He directly told him about the trouble caused by cremation in the city. When Li Wanyu heard this, he frowned. This matter was really quite troublesome. If he forcefully ordered people to transport all the corpses out of the city for cremation, under the pressure, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be a mass uprising in Yinling County. The dead should be respected, and the dead should be buried in peace. This was the most fundamental ethic of the Tang dynasty. In fact, not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in later generations, there were still many obstacles in the process of cremation, and even bloody conflicts broke out. If Li Wanyu ordered people to forcibly cremate the corpses, this matter might even be brought to the court, and it was very likely that he would be impeached. Of course, due to the urgency of the matter, although Li Wanyu had reported this matter to Pai Lupi, he did not receive a clear answer. Obviously, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the other big shots also had quite a headache about this matter. However, Li Wanyu could not just let it happen. The corpses of the victims who died from the plague were placed in Yinling County, which would only cause more serious consequences. He was also very angry about the problem Su Changqing was facing. It was already early summer, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. Those corpses definitely could not be stored in the city for a long time. "Changqing, if it doesn't work, I'll send troops into the city and forcibly transport those corpses out of the city for cremation." "No, that will only continue to provoke conflicts. If tens of thousands of people in the city make a fuss, things will get even more out of hand." Su Changqing immediately rejected his proposal. Unless it was a last resort, Su Changqing was not willing to send the imperial army to do such a thing. "Wanyu, think of another way. It's best if you can persuade the people, but don't use violence directly." Li Wanyu angrily scratched his hair. "How can I persuade them? This virus can't be seen or touched. Not to mention that there is no microscope. Even if there is, can those country bumpkins understand that what is under the microscope is the virus?" How could Su Changqing not know this logic? But he could only let out a long sigh. Is there no other way? Even if it's just to scare them, didn't you pretend to be a ghost in Chong and city and fool those ministers? Why don't you think of another way to scare the people in the city? Li Wanyu thought that this was also a way. Anyway, the people were ignorant, and sometimes it was a way to scare them. But how to scare the tens of thousands of people and officials in the city was a difficult problem. It would be difficult for Li Wanyu to come up with such a big scam. He was not a magician like David Copperfield, who could play a magic trick that could fool tens of thousands of people in the city. Monk Wenzai's trick could only fool a portion of the people. It was too difficult to convince the people in the city to agree to cremate their relatives who died of the plague. For a moment, both Su Changqing on the city wall and Li Wanyu outside the city had no idea. The two of them stared at each other speechlessly. Li Wanyu was speechless and looked up at the sky in a daze. The early summer sun was already a little glaring, and he could not help but raise his head to block the sunlight. Suddenly, Li Wanyu thought of something. He turned his head and shouted to the foppish sons behind him, "Brothers, what day is it today?" The foppish sons looked at each other, not understanding why Li Wanyu would suddenly ask about this. "Fourth year of Jingguan, 27th of the 4th month. Ziyu, why are you asking about this? Have you become muddle-headed?" Li Wanyu ignored the foppish sons and turned his head to Su Changqing, who was on the city wall, and grinned. "Changqing, I have an idea." "Huh? What idea? Tell me." The two of them whispered for a long time on the phone, making the foppish sons very curious. When Su Changqing returned to the city, he immediately summoned the captain of the Imperial Guard and had him immediately order the Imperial Guard to announce something to the entire city. Due to the plague ghosts causing havoc in Yanling County, the Big Head Plague had broken out. However, the plague ghosts were rampant. After killing the families of the victims, they hid their filthy energy in the corpses of the victims. This was also why the corpses of the victims of the Big Head Plague were black. The filth of the plague ghost could only be cleansed by burning it with fire. If the filthy energy left in the corpses of the plague ghosts wasn't burned, the plague ghosts would use this filthy energy to pollute the earth and eventually devour the sun. The commoners in the city, including the yamen runners and scribes, naturally didn't believe these words. Although the corpses of the victims of the Big Head Plague had large amounts of black spots, they didn't believe that it was the filthy energy left behind by the plague ghosts. The yamen runners and scribes of the Yochi County Yamen even suspected that the Marquis was using this excuse to deceive them. Her goal was to force them to burn the corpses of the victims. However, on the second day, the Imperial Guard in the city sounded the gong again and rode fast horses around the city to announce that the plague ghosts were causing havoc in Yanling County. If the corpses were not burned and the filthy energy removed, the heavens would be furious and a great disaster would soon descend. Naturally, no one believed these words. On the third day, the Imperial Guard in the city was out on the streets again. Chapter 853. This time, the Imperial Army was beating gongs and drums all over the city. Their words caused the commoners, bailiffs, and scribes to be slightly shocked. Originally, they didn't believe the words of the Imperial Army and felt that the Marquis was just fooling them. The Yochi County Yamen scribes and bailiffs were afraid that they couldn't win against the Marquis, so they simply spread the news that the bodies of the victims of the plague were going to be burned. They wanted to incite the commoners to oppose this matter and cause them to panic. In this day and age, no one was willing to see the bodies of their family members being burned. If someone dared to do this, they would even fight with their lives on the line. Thus, 2 days ago, when the Imperial Army was beating gongs and drums to announce that the bodies were contaminated by the plague ghosts, no one believed it. They even snorted in disdain, feeling that the Marquis was playing them like fools. Although no one knew why the bodies of the victims of the Big Head Plague would turn black after death, no one believed that it was the work of the plague ghosts that contaminated the bodies with filth. However, early in the morning, the 200 Imperial Army soldiers were on the streets again. After beating the gongs to attract everyone's attention, they loudly shouted, "Everyone, listen well." The Dao ancestor asked the Marquis of Huxin County to inform him that because the plague ghosts are causing trouble in Yanling County, the corpses have been contaminated by filth and have not been dealt with quickly. Thus, the sun in the sky will be swallowed by the plague ghosts for some time because of this matter. Although the Dao ancestor's magic power is great and can quickly disperse the plague ghosts, if the contaminated corpses are not quickly burned, the world will fall into chaos. The plague ghosts will take this opportunity to wreak havoc in the world. When that time comes, even the gods and Dao ancestors in the heavens will be helpless. Over and over again, the Imperial Army announced loudly in the city, but the commoners all frowned when they heard it. Plague ghosts swallowing the sun? How is this possible? Many people subconsciously raised their heads to look at the rising sun and couldn't help but silently say, "Dao Ancestor, bless us. Dao Ancestor, bless us." Regardless of whether the commoners believed it or not, there was a large question mark in their hearts. This was because if the Marquis of Huxian and the Marquis were still trying to trick them, it would be too easy to expose them. If the plague ghosts did not appear today, wouldn't that mean that this was all a scam? Since that was the case, what was the point of the Marquis of Huxian ordering people to spread the news? Yanling County instantly became lively because of the Imperial Army's announcement. Although everyone was strictly forbidden from leaving the square, the people in the square still could not suppress the shock in their hearts. They all walked out of their own houses and discussed with their neighbors in low voices. "Dalong, do you think this is true? Could it be that the corpses of the people who died because of the plague ghost were really contaminated by the filth?" "Bah, I don't believe such nonsense. In my opinion, this is definitely something that the Huxian Marquis is saying to trick us. None of these officials are good. Everyone, you still don't know, right? A few days ago, Many people had died in the inner square beside the city wall that was specially used to house the sick. The Marquis had ordered his men to drag them out of the city and burn them. Because of this, many family members of the patients are crying at the county yamen. TSK, do you think that the Marquis is crazy? He actually wants us to burn the corpse. This is something that has never been heard of since ancient times. If this corpse is burned to ashes, I'm afraid it will be even more torturous down there. Right? Isn't that right? We are not the eminent monks in the Buddha's gate who can be led to the Western paradise after death. If this corpse is burned, our ancestors won't even receive incense offerings in the future. In my opinion, what plague goes swallowing the sun? It's just nonsense. The yamen runners and scribes also gathered in the county yamen and whispered to each other about this matter. But no matter what, almost no one believed the imperial army in the city, even though their throats were about to break from shouting. What the imperial army had been spreading in the city for the past 2 days was naturally what Li Wanyu had taught Su Chongqing. At that time, his mind was full of how to trick the people in the city, but his eyes were blinded by the sunlight in the sky. When Li Wanyu covered the sun with his hands, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. In the 4th month of the 4th lunar month, there will be a solar eclipse. This was recorded in the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid of Governance about the solar eclipse that occurred in the Tang dynasty in the 4th year of Jingguan. The 1st lunar month of the 4th lunar month was April Fool's Day in the future. After Li Wanyu asked the wastrels and found out that it was March 27th of the 4th year Jingguan, he immediately thought of using the solar eclipse to trick the tens of thousands of people in the city. In the future, even elementary school students could clearly explain the principles behind solar eclipses. But in China, it was an ominous sign since ancient times. Under normal circumstances, people called solar eclipses the heavenly dog eclipse. The sun represented the emperor of heaven, and the emperor was the son of heaven. If there was a solar eclipse, it would be an ominous sign of a demon invading the emperor's rule. Solar eclipses were not only ominous, but also extremely ominous. In fact, it was not only China that was like this. In the era when astronomy was not perfect, the attitude of the various countries towards solar eclipses was not very different. Therefore, when a solar eclipse occurred, these events would be recorded seriously in the history books. Li Wanyu recalled that there would be a solar eclipse on April 1st of the 4th year Jingguan. So he immediately thought of using this solar eclipse to solve the problem of cremating the corpses in the city. Since the people were ignorant, blindly spreading the news might not be effective. Moreover, time waited for no man. At this time, using the solar eclipse to fabricate the story of a plague, ghosts swallowing the sun, to scare them was the most effective method. Li Wanyu not only planned to scare the people of Yanling County, but he also immediately wrote a memorial and had it sent to Zhengzhou. He wanted to present it to Pai Lupi, who had been stationed in Zhengzhou to observe the situation in Shuzhou. In the memorial, he also attributed the solar eclipse that would happen in 3 days to the plague, ghosts swallowing the sun. Li Wanyu wrote this memorial to Pai Lupi to pave the way for himself in advance. In the future, in the imperial court, those bored imperial censors would use the matter of him cremating the corpses to impeach him. At the same time, Li Wanyu was also helping Pai Lupi to get out of trouble. After all, a solar eclipse in the Tang dynasty was an ominous omen. Moreover, it was usually attributed to the emperor's lack of virtue and the power of the traitors. Li Wanyu sent a memorial to Pai Lupi 3 days in advance, stating that it was a plague ghost that was causing trouble in Shuzhou. Naturally, this would prevent the officials from criticizing him in the future. After all, although Pai Lupi and Li Wanyu, uncle and nephew, used the gold theft case to ruthlessly scam the aristocratic families and sweep Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others out of the imperial court, the aristocratic family's power in the imperial court could not be underestimated. This kind of trouble should be avoided if possible. Moreover, other than being very stubborn about marrying Changle to him, Pai Lupi was sincere to Li Wanyu. Therefore, Li Wanyu also returned the favor and did not forget to repay his uncle. However, when Li Wanyu sent this memorial to Zhengzhou, it caused a lot of trouble. Chapter 854. The distance between Shuzhou and Zhengzhou was only 200-some li and could be reached in half a day on a fast horse. Li Wanyo's memorial was placed on Pai Lupi's temporary desk in Zhengzhou on the same day. After reading Li Wanyo's memorial, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. After some hesitation, he ordered for Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other important officials of the imperial court to discuss this matter. After everyone read through Li Wanyo's memorial, their faces were filled with bewilderment. Your Majesty, Zio's memorial says that in 3 days, a plague ghost will appear in Jiazhou. This is far too absurd. Could it be that the Tao Father really can send a message to Zio in his dreams? I do believe Zio's words to a certain extent. Although this matter seems absurd, given this old man's understanding of Zio, he would never joke around like this with your Majesty. That's right. Although I don't know where the Marquis of Huxian learned that a plague ghost will appear, the Marquis of Huxian is not a reckless person. Since he dared to submit a memorial to your Majesty, he must have some assurance. Although the important officials found the contents of the memorial hard to believe, out of their trust in Li Wanyu, they reluctantly believed it. Pai Lupi was even more silent. Li Wanyu had already used this excuse of the Dao Father's dream to fool Pai Lupi several times. Although he didn't believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. What left Pai Lupi somewhat speechless was that Li Wanyu had confidently stated that the plague in Shuzhou was not the work of a plague ghost, but an epidemic caused by a virus. But in just a few days, this fellow had changed his tune. Not only had he declared in his memorial that it was the work of a plague ghost, he had even dared to predict that in 3 days, a plague ghost would appear and devour the sun. This was no small matter. Although Li Wanyu cleverly changed the heavenly dog eating the sun to the plague spirit swallowing the sun, it was hard to convince the masses. Your Majesty, if what Ziyu reported is true, we need to inform the officials of this matter as soon as possible, in case the heavenly dog eats the sun and causes waves in the court. This subject agrees. Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, your Majesty should still inform the world of the Marquis of Huxian's memorial to reassure the people. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and thought for a while before he said with uncertainty, Your Majesty, in my opinion, Zio's purpose may be to burn the corpse. Oh, what do you mean, Xianling? Pai Lupi was puzzled. Your Majesty, according to what Ziyu said earlier, the plague is caused by an invisible virus. If that was really the case, then among the corpses of those who died from the disease, there was probably a large amount of the virus that Ziyu mentioned. Therefore, Ziyu gave the order to burn the corpses to prevent the virus from harming the people. However, Your Majesty also knows that it is extremely difficult to get the people to burn the corpses. Therefore, in my opinion, Ziyu is using this matter to scare the people and make them agree to burn the corpses of those who died from the plague. Fang Xianling was indeed Pai Lupi's chief strategist. He quickly guessed Li Wanyo's true thoughts from his memorial. When Pai Lupi heard this, he nodded slightly, agreeing with Fang Xianling's guess. However, the crux of the matter was whether what Li Wanyu said in his memorial was true or false. In 3 days, a plague ghost would appear in Jiazhou and devour the sun. Your Majesty, regardless of whether this matter is true or false, we can only treat it as if it is true. Otherwise, if Your Majesty does not inform the officials of this matter, if the plague spirit really appears in 3 days, it will be even more troublesome. Zhang Sun Wuji's words also received the approval of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. Although they did not understand why Li Wanyu was so certain that there would be a solar eclipse in 3 days, since Li Wanyu presented the memorial solemnly, they could not pretend that they did not know about this matter. Pai Lupi hesitated slightly. But if there is no plague spirit appearing in 3 days, his meaning was very clear, but he was also worried that his disobedient nephew would be attacked because of this matter. Fang Xianling and the others looked at each other, then bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, it seems that Ziyu is confident. Otherwise, why would he present this memorial? If there is no plague spirit appearing in 3 days, then Ziyu can only take responsibility for this matter. Your Majesty, after all, Ziyu is the founding county marquis and the Henan circuit envoy. It is natural for him to take responsibility for his words and actions. Pai Lupi hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he nodded in agreement with Fong, Xianling, and the others. He ordered people to gather the officials who had accompanied him to Zhengzhou and read out Li Wangyu's memorial in front of everyone. When the officials heard that Li Wangyu dared to say that there would be a plague spirit appearing in 3 days, they were all in an uproar. Tai Changqing Wang Ying immediately spoke out. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Huxian's words are truly bewitching. How can he be so sure that there will be a plague spirit appearing in 3 days? Even the Imperial Historian Bureau did not send any information about a solar eclipse. So how could the Marquis of Huxian know? In this old subject's opinion, this is utter nonsense. The Imperial Historian Bureau that Wang Ying spoke of was the imperial astronomer of the later generations. Its job was to observe the heavens, calculate the solar terms, and set the calendar. During the Qin and Han dynasties, it became the Imperial Historian Bureau. During the Tang dynasty, it was renamed the Imperial Historian Bureau. Later, it was renamed the Secretarial Pavilion, the Armillary Sphere Overwatch Council, the Armillary Sphere Bureau, and the Directorate of Astronomy. Predicting solar eclipses was naturally the responsibility of the Imperial Historian Bureau. However, in an era where astronomy had not been perfected, predicting solar eclipses, especially accurately predicting solar eclipses, was extremely difficult. The Imperial Historian Bureau did not dare to carelessly predict the appearance of a solar eclipse. After all, if the prediction was wrong, they would lose their heads. This was also why Li Wangyu's memorial had made Pai Lupi very hesitant. Even if Li Wangyu's prediction was wrong, Pai Lupi would not cut off his head, but he would definitely be punished with a reduction of his title and a fine of copper. As for his position as the Henan circuit envoy, he would not be able to continue. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Yuqi Jinda jumped out and pointed at Wang Ying's nose. How do you know that there won't be a solar eclipse in 3 days? If there really is a plague spirit appearing, what will you say? Do you dare to write a contract that if there is a solar eclipse, you will apologize and resign? Wang Ying didn't know how to respond to Yuqi Jinda's words. How would he know if there would be a solar eclipse in 3 days? He wouldn't bet his future on something like that with Yuqi Jinda. Pai Lupi slapped the armrest of the throne and stood up, looking around at the officials. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I believe that County Marquis Huxian will not joke about this. Pass down the decree, quickly inform Chang and of this matter, announce it to the world to pacify the hearts of the people, so as to avoid any mischief caused by the plague. Pai Lupi's actions could be considered to be supporting Li Wangyu. If this matter was made public and the solar eclipse did not appear in 3 days, then the one who would be attacked would not only be Li Wangyu. Fong Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji looked at each other, but they did not try to persuade him and bowed. 3 days later, Zhengwan's 4th year, 4th month. Early in the morning, Li Er changed into a plain robe and hid in the side hall. He began to anxiously wait with the other officials. Chapter 855. In Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi, accompanied by Fong Xianling and other big shots, waited anxiously in the side hall. Zio, this bastard, won't mess things up? Pai Lupi was a little irritated. After looking up at the sun countless times, he finally couldn't help but speak. Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other, bowed and said, Your Majesty, it's still early. Let's wait patiently. I still believe that Zio won't joke about this kind of thing. I hope so. Pai Lupi sighed and continued to pace back and forth in the side hall, uneasily. In Yinling County, Shuzhou, after the Imperial Army announced that there would be a plague ghost today, tens of thousands of people in the county were not in the mood to do anything. They all looked up at the sun from time to time. Many people in the city chose to believe Li Wangyu's words. Therefore, they took out incense burners from their homes early, lit incense candles, and began to kowtow to the sun in the sky, hoping that when the plague ghost swallowed the sun, they could help Dao Zhu. Outside Yinling County, the playboys all wore sunglasses and looked at the sun in the sky from time to time. Zio, are you sure you're not mistaken? When will the plague ghosts swallow the sun appear? Yes, Zio, this is not a joke. Li Wanyu also wore sunglasses and looked at the sun in the sky, complaining in his heart. How did he know when the solar eclipse would begin? There was a sentence in the comprehensive mirror for aid of governance. In April, the first lunar month, there will be solar eclipse. Where did he find out the specific time of the solar eclipse? If there was no solar eclipse today, needless to say, he would be in big trouble. Even if Pai Lupi had a good relationship with him, this kind of thing was not a joke. Li Wanyu couldn't help but shiver. Sima Guang, who smashed the vat, couldn't be so unreliable, right? After all, Sima Guang was from the Northern Song dynasty, hundreds of years away from the Tang dynasty. If there was a mistake in the comprehensive mirror for aid of governance, and the accurate time was not today, then he would be in trouble. But now it was too late to say anything. He couldn't regret it. Just you wait. The Tao ancestor told me in a dream. It definitely won't be wrong. It's still early. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Wanyu looked very calm on the surface, but in fact he was panicking inside. Su Changqing also climbed up the city wall and looked at Li Wanyu from afar. His eyes were also filled with worry. On this day, everyone felt that time passed very slowly. The sun in the sky was almost motionless, and there were no signs of a solar eclipse. They had been waiting since sunrise, and this wait lasted until afternoon. The sun was still firmly hanging high in the sky. With the trip to Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi was not even in the mood to have lunch. He waved his hand and asked me Tua to take away the food. Mito looked at the untouched food on the table and said carefully, "Everyone, it's still early. Let's eat first. This servant has been keeping an eye on the sun in the sky. Once there are any changes, this servant will immediately report to everyone." "All right, take it away. I have no appetite today." "Yes." Mito didn't dare to try and persuade him again. He could only signal for the servants to take away the food. The officials in the side hall saw that Pai Lupi was not in a good mood, so no one said anything. Only the Grand Chancellor, Wang Ying, jumped out again and impatiently criticized Li Wanyu in front of Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, in this old servant's opinion, the Marquis of Huxian's words about a plague being devoured today are complete nonsense. It's already past noon, and there are still no signs of solar eclipse. Your Majesty should not continue to wait here." Pai Lupi gave him a sidelong glance and was too lazy to talk to this guy. Wang Ying made a fuss and could only mutter a few words to himself before continuing to wait on the side. However, Wang Ying had already made up his mind. There were only a few more hours before the sun set. He had to properly impeach Li Wanyu and take revenge for the insults he had received from Li Wanyu. In Yinling County, the common people were discussing spiritedly, and the scribes and bailiffs in the county government snorted disdainfully at the plague being devoured by the sun. "Bah, this old man already said, what dogfart plague being devoured by the sun? It's just a trick to trick us." "That's right, that's the logic. In the end, they just want to trick us into giving them the corpses of our relatives and burning them. In short, if they want to burn my lord's corpse, this old man will fight it out with them. Yes, that's the logic. That Marquis of Huxian outside the city is probably regretting it by now. Huh, to think that he would use such a childish excuse to trick us. Does he think that we are all ignorant children? Bah, if some plague being devoured by the sun appears today, this old man will go to the streets and bark like a dog and crawl in a circle. Ha! If the plague being devoured by the sun doesn't appear today, can you make that dog-far Marquis crawl in a circle on the ground? I heard that in Changji County, that Marquis was called the Marquis of Dirty Marquis. Now it's even worse. After coming to Yinling County, not only did he not allow us to leave the city to seek refuge, but he also forced us to burn the corpses. The way I see it, that bullshit Marquis can't wait for us to all die in this city. Damn it, if that dog-far Marquis doesn't give us a way out, why don't we fight it out with him? Anyway, staying in this city is a dead end. That's right, if that Marquis doesn't give us a way out, we'll fight it out with them. The more the scribes spoke, the more excited they became. It looked like they were ready to rebel at any moment. Of course, this group of Yamen runners and scribes also knew that they were just making empty promises. There were 1,000 government soldiers and thousands of the most elite imperial guards of the Tang dynasty outside the city. It was simply a joke for them to rebel with just a few people. Not to mention other things, just the 200 imperial guards in charge of protecting Su Changqing in the city were enough to kill all the people in the county office. These people in the county government were just talking nonsense. Outside Yinling County, Li Wanyu was on the phone with Su Changqing on the city wall. Wanyu, are you sure you didn't remember wrongly? Are you sure there will be a solar eclipse today? Li Wanyu scratched his head in annoyance. It shouldn't be wrong, right? I just don't know if Sima Guang is reliable or not. Su Changqing pondered for a moment and said worriedly, I remember that a total solar eclipse takes a few hours from the first eclipse to the second eclipse, but a total solar eclipse only takes a few minutes. It's already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If there are no signs of the first eclipse, I'm afraid there won't be a solar eclipse today. Li Wanyu looked up at the sun in the sky again. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, his eyes were still hurt by the bright sun in the sky. He couldn't see clearly whether there were signs of the first eclipse. Immediately, Li Wanyu slapped his head. He was so stupid. How could he forget the method of observing the solar eclipse with a basin of water? Li Wanyu greeted Su Changqing and immediately ordered people to find a basin of water, an inkstone, and ink to grind the ink for him. The debauches thought that he was still in the mood to write, but they didn't expect that Li Wanyu actually ordered people to pour all the ink that had been ground into the basin. The basin of clear water was now completely dyed black. Chung Chumo and the others were puzzled. Zio, what are you doing? Chapter 856. Observing the sun through the reflection of the ink was actually a relatively simple way to observe a total solar eclipse. After all, the sun's rays were too strong. Looking directly at the sun for too long would cause the ultraviolet and infrared rays in the sunlight to burn the retina. But wearing sunglasses to observe the sun was one of the most widely spread methods in the future. It was also the most dangerous method to observe the sun. Of course, Li Wanyu's method of observing the sun through the ink would still reflect a lot of sunlight into his eyes. But with the sunglasses he was wearing, it was enough to protect his eyes for a short period of time. Li Wanyu was not in a hurry to answer the wastrel's questions. Instead, he ordered people to move the basin of ink to an empty space. He put on his sunglasses and looked inside. When he found the right angle and saw the sun through the reflection of the ink basin, he could not help but be happy. After carefully observing a few more times to make sure he was not mistaken, Li Wanyu hurriedly made an OK sign to his beautiful superior, who was anxiously waiting on the city wall. Thank the heavens, that guy who smashed the vat was still reliable. Seeing this, Su Changqing's hanging heart finally settled down. But Chung Chumo, Fong Yai, and the others became more and more confused. Ziyu, what are you trying to figure out? Haha, brothers, I'm trying to see if the solar eclipse has started. Li Wanyu confirmed the existence of the solar eclipse and was in a good mood. What? You can see it with this basin of ink. Hurry up and tell us how to observe it. How could the wastrels let go of such a fun thing? They all squeezed to the side of the basin and surrounded it so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Li Wanyu was speechless. This group of idiots was simply hopeless. He quickly pulled everyone apart and then explained how to find the right angle to observe the solar eclipse through the basin of ink. The wastrels all followed suit and put on their sunglasses. They each looked for an angle. Wahaha, I see it. Why is the sun in the sky missing a piece? I see it too. A piece of the sun has been bitten off. Ziyu, is this the plague ghost swallowing the sun? It has already started? Where? Quick, point it out to me. Didn't he see the silk pants jumping up and down anxiously? When all of the silk pants confirmed through the reflection in the water basin that a piece of the sun was missing, they were all speechless. His gaze towards Li Wanyu was even more speechless. What this guy said that there would be a plague demon swallowing the sun in 3 days was actually true. Chung Chumo stared at Li Wanyu for a long time. Zio, tell me honestly, are you an immortal from the heavens? You even know when the solar eclipse will occur. How are you going to explain that? Fong Yai and the rest also had the same expression, looking at Li Wangyu with an expression of looking at a celestial being. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was so familiar with each other, they might have even kowtowed to Li Wangyu at this moment. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes silently, too lazy to explain. In any case, there was no way he could explain it clearly. Could he really tell them that he and his beautiful boss had transmigrated from more than 1,000 years in the future? It would be better to just say that he was an immortal. It would be more acceptable. He couldn't be bothered with the silk pants and ran straight to the base of the city wall. He used the phone to inform Su Changqing that they could begin according to plan. According to his observation of the speed of the solar eclipse, the total eclipse would arrive in about an hour. Su Changqing nodded, turned around, and found the captain of the Imperial Army. He whispered a few words to him. Not long after, the sound of drums and gongs once again rang out in Yinling County, attracting the attention of the people in the city. Only then did he yell at the top of his voice. "Citizens of the city, listen well. The plague demon has already begun to swallow the sun. In another hour, it will swallow the entire sun. Everyone, do not be afraid when the time comes. The heavenly Tao ancestor will disperse the plague demon. The Marquis of Huxian has already prepared a divine item to ward off the plague demon. When the time comes, we will lend a hand to the heavenly Tao ancestor to ensure the peace of the world." The voices of the Imperial Army quickly spread throughout the small Yinling County. The citizens of the city were in an uproar. What? Could it be that the plague demon is really going to swallow the sun? How could that be? I see that the sun in the sky is still as bright and dazzling as ever. How could there be a plague demon swallowing the sun? It must be that dog's hit Marquis trying to deceive us again. None of these dog officials are speaking the truth. I think that in the end, they just want to deceive us into burning the corpses of our family members. Bah, don't even think about it. If anyone dares to do this, this daddy will fight it out with him. Who cares if he's a Marquis or not? But the Imperial Army clearly said that in an hour, the plague demon will swallow the sun. How could this be fake? Then let's wait and see. This daddy wants to see if that dog's hit Marquis is lying or not. There were also many citizens who completely believed the Imperial Army's words. They began to light incense sticks and kowtow to the sun in the sky. In the Yinling County Yamen, after hearing the Imperial Army's announcement, all the scribes and bailiffs, including the Yinling County Magistrate and the County Lieutenant, stopped mocking Li Wangyu and walked to the open space to look up at the sky. However, even though the solar eclipse had already happened, it was difficult to see it with the naked eye. Even though everyone's eyes hurt from looking at it, and they were tearing up from the sunlight, they still could not see it clearly. However, since the Imperial Army had already announced that the plague demon would arrive in an hour, regardless of whether they believed it or not, they could only wait and see. Time passed by slowly. An hour was almost up, but the sky was still bright. Those who did not believe Li Wangyu in the first place began to make a ruckus again. Their words were full of mockery towards Li Wangyu. Just as everyone was talking, they suddenly felt their vision darken. They looked up at the sky in confusion, but there was no trace of the sun in the sky. In a few breaths, the originally bright land seemed to have turned into night. Many of the scribes' teeth began to chatter. It's a solar eclipse. It's really the plague demon swallowing the sun. Everyone in the county Yamen, including the Yinling County Magistrate, knelt down as their legs turned to jelly. Tao Ancestor, please forgive us, Tao Ancestor. We were ignorant and did not know that the plague demon was causing trouble, causing the plague demon to swallow the sun. Tao Ancestor, please save all living beings, save us. The tens of thousands of citizens in Yinling County had the same reaction. No matter how much they had cursed Li Wangyu earlier, they all knelt on the ground, their hearts filled with fear. Just as everyone was panicking, they heard an uproar in Yinling County. It was as if thunder had exploded in their ears. The entire city was filled with the sound of thunder. The commotion scared the citizens so much that they all buried their heads in the ground and kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic. Some people were so frightened that they let out ear-piercing screams. For a moment, there were crackling sounds of explosions, babies crying, men and women shouting, and prayers everywhere. Chapter 857. At the same time, in Zhengzhou, the atmosphere in the side hall grew more and more oppressive as time passed. Not only was Pai Lupi silent, but even Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Even Yuqi Jingde, who had supported Li Wangyu, was furious. On the other hand, Grand Chancellor Wang Ying couldn't help but smile. He was clearly in a good mood. At this moment, the door to the side hall was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Pai Lupi immediately raised his head in anger. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Mi Tuo scrambling in. To everyone, the solar eclipse, the plague, ghost swallowing the sun, has begun. Only now did everyone come to their senses with astonishment, and when they raised their eyes to look over, the outside of the side hall had suddenly become pitch black like night. Because the candles in the side hall had been lit the entire time, they hadn't noticed. Lier suddenly got up and walked to the door of the side hall in 2 or 3 steps. He lifted his foot and wanted to walk out, but he was blocked by Mi Tuo. "Everyone, don't go out, don't go out." According to Chinese tradition, a solar eclipse was very unfavorable to the emperor. Thus, when a solar eclipse appeared, the emperor had to wear plain clothes and avoid the main hall in order to avoid disaster. Under these circumstances, Mi Tuo naturally couldn't let Pai Lupi go out, lest he meet with misfortune. Pai Lupi also didn't force his way out of the side hall. He just stood at the door and looked up at the sky that had become as dark as night, not saying a word. The plague ghost swallowing the sun. It really is the plague ghost swallowing the sun. Fortunately, the Marquis of Huxian had already submitted a memorial. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. There's no news from the Grand Historian Bureau. Could it really be, as the Marquis of Huxian said, that this was a dream from the Tao ancestor? This old man doesn't know where the Marquis of Huxian heard this, but this plague ghost swallowing the sun is absolutely true. The discussion of the officials in the side hall caused Grand Chancellor Wang Ying's old face to turn red. Every word was like a slap to his face. Yuqi Jingde even deliberately moved in front of him. "Wang Gong, what else do you have to say now?" Wang Ying was rendered speechless by his words. She almost covered her face and left. Pai Lupi also glanced at Wang Ying. He was too lazy to say anything more to this old thing. He only rejoiced that he believed his nephew Li Wangyu's words and announced this matter to the world 3 days in advance. Otherwise, as the officials had said, the aristocratic families might take advantage of this solar eclipse and cause some trouble. Now, Pai Lupi was not afraid, and he even started to think about what benefits he could obtain from this. He still needed to discuss this matter with Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. Not mentioning the Zhengzhou trip, all the officials had their own thoughts. Shuzhou Yinling County was bustling with noise and excitement. The thunderous sounds coming from all over the city were actually the firecrackers that Li Wangyu had made in the past 2 days. The purpose was naturally to further shock the people in the city. Now, there were not many people in Chang and who had heard the sound of firecrackers, let alone Yinling, county thousands of miles away. The plague ghost swallowing the sun was already shocking enough, but now there were thunderous sounds coming out of nowhere, scaring everyone out of their wits. Even the bailiffs in the county government were prostrating themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling with the sound of the firecrackers. Those who had spoken disrespectfully to Li Wangyu earlier were now left with nothing but fear in their hearts. The plague ghost swallowing the sun is actually real. These words echoed in the hearts of countless people in the city. A solar eclipse would take several hours from the beginning to the end, but a total eclipse would only take a few minutes. But these few minutes made the people in the city feel like a year. When the total eclipse ended, the sky slowly regained its light, and the crackling firecrackers in the city also disappeared. Everyone looked up blankly at the restored sun, as if a lifetime had passed. The tens of thousands of people in the city all burned incense and kowtowed, silently chanting, "Tao ancestor bless us, Marquis Huxian bless us." Within the county government, the bailiffs and scribes who had cursed the most fiercely suddenly realized that their colleagues had suddenly distanced themselves from them. Originally, they did not believe Li Wangyu's words and cursed him. But now that it was proven that the plague ghost swallowing the sun was real, then the Tao ancestors' dream was also real. Since that was the case, it was easy to imagine what kind of abilities the founding county marquis had. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a land immortal. How could such an immortal be humiliated and cursed by people like them? Everyone was afraid of being implicated by those idiots, so they immediately distanced themselves from them. Who knew if lightning would strike from the sky later? They were so close to them. What if the lightning missed? During the solar eclipse, just now, everyone had clearly heard the rumbling of thunder all over the city. Without a doubt, the Marquis Huxian had used his magic power to help the Tao ancestor in the sky drive away the plague ghost. How could anyone who had cursed at such a powerful person be in a good situation? Not only had the other bailiffs and scribes thought of this, but the people who had cursed Li Wanyu earlier had also thought of this. Their faces immediately turned ashen and their legs trembled. But before they could say anything, one of the bailiffs had already fallen to the ground, barking as he crawled out of the county government. Only now did everyone remember that this person had said that if the plague ghost swallowed the sun, he would bark like a dog and crawl in a circle on the streets of the city. Putting aside how regretful the bailiffs and scribes were, no one in Yinling County had any doubts about the matter that Li Wanyu had ordered the imperial army to spread in the city. No one dared to question it. Even those bailiffs and scribes who dared to question Li Wanyu might be beaten to death by the people of the city. As for the corpses of those who had died from the plague, no one dared to leave them behind, although they were unwilling to cremate the corpses of their loved ones. But after the plague ghost swallowed the sun, appeared as promised, the people finally believed Li Wanyu's words. If the corpses that had been contaminated by the plague ghost filth were not removed as soon as possible, their loved ones would not be able to rest in peace. Moreover, if the world was thrown into chaos because of this, wouldn't the plague ghost run rampant be an even greater sin? Thus, even the most stubborn family members had tacitly agreed to cremate the corpses. After the solar eclipse, cremating the corpses of the plague victims was no longer a problem that troubled Li Wanyu and Su Changqing. But even though they had solved the problem of cremating the corpses, they still had no idea how to treat the plague victims. Su Changqing could only use the strictest quarantine measures in the city. All the infected patients were quarantined in a centralized manner to reduce the chances of healthy people falling ill. But after seeing those infected with the plague die in pain every day, this strong woman was about to break down and could not hold on any longer. Just 7 days after Su Changqing entered Yinling County, Li Wanyu, who had been suffering every day, finally saw a glimmer of light. The king of medicine, Sun Simiao, had come. Chapter 858. When Sun Simiao received the news of the outbreak of the Big Head Plague in Shuzhou, he immediately gathered his disciples, packed their things, and set off for Shuzhou. However, he and Zhang Baozong were already old. Naturally, they could not travel on horses like Niu Wu and the rest. Fortunately, they had Li Wangyu's four-wheeled carriage. Although it was not as fast as riding a horse, it was not much slower. With the carriage provided by Shun Feng Carriage Company, Sun Simiao and the rest met Niu Wu and the rest who came to pick them up. After they met up, they hurried towards Shuzhou again. Along the way, Sun Simiao and the rest finally arrived at Yinling County. After receiving the news, Li Wanyu could not help but be overjoyed. Now, all his hopes were on the penicillin. When he saw Sun Simiao, he did not even bother to exchange pleasantries. He immediately asked, "Old immortal son, you must be tired. How much penicillin did you bring with you?" Sun Simiao pointed at the carriage behind him. "Don't worry, Zio. I didn't bring much, but I brought all the equipment used to refine penicillin." Sun Simiao and the rest were a few days late because they needed to move the equipment. After more than a year of research on penicillin, Sun Simiao was now quite experienced in the use and refinement of penicillin. Even the equipment used to refine penicillin was modified several times by him. He specially found a supervising craftsman to make it. Whether it was the efficiency or the purity of penicillin, there was a significant improvement. When Li Wanyu heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. He was afraid that Sun Simiao and the rest did not bring enough penicillin. Since they could refine it on the spot in Shuzhou, it would solve the big problem. Zio, what's the situation with the big head plague in Yinling County now? Li Wanyu shook his head. Although I immediately ordered people to seal off Yinling County when the plague broke out and implemented strict quarantine measures in the city, the number of infected people in Yinling County is now close to 1,000. There are new patients appearing every day. Because of the big head plague, the number of people dying every day is increasing day by day. It's given me a headache. Where is Shunwei now? Li Wanyu was not a doctor after all. If Sun Simiao wanted to discuss Shunwei's condition, he would naturally look for his disciple. Li Wanyu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Old immortal son, 7 days ago, Brother Shunwei entered Yinling County with my family's Madame Su. Now, they are treating patients in Yinling County. As you know, the big head plague is highly contagious, so they can't leave the county for the time being. Li Wanyu still felt very guilty about the fact that Lu Shunwei, the Fengyu of his Shangyao Bureau, stayed behind to help him but followed Su Changqing into Yinling County. Especially when Sun Simiao asked about Lu Shunwei, it was hard for him to speak. However, Sun Simiao didn't mind at all. Instead, he nodded approvingly. Not bad. This child, Shunwei, still puts her family first. This makes me feel very gratified. Since that's the case, make some preparations. I'll go to Yinling County to take a look. When Li Wanyu heard this, he felt a headache coming on. Su Changqing and Lu Shunwei had already entered Yinling County. It was still unknown when they would be able to come out safely. Sun Simiao was also going to enter? How could that be? Old immortal son, it's better if you don't enter Yinling County. How about you stay outside the county and guide Brother Shunwei? I already feel very guilty that Brother Shunwei entered Yinling County. I don't dare to let you enter Yinling County as well. Haha, Zio, what are you saying? As a medical practitioner, if I don't enter Yinling County, how can I treat patients? Can't you send the penicillin to Brother Shunwei? Brother Shunwei's medical skills aren't bad. As long as there's penicillin, the big head plague will be suppressed. Li Wanyu earnestly persuaded. However, Sun Simiao was abnormally stubborn. No matter how Li Wanyu persuaded him, he wasn't willing to listen. He was determined to personally oversee Yinling County. Bao Zong and Zio will be outside the county to refine the penicillin. This Taoist will go inside the county to assist Madame Su. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Right now, the epidemic is more important. Zio, let's not talk about it anymore. Li Wanyu's persuasion was to no avail. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. For Sun Simiao to be revered as the medicine king in the future, he was indeed extraordinary. Actually, Li Wanyu also wanted to enter Yinling County. However, he was being watched by the rich playboys. They didn't even give him a chance. When he thought about how his beautiful boss was suffering in Yinling County, Li Wanyu wanted to slap himself twice. Shameful, it was too shameful. However, since things had already reached this point, he couldn't learn from those male leads in Xiongyao's dramas. Other than crying and doing nothing, wouldn't that be even more disgraceful? He would be letting down his beautiful superior's sacrifice. These days, Li Wanyu couldn't eat or sleep in peace. He was busy supervising the Shuzhou officials to transport food, herbs, lime, and other materials. He was also responsible for his beautiful superior's logistics. Now that Sun Simiao and penicillin had finally arrived, Li Wanyu saw a glimmer of hope. As for whether or not penicillin was effective against the plague, he could only wait and see. Under Li Wanyu's melancholy gaze, Sun Simiao led his disciples and grand-disciples into Yinling County. They wore masks and white cotton padded coats that Li Wanyu had specially made. Li Wanyu and the other rich playboys could only bow to the old Taoist back. After Sun Simiao entered the city, Li Wanyu could only urge Zhang Baozong and the other disciples of Sun Simiao to hurry up and extract the penicillin. The number of sick people in the city was close to 1,000, and it was still increasing every day. If Sun Simiao confirmed that the penicillin was effective, then they couldn't drop the ball outside the city. They had to be able to supply enough penicillin for the sick families. When Sun Simiao entered the city, Su Changqing naturally went to the city gate to welcome him. In the past few days, she had been mentally and physically exhausted. Even though she was wearing a mask, Sun Simiao could clearly see that Madame Su's eyes, which were usually bright, were now bloodshot. "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Su. I'll be fine here. You can go and rest." Su Changqing didn't reject him. In this era, she was the same as Li Wanyu. The only doctor she could trust was Sun Simiao. Since the Medicine King, Sun Simiao, had come, it meant that there was hope for the people of Yinling County to be saved. Her tense nerves also relaxed a lot, followed by a strong sense of tiredness. Su Changqing silently bowed to Sun Simiao and arranged for the Imperial Guards to bring Sun Simiao to find Lu Shenwei. Under the protection of the Imperial Guards, she returned to the courtyard that the Yinling County Yamen had arranged for her to rest. When Su Changqing took the risk to enter Yinling County, she didn't bring any maidservants with her. Naturally, the Imperial Guards couldn't take care of her. Thus, when she returned to her room to rest, apart from the Imperial Guards outside and in the courtyard, there was no one to accompany her in the room. The next day, late in the morning, Lu Shenwei came to find Su Changqing. When he had something to discuss, the reply he received was that Lady Su hadn't gotten up. He couldn't help but find it strange. He could only lightly knock on the door in an attempt to wake Su Changqing up. However, there was no movement in the room. Chapter 859. Lu Shenwei's heart skipped a beat as he felt that something was wrong. He pounded harder on the door, banging it loudly, but there was still no response. Lu Shenwei wasn't the only one who panicked. The Imperial Guard also panicked. The captain hesitated for a moment before looking at Lu Shenwei. "Lu Fengyu, is Lady Su sleeping too deeply? Or did something happen?" They wanted to break into the room, but they felt that it was inconvenient. After all, the person inside was the Marquis of Huxian's woman. It would be unreasonable for them to break in like this. The captain of the Imperial Army reacted quickly and immediately ordered someone to go to the county yamen and call for 2 maidservants. In truth, when Su Changqing brought a group of doctors into the city, the Yinling County Magistrate didn't dare to be negligent and immediately prepared several servant girls to take care of Su Changqing. However, Su Changqing was worried that she would bring the plague germs back and infect the servant girls. Thus, she tactfully rejected the Yinling County Magistrate's good intentions. Other than having someone send her food every day, she didn't have the servant girls take care of her daily life. Soon, the Yinling County Magistrate and the county magistrate who had received the news rushed over with a few servant girls. This matter concerned the Marquis' wife, so no one dared to be negligent. After the Imperial Guard broke open the door, the servant girls rushed into the room to check on the situation. Soon after, they ran out in a panic. "Su, Lady Su is feverish. Her body is boiling hot. I can't wake her up no matter how much I call her." Her words immediately shocked everyone. There were only 3 words in everyone's mind: big head plague. Almost all of the big head plague patients had symptoms of fever at the start. The Yinling County Magistrate was so frightened that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. The Marquis' wife had taken the risk to enter the city. If she had really contracted the plague, how would the Marquis outside the city react? When he thought about how the Marquis' wife had died in Yinling County due to the plague, he felt his vision darken and even had thoughts of dying. At this time, Lu Shenwei didn't care about the difference between men and women and directly rushed into Su Changqing's room. Sure enough, on the bed in the side room, Su Changqing had already fallen into a coma. Because of the fever, her face had turned red. Lu Shenwei immediately sent someone to invite his teacher, Sun Simiao, while he himself sat beside the bed and took Su Changqing's pulse. "Shenwei, what's going on?" After receiving the news, Sun Simiao did not dare to delay and hurried over. "Teacher, please take my pulse. I don't think it's the big head plague. I think it's just a cold. Heat has accumulated in my internal organs, and the wind, heat, and dampness has invaded my body. My body is feverish from the cold." Hearing his disciple's words, Sun Simiao felt slightly relieved. With regards to Lu Shenwei's medical skills, he was still very confident. Lu Shenwei's diagnosis shouldn't be wrong. However, He immediately walked to Su Chongqing's bedside and began to feel his pulse. After a long time, Sun Simiao finally let out a long breath. He nodded toward Lu Shenwei and said, "Correct. Your diagnosis is correct. It's not the big head plague, but a fever caused by wind heat and dampness poison. It's not a big problem. It's likely that Lady Su has been too tired recently, which led to the feverish wind invading her body. She needs to recuperate." With Sun Simiao's endorsement, everyone, including Yinling, county magistrate, and the commandant of the Imperial Army, could finally put down their worries. If Lady Su really contracted the big head plague, they would have to face the wrath of the Marquis of Huxian. Just thinking about it made them tremble. The Yinling county magistrate even silently prayed for Bodhisattva's protection. He decided that he would burn incense and pray for the protection of Buddha and Taoist ancestors when he returned. Sun Simiao ordered Lu Shanwei to bring him some golden needles and began to perform acupuncture on Su Chongqing. It had to be said that Sun Simiao's medical skills were indeed brilliant. After a few needles, Su Chongqing, who had been unconscious due to her fever, slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw that there were many people gathered around her bed. She couldn't help but jump in fright and struggle to get up. "What's wrong with me?" Su Chongqing's voice was abnormally hoarse. "Lady Su, the wind has entered your body, causing you to feel cold and feverish. You should rest well. With this Taoist here, you don't need to worry. You'll recover after taking a few doses of medicine," Sun Simiao comforted. Hearing this, Su Chongqing obediently lay down again. At this moment, she only felt that her entire body was aching and shivering. She also knew that she was sick. In fact, ever since Su Chongqing entered Yinling County, she had been under a lot of psychological pressure every day. In order to carry out the epidemic prevention work, she had to travel back and forth every day. Yesterday, when Sun Simiao entered the city, the tension in her heart suddenly loosened and her body immediately felt tired. After returning to her room, she didn't even wash up and fell asleep on the bed. In the end, she had a high fever in the middle of the night, but no one was by her side to take care of her. She sweated a lot and didn't replenish her water, so she fell into a semi-conscious state. As a result, when Lu Shenwei called for her, she didn't react at all. Sun Simiao personally wrote a prescription for Su Chongqing and instructed Lu Shenwei to get the herbs and boil the medicine. He also had a servant girl carefully help Su Chongqing up and feed her the medicine. "Don't tell the county marquis about this for now." Sun Simiao pondered for a moment, then instructed everyone. Lu Shenwei didn't understand. "Teacher, why is that?" "Hey, Shenwei, can't you see? Zio is a person who values relationships. If he knows that Lady Su is sick, do you think he won't rashly barge into Yinling County? If he also enters Yinling County, who will take care of the situation outside? Therefore, for the sake of the people of Su Province and the tens of thousands of people in Yinling County, this matter must be kept a secret for now. We can't let Zio know." Sun Simiao understood Li Wanyu quite well. Naturally, he wasn't wrong. If Li Wanyu knew that his beautiful superior was sick, no matter if it was Cheng Yaojin or those hedonistic sons of rich families, they wouldn't be able to stop him from entering the city. Lu Shenwei was slightly hesitant. "Teacher, I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden from Zio. Lady Su meets with Zio every day at the top of the city wall. If Lady Su doesn't show up, how can Zio not be suspicious?" Sun Simiao also hesitated. He didn't think of this. After drinking the medicine prescribed by Sun Simiao, Su Chongqing felt that her body had regained some strength. She said with a hoarse voice, "Old immortal Sun is right. We can't tell Wanyu. Let me rest a bit more. I'll go to the top of the city wall later and talk to him." "How can that be?" "Lady Su, you need to recuperate from your illness. You can't go to the top of the city wall." "You can't. But if I don't go and meet with Wanyu, he'll definitely be suspicious." Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Lady Su and Zio are truly deeply in love. How about this? Leave this matter to me. Lady Su, you just need to recuperate. I guarantee that Zio won't be suspicious." Although Su Chongqing didn't understand what Sun Simiao wanted to do, she really didn't have any strength in her body and felt very uncomfortable. Therefore, she nodded lightly and agreed. Chapter 860. Actually, Sun Simiao's method was very simple. He only ordered someone to pass a message to Li Wanyu, saying that Su Chongqing had been too tired recently. Therefore, he prescribed a few doses of medicine for Su Chongqing to rest well. Therefore, he did not go to the city wall to meet Li Wanyu these few days. Li Wanyu did not doubt this at all. Instead, he agreed with Sun Simiao's method. It was not until a few days later that Su Chongqing had basically recovered that she met Li Wanyu again across the city. This did not arouse Li Wanyu's suspicion at all. Li Wanyu only found out about Su Chongqing's illness from others after Yinling County's ban was lifted. He could not help but feel heartache. He was naturally very angry about Su Chongqing's disobedient behavior and taught his beautiful superior a lesson in the room. However, the specific details were not known to outsiders. After Sun Simiao entered Yinling County, he immediately tried to inject penicillin into the patients infected with the Big Head Plague. The old Taoist priest was pleasantly surprised to find that the penicillin's effect on the Big Head Plague was surprisingly good. Actually, the plague was a highly infectious disease caused by Yersinia spp, and the most effective treatment drugs were streptomycin and gentamicin. However, there was no streptomycin in the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu did not know what streptomycin was and had never even heard of it. However, as an antibiotic, penicillin was not without effect. At least for the Tang people who had never been exposed to antibiotics, the effect of penicillin was not weaker than streptomycin. After injecting penicillin, except for a few old and frail patients, the rest of the patients gradually showed signs of improvement in the originally incurable Big Head Plague. This discovery stunned the doctors who had been forced into the city. Naturally, they did not know what penicillin was and had never seen the treatment method of injection. Therefore, they could only understand penicillin as some kind of miracle drug. Of course, they were not wrong to understand it this way. Penicillin was indeed a miracle drug. However, even Sun Simiao was not clear about its principles. After confirming that penicillin was really effective against the Big Head Plague, Zhang Baozong, who was outside the city, immediately began to extract large amounts of penicillin. Since then, the epidemic in Su province, which was originally going to lead to a disaster, was contained. When the news spread to Zhengzhou, even Pai Lupi and the others were stunned. No one would have thought that the Big Head Plague, which caused everyone to turn pale at the mention of it, could actually be cured. Although the plague in Yinling County had not completely disappeared and the lockdown had not been lifted, Pai Lupi was so excited that he issued an imperial edict to promote Li Wanyu, Sun Simiao, and the others. Whether it was Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, or Zhang Sun Wuji, none of them objected to the promotion. After all, Li Wanyu's contribution this time was too great. It was not enough to reward him without a promotion. Li Wanyu was directly conferred the title of County Duke of the founding of the country, secondary class 2. His title was still Hu County. In other words, Li Wanyu, who had just been promoted for less than half a year, had not yet gotten used to being addressed as Duke. He needed to get used to being addressed as Duke again. The speed of promotion was so fast that after the establishment of the Tang dynasty, other than the generals who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world, there was no one else like him. Li Wanyu was only 18 years old now. To be a secondary class 2 county duke of the founding of the country at such a young age was like a scorpion defecating. As for Sun Simiao, he still declined Pai Lupi's conferment. The old Taoist did not want to enter the imperial court as an official. He only wanted to continue to stay in his Xianwei temple and study those new things. Ever since Li Wanyu created a microscope for him, the old Taoist was even more interested in studying all kinds of medicine. If it was not for the epidemic in Su province, Sun Simiao would not have left the Xianwei temple. When the news of the conferment reached Su province, the governor of Su province and the officials of Su province respected Li Wanyu even more. They almost worshipped him as their ancestor. Chung Chumo and the other foppish sons looked at Li Wanyu with more and more resentment. There were still a bunch of foppish people who were just waiting to die, but Li Wanyu, their youngest brother, was already in the second rank of the secondary class and became a county magistrate. How could they not be sad? Even Cheng Yaojin, after learning that Li Wanyu had been promoted again, after congratulating Li Wanyu, he called out his 3 legitimate sons. He said that he wanted to test their martial arts, but in fact he was ruthless and beat Ching Chumo and his 2 brothers until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. When Cheng Yaojin beat up his sons, Li Wanyu and the other foppish sons gathered around to watch the fun. They even cheered Cheng Yaojin on from time to time, telling him not to show mercy. Ching Chumo and his 2 brothers were so angry that after being taught a lesson by Cheng Yaojin, they screamed and rushed towards the foppish sons, wanting to vent their anger. Li Wanyu and the others would not give them a chance. They immediately laughed and ran away, not giving Ching Chumo and his 2 brothers a chance to take revenge. Outside Yinling City, the atmosphere that had been oppressive for a long time finally became relaxed. And inside Yinling City, the atmosphere was also getting better day by day. There were fewer and fewer people falling ill in the city, and the number of people who died from the big head epidemic in the quarantine square was also decreasing. The originally solemn and frozen Yinling County finally had a trace of life. When Yinling County was sealed for more than 40 days by Li Wanyu, the ban was finally lifted. Li Wanyu led a group of foppish sons and finally entered the city that they had sealed for more than a month. The people in the city walked out of the square one after another, crying tears of joy. After surviving a disaster, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. Li Wanyu did not care about shocking the world. In front of everyone, he tightly hugged his beautiful superior who had lost a lot of weight and did not let go for a long time. "Changqing, it's been hard on you." Su Changqing replied softly, leaning her head on Li Wanyu's shoulder and wrapping her arms around his waist. This month had also been torturous for her. After more than 40 days of the plague, more than 1,400 people had died in Yinling County. Even the doctors who were forced to enter the city had more than 10 people who had died from the plague. But if it were not for the efforts of Li Wanyu and Su Changqing, only a few of the 10,000 people in Yinling County would have survived. In other words, they had saved more than 10,000 lives from the hands of the Grim Reaper. If saving a life was more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda, then their pagoda would be of an unknown level. When Su Changqing was about to leave the city, the county magistrate of Yinling County led all the people out and knelt neatly on both sides of the street, kowtowing to Su Changqing. This commoner thanks Madam Su for saving our lives. Female Bodhisattva, please protect us. The people's prayers and gratitude went straight to the 9 heavens. After Li Wanyu and the rest left, a new Taoist temple was built in Yinling County. It was filled with incense, but only 3 statues were enshrined. There were no memorial tablets in front of the statues, but the facial features of the clay statues were extremely similar to Li Wanyu, Su Changqing, and Sun Simiao. Chapter 861. After the epidemic in Shuzhou was eradicated, Pai Lupi, who had remained in Zhengzhou all this time, immediately issued an edict, revoking Li Wanyu's position as prefect of the Hunan province and summoning Li Wanyu to return to Zhengzhou for an audience. As Li Wanyu led Su Changqing, Cheng Yaojin, and a group of silk-pants to Zhengzhou, his mind was occupied with one matter. That was how to obtain a noble title from Pai Lupi for his beautiful superior. Speaking of which, Li Wanyu felt that his beautiful superior had contributed the most to the epidemic in Shuzhou. She had even nearly lost her life because of the epidemic. Everyone's expressions changed at the mention of the big head epidemic. She had been duty-bound to lead hundreds of doctors into the city to treat the patients. It was not excessive at all for this merit to be exchanged for a noble title. In the history of Europe, there were many countesses and marquises. They had the same authority as men. Since Europe could confer noble titles to women, why couldn't the Tang dynasty do the same? Moreover, Su Changqing had made such great contributions. Why shouldn't he be conferred a noble title? Of course, Li Wanyu also understood that it would be very difficult for him to obtain a noble title for Su Changqing. If he were to confer the title of Lady of the State, Lady of a County, Lord of a County, Pai Lupi would definitely not bat an eyelid. Even if it were the highest rank of Lady of the State, Pai Lupi would definitely be willing to confer the title. However, it was extremely difficult to confer a noble title. In the Tang dynasty, noble titles were almost exclusively for men. It was impossible for a woman to be conferred a noble title. However, no matter how difficult it was, Li Wanyu still wanted to try. After all, he did not believe that his beautiful superior would be his vassal. Conferring titles like Lady of the State or Lady of a County might seem honorable, but when put bluntly, it was nothing more than a man's vassal. If Pai Lupi was unwilling to confer a noble title to his beautiful superior, Li Wanyu would probably go on strike. In reality, long before the flood in Shuzhou, Li Wanyu had already entertained the idea of eloping because of Pai Lupi's desire to betroth Princess Changle to him. However, before he could carry out his plan, he encountered a flood in Shuzhou. Following that, a plague broke out in Yinling County. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, Li Wanyu could not help but have this thought. After the trip to Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi gathered all the officials and praised Li Wanyu and Sun Simiao to their faces. Pai Lupi was very regretful that Sun Simiao was unwilling to accept the title, but he could not persuade the old Taoist, so he could only reward him with a lot of gold. When Li Wanyu heard this, he said with a smile, "Your Majesty, if old immortal Sun accepted the title, what title would you give him?" Ziyu, what is the meaning of this? If beloved official Sun is willing to accept, we will at least confer him the title of Marquis of the founding county. Pai Lupi did not understand Li Wanyu's words. Li Wanyu smiled and said, "Since old immortal Sun wholeheartedly pursues the Tao and has no desire to be attached to the mortal world, your Majesty should not force old immortal Sunday. However, this subject feels that there is one more person involved in the plague in Shuzhou. Your Majesty should confer a title to him." "Oh, could it be that you are talking about Lu Fengyu?" Li Wanyu shook his head. Lu Fengyu naturally deserves a reward. However, as the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, treating illnesses and saving lives is also his duty. This subject is talking about someone else. His words caused Pai Lupi and the officials accompanying him to be somewhat confused. Regarding the plague in Shuzhou, although they were in Zhengzhou, news from Shuzhou and Yinling County have been brought to them almost every day. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials, they were all quite clear about what had happened in Shuzhou. Everyone looked at each other, but they did not understand who Li Wanyu was talking about. Apart from Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei, who else was worthy of a reward from His Majesty? Ziyu, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us, who else should be conferred a title? Pai Lupi also did not understand and asked straightforwardly. Li Wanyu solemnly bowed to Pai Lupi and reporting to your Majesty, this subject believes that the greatest contributor to the plague in Shuzhou is not this subject, nor is it old immortal Sun or Lu Fengyu. It is Chongqing of the Su clan. After he finished speaking, the hall immediately became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Pai Lupi opened his mouth and wanted to say that Li Wanyu was fooling around. However, after careful consideration, he felt that what he said was not false. According to the memorials sent by Li Wanyu, Cheng Yaojin, and the Shuzhou provincial governor, Pai Lupi was quite clear about the role Su Chongqing played in the plague in Shuzhou. Regarding this woman, even Pai Lupi could only silently give her a thumbs up in his heart and praise her as a heroine. Pai Lupi even faintly felt that this Lady Su was somewhat similar to his legendary sister, Princess Pingyang. After all, to be able to order people to knock out Li Wanyu and lead hundreds of doctors into Yinling County, where the plague was wreaking havoc, such courage was admirable. And in the following 40 days, she persisted in Yinling County, leading a group of doctors and the officials of Yinling County to fight against the plague. Who could disagree with this kind of thing? Yinling County had more than 10,000 people, but in the end, only 1,000 people died of the disease. This was simply a miracle. It was not an exaggeration to say that Su Chongqing's contribution was the greatest. He should be well rewarded. However, regarding his nephew Li Wangyo's request to give Su Changqing a title of nobility, Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Not to mention whether he was willing or not. Even if he was willing, it would not be so easy. As expected, without waiting for Pai Lupi to react, the hall was silent for a moment. Suddenly, it was as if a pot was boiling, and all kinds of buzzing sounds came out in an instant. Almost all of the ministers were whispering to each other, discussing what Li Wangyu had said. There were those who agreed, and naturally there were also those who disagreed. Grand Changqing Wang Ying directly stepped out, angrily pointing at Li Wangyu and scolding, "Preposterous! This is preposterous! How can a girl be given a title? Isn't this like a hen taking over the throne?" He then reported to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, this cannot be done. Absolutely not. A girl being given a title is the biggest joke in the world. Preposterous. Your Majesty must not agree to the words of the county magistrate." Li Wangyu had already expected the attitude of people like Wang Ying, and he had thought that such a thing would happen. He glanced at Wang Ying and asked, "Then may I ask Lord Wang, what is the Marquis of Mingshun, Marquis of Yinan, and Marquis of Lingguang?" The three that Li Wangyu mentioned were the three female marquises of the Western Han. The female fortune-teller Su Fu of the first year of the Western Han was given the title of Mingshun Marquis by Han Gaozu. The brother and sister-in-law of Han Gaozu was given the title of Marquis of Yinan in the Han Dynasty. After Empress Lu took over, she was given the title of Marquis of Lingguang, and she had power over the court. In the history of China, the number of women who were given titles could be counted on one hand. Apart from the three marquises of Western Han, in Li Wangyo's memory, there was only one other person in the history of China who was conferred the title of Marquis. Qin Liangyu of the Southern Ming Dynasty was conferred the title of Crown Prince Taibao and Marquis Zhongzhen. Qin Liangyu's title was something that happened 1,000 years later, so Li Wangyu naturally could not use it as evidence. However, the three female marquises of the Western Han were enough to prove that there was a precedent for women being given titles. You are being unreasonable. Wang Ying was unwilling to let go. That was something that happened a few hundred years ago. How can you mix it up? Chapter 862. Grand Minister Wang Ying's words naturally received the support of many officials in the hall. That's right. Marquis Mingnu, Marquis Yinan, and Marquis Lingguang were all matters of the former Han Dynasty. How can we use the present to prove it? Since the Han Dynasty, have we ever heard of a woman being conferred a title in the hundreds of years? Wouldn't it be a mess for a woman to be conferred a title? Your Majesty, this must not happen. The officials who accompanied Pai Lupi to Zhengzhou were divided into three opinions because of Li Wangyo's words. There were those who agreed, but they were in the minority, such as Yu Shinan and Cheng Yaojin. Those who remained neutral included Fang Xianling, Duru Hui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and even Yuqi Jingda. They didn't agree, but they didn't object either. They simply remained silent and watched the changes. Li Wangyo's proposal to confer a title to Su Changqing was not essential to them. Therefore, their attitude was that Pai Lupi's decree was enough. No matter what decision Pai Lupi made, they did not care. The group of aristocratic family officials, led by Grand Minister Wang Ying, were the strongest opponents. For the aristocratic families, apart from being very displeased with Li Wangyu, it was also because they attached great importance to ethics. In their opinion, conferring a title to a woman was absolutely unacceptable. Because Cheng Yaojin personally witnessed Su Changqing entering the city to help with the disaster, he admired this extraordinary woman. Therefore, he absolutely supported Li Wangyo's words. At this moment, he directly rolled up his sleeves and started cursing at Wang Ying and the others in the hall. You be asterisk cheese. You shameless be asterisk starts. Lady Su, a woman, dared to enter Yanling County to fight against the plague for the people of Shuzhou. Why shouldn't she be rewarded for such a great service? But you bunch of cowardly old men, what right do you have to object? You ran faster than rabbits when facing the big head plague. What's the point of saying such nonsense now? Lu Guogong, please be careful with your words. We do not object to His Majesty rewarding Lady Su. Lady Su has done a great service and naturally should be rewarded. But conferring a title is too much. Cheng Yaojin's spittle was all over Wang Ying's face. Bah! I can't bear to see you, you old bastard. Indeed, old men who don't die are thieves. His mother, Liu. High Duke Liu Yu, how can you use such vulgar language? In front of His Majesty you are humiliating him. Refine my ass. Cheng Yaojin scolded as if he was scolding the streets. He went all out in the hall, scolding Wang Ying and the others until their blood pressure rose. When it came to cursing, how could these people be a match for Cheng Yaojin, the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty? If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people was so weak that Cheng Yaojin was worried that he would beat them to death, the old hooligan would have rolled up his sleeves and started beating them up. Even if he didn't make a move, with the old hooligan's ability to scold people, Wang Ying and the others were naturally defeated. However, Wang Ying and the other ministers knew that they couldn't out-talk Cheng Yaojin, so they couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. They all uniformly bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, you mustn't confer titles to women. If Your Majesty insists on conferring titles to women, we would rather beg for skeletons. Your Majesty, you have to be on guard, otherwise there will be no end of trouble. Your Majesty, I second that. There were only about 100 officials accompanying Pai Lupi, but they were all important officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Their attitudes could basically represent the attitudes of the officials in the court. Pai Lupi also frowned at this. He glared at Li Wangyu angrily, thinking that this guy was causing trouble for him. In fact, Pai Lupi's attitude was to give Su Chongqing a generous reward, but there was no need to confer titles. However, he wouldn't say this. After all, his nephew Li Wangyu had made a great contribution this time. Even if he wanted to refuse to confer titles to Su Chongqing, it wasn't up to him to say this. Yes, all of your words are reasonable. This matter will be put aside for the time being. We will discuss it again after the court returns to Chang'an. Pai Lupi simply used the tactic of delaying and put this matter aside. He estimated that after returning to Chang'an, the voices of opposition to this matter would be even louder. In the end, it would naturally be left unsettled. Li Wangyu couldn't blame his uncle for being biased. How could Li Wangyu not see through Pai Lupi's thoughts? However, he didn't say anything. Anyway, he didn't expect that he would be able to get a title for Su Chongqing just by entering the court once. That was simply unrealistic. Although the Tang dynasty was a dynasty that was extremely kind to women, compared to the Ming and Qing dynasties, the status of women in the Tang dynasty was very high. However, when he wanted to build a female toilet, it caused a lot of trouble, let alone confer titles to Su Chongqing. Therefore, Li Wangyu naturally had other plans. He didn't think that this matter could be done just by moving his mouth. However, Li Wangyu truly despised Wang Ying and this group of old fogies. Damn, they were saying nice things now. When Empress Wu Zetian ascended the throne in the future, why didn't these stubborn old men sacrifice themselves and oppose her? Didn't they all cower in the face of a sword and obediently kneel down and kowtow to a woman? Even the empress could appear, so why couldn't a marquis? After Pai Lupi indicated for the officials to disperse, only Li Wangyu remained. Zio, don't blame me for conferring titles to Lady Su. The officials are fiercely opposed to this matter, so I can't be stubborn. Otherwise, if I forcefully issue an edict, it will lead to a backlash from the people in the court. The one who will be harmed is Lady Su. Pai Lupi decided to appease his nephew. Li Wangyu could only silently ridicule Pai Lupi's words in his heart. How could he not see Pai Lupi's attitude? Just now, Pai Lupi didn't express his support. Otherwise, if he had nodded in agreement, Wang Ying and the group of old men would have to consider Pai Lupi's attitude even if they opposed it. However, Li Wangyu wasn't stupid. He only smiled and shook his head. Uncle, I naturally understand this matter. Uncle has good intentions. Since Zio can understand my painstaking efforts, that's good. You don't need to return to Huayin County anymore. Return to Chang'an with me. I have other uses for Zio. After experiencing the Suzhou incident, Li Wangyu, who originally had no intention of pursuing an official career, could be considered to have taken one step into it. Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't allow him to hide in Dingzhou village and live freely. Li Wanyu didn't seem to be opposed. He only smiled and nodded in agreement. The uncle and nephew chatted for a while more before Li Wanyu took his leave and left the hall. After the Suzhou incident was concluded, Pai Lupi finally prepared to return to court. Noda's entourage was respectfully sent off by the officials of the Hunan circuit. They were escorted by tens of thousands of imperial guards as they majestically set out to return to Chang and via the official road. When the imperial entourage set out, Li Wanyu claimed that he was tired. He didn't ride a horse and instead hid in a carriage. He didn't show his face for several days. The entourage majestically headed west. After passing through Tongguan, they would arrive at Chang and in one day. Pai Lupi prepared to find Li Wanyu and have a good talk with him about Chang'e. He ordered Mi Tuo to summon Li Wanyu. However, not long after, Mi Tuo ran back in a panic. When he opened his mouth, Pai Lupi jumped in fright. Reporting to everyone, County Magistrate who is missing. Chapter 863. When Pai Lupi heard this, he was slightly taken aback. What do you mean he disappeared? What's going on? Speak clearly for me. What do you mean Zio disappeared? Reporting to everyone, this servant went to County Magistrate Hu's carriage to look for him. The Lai Hot's troops said that County Magistrate Hu was resting and did not allow this servant to disturb him. It was only when this servant said that everyone wanted to summon County Magistrate Hu that they moved aside. However, no matter how much this servant knocked on the carriage door, no one responded. This servant could only barge in, but there was no sign of County Magistrate Hu. Not only was County Magistrate Hu not there, but Madame Su was also not there. This servant asked the Li family's troops, but they all said that they did not know where their Lang Jun went. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. Did Zio run to another carriage? The entourage stretched for several kilometers. Many of the old officials were riding four-wheeled carriages because of their health problems. Ever since Li Wanyu created the four-wheeled carriages, they were very popular among the court's officials. This was especially true for the old officials like Yu Shernan. Because of their legs, it was already very inconvenient for them to ride horses. This carriage solved a big problem. As a result, Pai Lupi thought that Li Wanyu might have gone to another official's carriage to chat with them. This was very normal. Reported to everyone, this servant originally thought this as well. However, this servant has already searched the carriages of the officials who were familiar with County Magistrate Hu. There was no trace of him. How is that possible? You must have not searched carefully enough. Go search again. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe that Li Wanyu would disappear. One had to know that this entourage was guarded by over 10,000 Imperial Army soldiers. Let alone a living person. Even a fly would not be able to enter and exit the entourage without a trace. Without Pai Lupi's orders, even Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others would not be able to leave the entourage. This was naturally not to make the officials into prisoners, but to ensure their safety. If everyone could enter and leave the entourage as they pleased, there would definitely be hidden dangers. Therefore, this was common knowledge for emperors when they traveled. Naturally, Mi Tuo also knew, so he did not argue. After hurriedly saying yes, he ran out again to look for Li Wanyu. However, as if they had seen a ghost, Mito and his men searched the royal carriages from the beginning to the end. They even checked the carriages of the dukes and bigwigs, but there was still no trace of Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing. Mi Tuo led his men to search for Li Wanyu all over the camp. Naturally, their movements were not small and could not be hidden from others. It didn't take long for everyone in the camp to know that County Magistrate Li Wanyu had gone missing. Mi Tuo almost dug 3 feet into the ground of the camp, but he still could not find any trace of Li Wanyu. He could only return to Pai Lupi to report. What? Why couldn't he find it? Could he fly away? Go and summon Duke of Lu and Duke of Yi. We want to ask how this person could disappear right under their noses. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were responsible for the Imperial Army Guards of the royal entourage. After receiving Mi Tuo's report, the two of them were also confused. How could Li Wanyu, that brat, suddenly disappear? How is this possible? The two of them did not dare to tarry and hurried over to Pai Lupi to seek confirmation. This news could not be hidden from the others. Not long after, Fong Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other bigwigs all rushed over. "Your Majesty, Zio is not in the royal entourage? How is this possible? This old man saw him get into the carriage with my own eyes. How could a living person disappear into thin air?" Tai Changqing Wang Ying had regained his spirit and yelled, "What kind of joke is this? This royal entourage is completely guarded by the Imperial Army. Even if it is County Duke who, without a military order or a letter from His Majesty, the Imperial Army would not let him leave. Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, what is going on? Could it be that there is someone in the Imperial Army who is playing favoritism?" The meaning behind his words was that he was questioning Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde for secretly letting Li Wanyu go. The accompanying officials all turned their gazes to Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde. Even Pai Lupi was very suspicious. When the caravan had set off from Zhengzhou, everyone had seen Li Wanyu and Su Changqing enter the carriage with their own eyes. But to say that Li Wanyu and Su Changqing were able to disappear into thin air from the royal entourage, no matter how one looked at it, was simply unfathomable. Could it be that they could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground? Thus, everyone suspected that Cheng Yaojin or Yuqi Jingde had secretly let Li Wanyu and Su Changqing go. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde immediately stomped their feet and cried out their grievances. "Bastard, your mother's fart. This old man would be crazy to secretly let that bastard Zio go. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to the Imperial Army to investigate and see if such a thing really happened. This one has a good relationship with Hu County, but there is no reason for me to let someone go without your Majesty's permission." Yuqi Jingde also cried out his grievances. He and Cheng Yaojin clearly didn't do such a thing, but everyone was suspicious of them. How could they not be angry? Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde's attitude made everyone half believe and half doubt. If one were to say that the two of them were extremely daring to secretly let Li Wanyu and Su Changqing out of the royal entourage without Pai Lupi's permission, not only would the officials not believe it, even Pai Lupi himself didn't believe it. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and decided to summon all of the Lai Hot troops and servant girls to get to the bottom of this. When Mituo brought the troops and servant girls over, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others noticed that even Niu Wu, the commander of the Li family troops, and Avra's concubine were absent. "Where exactly did your Lang Jun go? Tell us the truth." The troops looked at each other before one of them replied, "Reporting to your Majesty, we truly don't know where Lang Jun went. That day, before we boarded the carriage in Zhengzhou, Lang Jun instructed us not to disturb him and Madame Su. We also didn't need to send any food and said that there were dry rations and clean water in the carriage. It wasn't until today, when Mituo forcefully opened the carriage door, that we found out that Lang Jun wasn't in the carriage. We were also very surprised. These past few days, we have been guarding outside the carriage and haven't left it at all. Why isn't he here?" One of the troops suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the sky. "We always thought that Lang Jun was a celestial being in heaven. Presumably, Lang Jun has returned to heaven." His words immediately made Pai Lupi laugh in anger. What sort of nonsense was he talking about? He was certain that his scoundrel nephew must have used some sort of camouflage technique to avoid the eyes and ears of the crowd. This wasn't the first time Li Wanyu had done this kind of thing. Wasn't it the same when he cheated the aristocratic families of their gold? Those soldiers from the aristocratic families probably didn't understand why the gold that everyone had been eyeing had suddenly disappeared. Needless to say, this time Li Wanyu had used the same trick again and even fooled his own troops. Chapter 864. Pai Lupi saw that he could not get an answer, so he asked Mito to lead the way to Li Wanyu's carriage. He wanted to see for himself. As Mito had reported, there was no one in Li Wanyu's carriage. Pai Lupi went into the carriage and searched around, but found nothing. There were many people who had seen Li Wanyu and Su Changqing enter the carriage, including the Li family's troops. Pai Lupi believed that these people were not lying. Could it be that this kid could really fly into the sky? Pai Lupi was suspicious, but he did not believe that there was such a thing. He carefully looked at the furnishings in the carriage, and his eyes suddenly fell on the carpet on the floor of the carriage. "Come, lift the carpet for me." Mito did not know what was going on, but he still followed Pai Lupi's orders. He led two servants forward and lifted the carpet in the carriage. When the carpet was lifted, everyone was shocked to find that there was a small door under the carpet. After it was lifted, the road under the carriage was exposed. Obviously, this small door was the reason why Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had disappeared after entering the carriage in front of everyone. Pai Lupi looked at the small door and was so angry that he almost cursed. However, he still couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu, this bastard, was trying to do by doing this. Not only did Pai Lupi not understand, but the officials were also confused. What was the purpose of a county duke who had founded the country to deliberately disappear? Was it hide and seek? However, Cheng Yaoji noticed that there was a piece of white paper pasted on the carriage. It was very conspicuous. He suddenly remembered that in Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu had written several secret letters in order to wash away the slander of the aristocratic families. "Your Majesty, look at Zio. Why did he paste a piece of white paper on the carriage? Could it be another trick? Does Your Majesty still remember that day in the main hall? He used a piece of white paper to send a letter to Mito?" Pai Lupi was reminded by Cheng Yaojin and reacted. He immediately ordered Mito to take down the white paper and find some turmeric water to smear on it. Sure enough, words immediately appeared on the paper. This was actually a letter left behind by Li Wangyu. However, when Pai Lupi finished reading the letter, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. "Request for leave. I, Wangyu, the founding county magistrate of this county, am in a bad mood and hereby request for leave. The time is still to be determined. I hope Your Majesty will approve." Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost tore the paper apart. What nonsense is this? This bastard, what is he trying to do? Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others came over. After reading the contents of the paper, they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. What the hell was this? Request for leave? What did it mean? Naturally, officials of the Tang dynasty could also ask for leave. For example, asking for sick leave was called asking for illness. If they couldn't go back to work because of urgent matters, they could also ask for urgent leave. But no matter what kind of leave it was, there was always a reason, and it had to be approved. With Li Wangyu's status, if he wanted to ask for leave, he had to personally submit a letter to Pai Lupi, explain the reason for the leave, and wait for Pai Lupi's approval to decide. Moreover, there was a time limit for the leave. He couldn't exceed the time limit, or he would be punished. It was possible to lose his salary or be removed from office. But what the hell was this request for leave that Li Wangyu left behind? He even asked for leave because he was in a bad mood. This was simply playing with his majesty. Although there was no such thing as a request for leave in the Tang dynasty, with the context, everyone roughly understood Li Wangyu's meaning. When they thought about how Li Wangyu made a fuss about Pai Lupi giving Lady Su a title, everyone clearly understood the reason for his bad mood. It was clearly because Pai Lupi didn't give Su Changqing a title, so this guy felt unhappy and ran away. What request for leave? It was just an excuse. Pai Lupi was angered by the request for leave that Li Wangyu left behind. If Li Wangyu was in front of him, he would definitely order people to drag him away, lock him up in the Imperial Censorate's prison, starve him for 3 days, and teach him a good lesson. Let's see if he still dared to tease his uncle in the future. Pai Lupi looked at the small door on the carriage and understood why Li Wangyu and Su Changqing disappeared. This guy must have played another trick. He entered the carriage in front of everyone, closed the door, and immediately left through the bottom of the carriage. In other words, Li Wangyu didn't leave Zhengzhou with the imperial carriage, but stayed behind. After understanding this point, Pai Lupi's face turned ashen. He immediately turned to Mi Tuo and ordered, "Mi Tuo, immediately lead the 100 Horsemen department and return to Zhengzhou. Capture that bastard for me." Yes, Mi Tuo bitterly agreed. He knew that this was a difficult task, even if he thought with his butt. County Magistrate Li Wangyu was an extremely intelligent person. If he wanted to hide, how could Mi Tuo find him? Moreover, the imperial carriage had left Zhengzhou for several days. When he returned to Zhengzhou, where'd he find Li Wanyu? If Li Wanyu wanted to avoid the eyes and ears of the imperial court, there were many ways to do so. Zhengzhou was backed by the Yellow River and the Tongji Canal. There were also official roads that extended in all directions. Where could he find Li Wanyu? Was he going to ask the government to issue an arrest warrant? Wasn't that crazy? Arrest the founding county duke of the dynasty? This joke was too big. Not to mention Me Too's headache. Li Wanyu's disappearance naturally caused a lot of discussion in the camp. When Cheng Chumo and the other playboys heard about this, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open and they couldn't close them for a long time. Oh my god, Zio is such a playful brat. What is this? He actually tricked his majesty and ran away? Bastard. Such a fun thing, and he didn't call us along. Brothers, let's go. We'll return to Zhengzhou. We must capture that bastard. Haha, Brother Chimo is right. Such a fun thing, and he didn't bring us along. He really deserves a beating. Let's go, let's go. We must catch that bastard and teach him a lesson. Let's go, we must join in the fun. Let's see who can catch Li Wanyu first. The playboys immediately asked Cheng Yaojin, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots for instructions. They said that they were familiar with Li Wanyu and that it would be safer for them to go find Li Wanyu. Pai Lupi naturally didn't have any objection to this. He waved his hand and agreed to this matter. Right now, he only wanted to quickly capture that bastard brat and give him a good spanking to vent the anger in his heart. He actually dared to quit his job and secretly run away from home because of a woman's matter. How hateful. Let's not talk about how Pai Lupi was sulking and how Tua and the other playboys planned to find Li Wanyu. At this time, in a small post station a few miles away from Pai Lupi's team, a young couple was chatting. Wanyu, won't we be discovered if we follow Li Shiming and the others like this? Haha, Chongqing, have you forgotten that the most dangerous place is the safest place? They would never think that we are following behind the royal team. Moreover, we want to go to Sichuan, so we have to pass through the middle road. It's safer to follow the royal team. Haha, that's true. They will definitely go back to Zhengzhou to find us. Ha! No matter how cunning you are, you will still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with. Chapter 865. Pai Lupi could not have imagined that the missing Li Wanyu was just a few li behind him. Naturally, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Cheng Yaojin could not have imagined this. In their minds, Li Wanyu had probably already sailed south or east. At this moment, it would be extremely difficult to find him. There was a reason why Li Wanyu had chosen to flee. Ever since Li Wanyu had proposed to confer a title to Su Chongqing and had been tactfully declined by Pai Lupi, Li Wanyu had begun to ponder the matter of going on strike. Since Pai Lupi and the other old fogies of the court were unwilling to confer a title to Su Chongqing, then Li Wanyu would no longer serve them. In any case, the matter of Pai Lupi bestowing a marriage to Changle had already caused Li Wanyu to have thoughts of fleeing. This time, he might as well use this opportunity to break away from Pai Lupi's line of sight and be free and unfettered for a period of time. This would also increase the pressure on Pai Lupi, allowing him to see his determination to confer a title to Su Chongqing. Li Wanyu felt that he had done nothing wrong to Pai Lupi. Although he had not yet entered the ranks of the court, for this cheap uncle, he could be considered to have done his utmost. Regardless of whether it was helping Pai Lupi resist the condemnation of the aristocratic families in speech and writing, or coming up with so many inventions that benefited both the country and the people, Li Wanyu felt that he had contributed greatly to Pai Lupi. However, Pai Lupi was constantly giving him trouble. This naturally caused Li Wanyu to feel dissatisfied. Li Wanyu clearly knew that he and Su Chongqing were mutually in love, yet he insisted on giving him Princess Changle as his wife. This was simply causing trouble for Li Wanyu. In addition, Su Chongqing had taken such a great risk in dealing with the epidemic in Shuzhou, yet Pai Lupi was not even willing to confer a title to him. This caused Li Wanyu to feel even more sullen and depressed. Therefore, after a mental struggle, Li Wanyu resolutely came up with a plan to run away from home. Regarding this, Su Chongqing did not have any objections. In fact, he was very much in agreement. Although she was magnanimous enough to accept Li Wanyu taking concubines and Aphrodite and Perrin as his concubines, She couldn't accept Li Wangyu marrying Changle. Although she didn't say it, she also felt it was rather awkward. She had no small complaints about Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Thus, the two of them hit it off and quickly discussed how to run away from home. Li Wangyu wasn't just planning to run away. He had also prepared a series of package plans to be implemented. He didn't believe that he couldn't get a title for his beautiful boss. Anyway, he had made up his mind that as long as Pai Lupi did not confer a title to Su Changqing, he would not return to Chang'an. It was precisely because of this mental preparation that Li Wangyu began to plan his escape. If they wanted to escape, they naturally couldn't all run together. That would make them too big of a target and too obvious. Therefore, Li Wangyu arranged in advance for Niu Wu to lead 2 trusted troops to escort Aphrodite and Perrin. Li Wangyu agreed with them that they would meet in Chintasong County when the time came. Chintasong County, also known as Baoji in the future, would pass through the Lianyun Road and reach Hanzhou. Then, through the Taurus Road, they would enter Shu Commandery. Niu Wu and the others were not conspicuous, so naturally, no one would notice that a few people were missing from Li Wangyu's side. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had ordered people to secretly dig out a hiding place under the carriage. On the day of departure, he and Su Changqing boarded the carriage in front of everyone and sneaked out through the small door at the bottom of the carriage. After the carriage set off and everyone dispersed, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing finally slipped out of their hiding place. After putting on some makeup, they got on the horses that they had prepared beforehand and pretended to be scholars on a study trip to Chang'an. They quietly followed the imperial carriages and fell a few miles behind them. On the official road, there were many passers-by who were in a similar situation. Because it was the imperial carriages in front, no one dared to overtake them. Instead, they all followed a few miles behind them slowly. Since it wasn't easy for Li Wangyu to sneak out of his plan, he naturally had to play to his heart's content. He planned to first make a trip to Sichuan with his beautiful boss and return to his hometown to take a look. Then, he would sail down south from Chengdu County in Yizhou and make a trip to the most prosperous Yangzhou. Yangzhou and Yizhou were the most prosperous places in the Tang dynasty besides Chang'an. He and his beautiful boss were naturally interested in having a good trip. Seeing that there was only one day left before they reached Chang, and Li Wangyu planned to bypass Chang and then go straight to Chinsong County. When Li Wangyu noticed that the imperial carriages in front of them had suddenly stopped, he guessed that his and Su Changqing's disappearance had probably been discovered. In this regard, Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. He was confident that they wouldn't be discovered. For this home abandoning plan, he had done a lot of preparation work in advance, including the public test between him and Su Changqing and the others. He had secretly prepared several backups with different identities. These public tests were genuine and were stamped with the seals of Changji County and Shuzhou Provincial Governor's Mansion. To a certain extent, except for the fact that no corresponding files could be found in Changji County and Shuzhou's Ministry of Civil Affairs, it could be said that these were the real public tests. Anyway, in this era, it was impossible for anyone to check whether these public tests were archived through the internet. Therefore, Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all that he would be exposed. At this time, he and Su Changqing were also fully disguised. With the help of Su Changqing's makeup technique, Li Wangyu stuck a fake beard under his chin and his skin was much darker. Even if the playboys saw him, they wouldn't be able to recognize him if they didn't look carefully. Su Changqing's disguise was even simpler. He just needed to tie a hedge and no one would be able to see his appearance under the hedge. Li Wangyu was chatting with Su Changqing in a low voice when he saw that hundreds of people separated from the imperial carriages and galloped in the direction they came from. He saw that the leader was Mi Tuo and a group of playboys. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty and quickly pulled Su Changqing to the side. Fortunately, on both sides of the official road, there were many passers-by, like Li Wangyu and Su Changqing. Therefore, their actions were not conspicuous at all. As for Mi Tuo, Cheng Chumo, and the other playboys, they naturally didn't notice Li Wangyu on the side of the road. They directly led hundreds of people and galloped towards Zhengzhou. After Mi Tuo and the playboys were far away, Li Wangyu smiled and pulled Su Changqing back to the relay station to get the horses. Li Wanyu could only silently apologize in his heart for fooling the playboys. He had also thought about whether or not he should pull the playboys together and run away. But thinking about it carefully, with so many people going together, they would be too big of a target. The probability of being discovered was very high. Therefore, in the end, Li Wanyu decided to hide the playboys together. However, Li Wanyu also knew that in the future, the playboys would inevitably be ruthlessly avenged by them. But he was too lazy to think about what would happen in the future. After Mi Tuo and the others galloped towards Zhengzhou, the imperial carriages that had stopped before slowly set off again towards Chang and city. Li Wanyu and Su Changqing also mounted their horses again. They blended in with the crowd on the official road and followed to the west. One day later, the imperial carriages returned to Chang'an. Hundreds of officials and Baqiao came to meet them. On the other hand, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing stealthily bypassed Chang and city and continued to head west towards Chinsong County. Chapter 866. When Li Wanyu and Su Changqing circled around Chang and city, they were actually not far from Dingzhou village in Hu County. However, the two of them did not plan to return home first. If Pai Lupi ordered someone to wait for them at Dingzhou village, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? In any case, Li Wanyu had already written a letter and ordered someone to deliver it to Dingzhou village. He instructed the old steward, Li Heng, and Niu Yong to guard the door and wait for them to return. Niu Yong was steady while Li Heng was mature. With the two of them guarding the mansion, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing had nothing to worry about. Presumably, Pai Lupi wouldn't fly into a rage and confiscate his assets just because he ran away, right? If that was the case, Li Wanyu would have no choice but to flee overseas. Chinsong County, also known as Baoji in the future, was less than 300 kilometers away from Chang'an city. Li Wanyu and Su Changqing arrived at Chinsong County in less than a day on horseback. After showing the public inspection to the city guards, they entered the city without a hitch. Wanyu, have you agreed on where to meet Niu Wu and the rest? Su Changqing asked curiously. There were no mobile phones or WeChat in this era. If they did not agree on a time and place in advance, it would be difficult to find them. Not only had they not been to Chinsong County before, but it was also the first time for Niu Wu and the rest. It would be difficult to agree on a place in advance. Li Wanyu nodded with a smile and looked around. Soon, he pointed at a wall beside the city wall and said with a smile, "Isn't that the hostel they're staying in?" Su Changqing looked over in shock, only to see that on the wall of the workshop, there seemed to be some random scribbles, using lime to smear some curved lines. Liao Onglang, Langjun, we were at Konglai Hostel. Su Changqing held his forehead speechlessly. Did you teach Perrin or Avro this pinyin? The scribbled lines on the wall were the Hanyu pinyin of the later generations. There was no doubt that apart from Aphrodite and Perrin, no one else could write pinyin here, which was why Su Changqing asked. Li Wanyu smiled. Avro, of course. That little fool Perrin can't even grasp it after teaching her for half a day. How infuriating. Su Changqing covered his mouth and chuckled. Then he teased, Perrin, this lass, never mind learning pinyin. She doesn't even care about reading and reading. In my opinion, you should take her in as your concubine when she passes the Year 3 Academy exam. Otherwise, wouldn't you be ruining the reputation of the County Duke's Manor if you take in an illiterate girl? Li Wanyu was speechless and hurriedly changed the topic. What are you talking about? Who wants to take that lass as a concubine? Let's go find that hostel. It's been so long, I'm exhausted. Su Changqing looked at the insincere Li Wanyu, but was too lazy to expose him. He merely glanced at him with his beautiful eyes and smiled without saying anything else. After asking a few passers-by, the two of them successfully found Konglai Hostel and met up with Niu Wu, Avro, and Perrin who were already waiting for them. After resting in Chinsong County for 2 days, the group set off for Shu County once more. There were many roads to choose from Chang and to Shu County, but most of them were rugged and difficult to traverse. The reason why Li Wanyu had agreed to meet Niu Wu and the rest at Chinsong County was to pass through the Lianyan Road and then the Taurus Road to enter Shu County. The Lianyan Road had been the official road of Sichuan and Shaanxi all the way until the Republic of China. Travelers, merchants, groups of camel caravans, and hundreds of horse caravans traveled through it every day. It was very lively. There were still many merchants and passers-by on the Lianyan Road during the Tang dynasty. Along the way, there were mountains and lush ancient trees. Although it was steep, the scenery was still beautiful. Li Wangyo's group toured the mountains and rivers as they traveled, leaving behind their figures at Great Dongguan and Lianyan Temple. This made Avro and Perrin, who had never experienced such a tour, very excited. Even though Niu Wu and the other two officials from the prefecture were experienced and knowledgeable, but the three of them had never experienced such a relaxed state of mind and sightseeing. As for Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, they were much calmer. After all, the two of them had visited many tourist attractions in the future, and Su Changqing had even toured the entire world. These places were not that attractive to the two of them. The two of them even secretly took out their phones and took a few selfies as souvenirs when no one was looking. The Lianyan Road was more than 500 miles long and connected Chinsong County to Hanzhong County. Li Wangyo's group traveled and stopped every now and then. It took them more than 10 days to reach Hanzhong County. From here, they passed through the Taurus Road and Lizhou, which was also known as Guangyuan in the future, and entered the Qingdu Plains. They passed through Mianzhou and reached Yizhou in Shu County. The Taurus Road was also known as Shuzhan, and it was the main road between Sichuan and Shaanxi in ancient times. When Li Bai praised that the Shu Road was difficult, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He was referring to the Taurus Road. The Sichuan-Shaanxi Highway and the Baoshan, Qingdu Railway in the future were also built along the Taurus Road. And Li Wangyo's hometown in the future was Jianyu County in Mianzhou. He was from the same hometown as the immortal Li Bai, who was born more than 100 years later. From Hanzhong County to Yizhou, the whole journey was more than 1,200 miles. In the Tang dynasty, it was a very long journey. Even if they were to hurry on horseback, it would take at least half a month to reach their destination. Fortunately, Li Wangyo's group did not lack money or time, so it did not matter whether the journey was long or not. This time, Li Wangyu did not plan to return to Chang in city without at least a year and a half. Li Wangyu pretended to be a scholar on a study trip, leading his family and guards to walk outside. He did not attract any attention at all. There was a tradition of scholars traveling with swords in the Tang dynasty. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles was very popular in the Tang dynasty. Half a month later, they finally passed the Gate of Swords, where one man could hold back 10,000 men, and entered the Li prefecture. Li Wangyu looked at the city wall of Lizhou. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said to Su Changqing beside him with a smile, "Changqing, you know that there is a great person in Lizhou. Do you know who it is?" Su Changqing's beautiful eyes flashed. She thought for a moment and shook her head, indicating that she did not know. She did not know much about history. Li Wangyu reminded her, "Hey, think about it again. Who is the only empress in the history of Huaxia?" Su Changqing suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and said excitedly, "You mean Wu Zetian?" "Yes, if I'm not wrong, Wu Zetian, oh, now it should be Wu Meinyang, is in Lizhou." Su Changqing was excited and gossipy. "I've seen the legend of Wu Meinyang. How can she be Li Shimon's woman and then marry Li Ji?" Speaking of this, Su Changqing suddenly frowned. "Why do I feel that it's rather strange when I think of that little guy, Li Ji, actually marrying Wu Zetian in the future?" Hearing Su Changqing say this, Li Wangyu also felt a headache. Back then, it was he who saved Li Ji, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty. Now, it was the 4th year of Jingguan, but Li Ji was not even 2 years old. He could not even speak clearly. Pai Lupi and Emperor Zhongsun both said that when Li Ji was a little older, when it was time for him to be enlightened, they would let Li Ji become Li Wangyo's disciple. Therefore, when Li Wangyu thought about Su Changqing's words, he also felt that this matter was quite strange. Chapter 867. Regarding Wu Zetian, Li Wangyo's heart was also quite conflicted. On one hand, he did not want to change the direction of history too much. Who knew what would have happened if the Tang dynasty did not have Wu Zetian? the Empress. But on the other hand, Li Wanyu felt that Wu Zetian was actually quite pitiful. This number one empress in the world had lived a tragic life when she was a young girl. She had been humiliated by her brothers. According to the historical records, Wu Meinyang's 5 brothers, Wu Yuanqing, Wu Yuanshuang, Wu Huaiyang, Wu Weiliang, and Wu Huaiyun, had disrespected Wu Meinyang's birth mother, the Yang clan. However, the truth should not be so simple. At least, if that was the case, Wu Yuanqing and Wu Yuanshuang would not have been scared to death after Wu Meinyang gained power. In history, Li Wanyu did not know what Wu Meinyang's 5 brothers had done to her to make her hate them so much. Perhaps no one would know either. However, after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she appointed ruthless officials, which had nothing to do with her childhood. Li Wanyu wondered, if he saved Wu Meinyang from that situation, would it change the direction of the Tang dynasty's history? Would there still be an empress in the future? For a moment, Li Wanyu looked at the Minggu County not far away and hesitated. However, he quickly laughed at himself. This matter was too far away. The current Li Ji was only 2 years old, and Wu Meinyang was only a 6-year-old lowly. Her father, Wu Shiqin, was currently the governor of Li Province until he was transferred to Jingzhou in the 6th year of Xingguan's reign. He died in office in the 9th year of Xingguan's reign. That year, Wu Meinyang was 12 years old, and the shadow of her youth began after Wu Shiqin's death. At least for 5 years, Wu Meinyang, this little lowly, should live a happy life under her father's wings. After Wu Shiqin's death, whether or not he would protect Wu Meinyang would be left to the future. Understanding this point, Li Wanyu felt that his worries were completely groundless. He laughed self-deprecatingly and called for everyone to enter the city to rest. As the administrative area of Lizhou, Minggu County was relatively prosperous. After leaving the Qinling Mountains, most of the traveling merchants would choose to rest in the Minggu County for a few days. Li Wanyu and the others were no exception. Although they were riding horses instead of walking, the 10-day journey made everyone, especially Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin, feel exhausted. Li Wanyu planned to rest for a few days in Lizhou before setting off from Yinzhou. After everyone entered the city, they found an elegant hostel to stay in. After washing up, they prepared to walk around the Mian Valley County and find a restaurant to eat. The Swords Gate tofu of Lizhou was a delicacy passed down from the era of the 3 kingdoms. Even in the later generations, the Swords Gate tofu of Guangyuan was still a delicacy. Therefore, when Li Wanyu and the others came to Lizhou, they naturally wanted to taste these delicacies. As someone who did not lack money, even if Li Wanyu had to leave home, he would not let himself suffer. For this trip, he tried his best to choose the best food, clothing, and lodging. After finding a lavishly decorated restaurant, everyone was politely invited by the doctor to a private room on the 2nd floor to take a seat. "Doctor, give me 2 servings of Swords Gate tofu. As for the other dishes and wine, just serve them. Oh yes, no ducks." Li Wanyu instructed the doctor of the restaurant. His words immediately made Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin burst into laughter. Ducks were simply Li Wanyu's nightmare. Back then, in order to resist the locust plague, Li Wanyu spent money to buy 2,000 ducks and reared them in the fields of Dingzhou village. These ducks were indeed experts at killing locusts. Even when the locust plague came, the 2 years of harvest of Dingzhou village's Zhen Monastery was not greatly affected. Moreover, because of the nourishment of the duck feces, the harvest of many wheat fields was even slightly better than in previous years. However, after the locust plague, how to deal with these ducks gave Li Wanyu a headache for a while. More than 2,000 ducks, under the meticulous care of the maidservants of Dingzhou village. Not only did they become fat from eating locusts, but within a few months, the ducks also laid many duck eggs and hatched ducklings. The 2,000 ducks became more than 10,000 in the autumn. Therefore, during that period of time, in Dingzhou village, including Li Wanyu's residence, they ate duck meat for almost every meal. The pitiful ducks, after helping Dingzhou village resist the locust plague, still could not escape the pitiful fate of being eaten. However, with so many ducks, even if the entire village ate together, everyone still felt a little nauseous at the smell of duck meat. In the end, Li Wanyu simply ordered people to capture all the ducks and transport them to Chang'an City. Together with the live fish in the rice fields, they were given as local specialties to the various dukes' residences. Many of them were even sent to Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace. After eating ducks and getting injured, Li Wanyu was no longer willing to eat ducks. In his words, "Ducks were so cute. How could he eat ducks?" The food was quickly served. Everyone tasted the delicacies of Lizhou. They had to admit that the jianga tofu was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was snow-white in color, tender and delicious, and had a light fragrance. Everyone ate the delicacies and listened to the beautiful music in the restaurant lobby. The mental exhaustion caused by the tiring journey of more than 10 days was slowly alleviated. While everyone was happily eating and drinking, they heard the music in the lobby abruptly stop. Then, there was a commotion. Li Wanyu could not help but frown. Damn it, it was just a meal. Why was there a disturbance? However, this time he was running away from home and did not want to expose his identity. Therefore, he did not intend to interfere with these trivial matters. However, the noise downstairs was getting worse. It seemed that there were people smashing things. All kinds of smashing sounds of tables, chairs, and porcelain were constantly heard. Niuwu stood up and said, "Lang Jun, I'll go take a look." Li Wanyu nodded silently and added, "If there's nothing important, don't poke your nose into other people's business." Niuwu nodded and instructed 2 troops to guard the door of the room so that no one would disturb Li Wanyu and the others. He then pushed the door open and strode out. Li Wanyu was not worried about Niuwu's skills at all. Therefore, he did not take it too seriously and continued to chat with Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and the others. But not long after, Li Wanyu heard Niuwu's voice coming from downstairs. There were also sounds of punches and kicks. It seemed that Niuwu was fighting with someone. Li Wanyu could not help but be surprised. He was afraid that Niuwu would be at a disadvantage, so he hurriedly instructed the 2 troops, "Quickly go and see what's going on. Don't let anyone hurt Niuwu." Yes. The 2 troops did not dare to delay after receiving the order. They got up, opened the door of the room, and quickly rushed out. Hearing the clamor coming from downstairs, Li Wanyu could not help but instruct Su Chongqing and the others not to show their faces. He also got up and prepared to see what was going on. Chapter 868. When Li Wanyu went down to the first floor of the restaurant, the conflict was more or less over. Niuwu's skills were naturally beyond doubt. Even the troops that Li Wanyu had ordered to help didn't have to do anything. He alone relied on his fists and legs to beat up the people on the ground. Li Wanyu roughly looked. There were at least 7 or 8 people on the ground, moaning incessantly. Looking at the clothes of these people, they seemed to be the servants of some mansion. Niuwu was naturally unharmed. At this moment, he was supporting a one-legged middle-aged man from the ground. The middle-aged man's hair was white and his forehead was full of wrinkles. His clothes seemed to have been torn from the previous tearing. His face was also mottled with blood and bruises. It was obvious that he had been beaten up before Niuwu came. Beside the middle-aged man, there was a 13 or 14-year-old delicate and pretty girl. She was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain as she hurriedly wiped the bloodstains on the middle-aged man's face. On the other side of the restaurant's lobby, there were 2 well-dressed youths. They looked to be 14 or 15 years old. The servants that had been beaten to the ground by Niuwu seemed to be the attendants of these 2 people. At this moment, the 2 youths were also scared pale by Niuwu's bravery. However, they still had an expression of not wanting to give up. "Niuwu, what happened?" Li Wanyu swept his gaze around. He already had a rough idea of what had happened. He secretly cursed that such a melodramatic plot could actually be encountered while eating. He had really seen a ghost. If his guess was correct, the one-legged middle-aged man and the delicate and pretty girl should be the father and daughter pair. As for the 2 well-dressed youths, it could be said that they were the hedonistic sons of some influential family in Lizhou. It was very obvious that the father and daughter pair were both commoners. Naturally, they wouldn't provoke these hedonistic sons for no reason. Then, it was very clear who was causing trouble just now. Niuwu supported the one-legged middle-aged man and fiercely glared at the 2 youths. Then, he turned his head and said, "Husband, These two people are very overbearing. They actually wanted to kidnap people without saying anything. That pretty girl was also very smart. Seeing Niu Wu talking to Li Wangyu in such a manner, she knew that Li Wangyu's identity was definitely not ordinary. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, please help this servant and my father. This servant and my father do not know these two nobles. Who would have thought that this servant would play the zither and perform in this restaurant today? These two nobles said that they would buy this servant back to their residence. My father refused, so he was beaten up by the servants in their mansion. The two well-dressed youths laughed and said, "It's your fortune that I think highly of you." Li Wangyu frowned when he heard that. It was just as he had expected. This kind of melodramatic plot actually happened right under his nose. It really made him feel helpless. Li Wangyu had run away from home. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would find out about his whereabouts, so he didn't want to cause too much trouble. He looked at the two well-dressed youths and said, "Xiaolang, are there any misunderstandings? If there's a misunderstanding, apologize to this young lady. For my sake, let's forget about this matter." Li Wangyu intended to smooth things over and keep the peace, but the two youths didn't buy it. "Bah, who are you, Tian Shaoling? How dare you meddle in my business? You even dare to order your servant to commit crimes and injure my residence's servants. You think you're worthy of my respect? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this Mian Valley County." Li Wangyu was amused when he heard that. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, other than when he was threatened by the Li clan of Hu County, no one had been so presumptuous in front of him for a long time. Even the current governor of Li province, Wu Shixiang, was only a secondary grade 3 official. In front of him, a secondary grade 2 official who founded the county, he had to call himself a subordinate official. These two youths really hadn't experienced the cruel beating of society. Their tone was so arrogant, he didn't know which family they were from. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu looked at the two youths again. Suddenly, his heart moved and he asked, "Are you two Wu Yuanqing and Wu Yuanshuang?" His words made the two youths slightly stunned. They looked at each other and nodded. "Yes, it's your grandfather. You, Tian Shaoling, actually know us two brothers. But today, even if we break the sky, you won't be able to solve this matter so easily. Let me tell you, if you don't satisfy me today..." Li Wangyu didn't wait for them to finish speaking. He directly ordered Niu Wu and two of the mansion's troops, "Go, capture those two little bastards. Whip each of their buttocks 20 times. We'll talk later." Although Niu Wu and the two officials were slightly surprised, they did not hesitate at all. They went up and grabbed the two well-dressed youths like grabbing little chicks. They pressed them on the floor and pulled down their pants, revealing their snow-white buttocks. "Stop! Are you rebelling? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of the governor of Li State. You're crazy. You dare to hit us." Wu Yuanqing and Wu Yuanshuang struggled with all their might, but their small bodies in the hands of the two troops were no different from little chicks. Niu Wu didn't hesitate and didn't care about what they were shouting. He raised the whip in his hand and lashed out. You Tian Shaoling, you dare to hit your grandfather." "Grandfather, Stop. Quickly stop. My father is Wu Yuanshuang. He is the governor of Li State, the governor of Li State. How dare you, Save me, save me. Murder. Someone wants to rebel. Quickly report to the officials." Li Wangyu looked at the two brothers who were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. He laughed coldly in his heart. When he entered the city, he was still lamenting that the Empress Wu Zetian was bullied by her 5 brothers when she was young. Who would have thought that he would meet the two brothers Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing as soon as he entered the Mian Valley County? A few years later, the 5 brothers who had caused Wu Menyang's young heart to become violent and twisted. Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing were Wu Menyang's half-brothers. The other 3, Wu Weiliang, Wu Huayun, and Wu Huailiang, were cousins. Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing were only 14 or 15 years old. They actually dared to kidnap women on the street. This kind of scourge, it was not wrong to beat them to death. Moreover, Li Wangyu had a very good reason to beat them. One must know that Li Wanyu was a relative of the imperial family. Although he had not been re-recorded in the imperial family's genealogy of the imperial family, Pai Lupi was his uncle. That was something that everyone knew. Just now, these two little bastards actually dared to call themselves Laozi and Grandpa. If they were serious, that would be the crime of deceiving the emperor. Even if Wu Shiqing was here, he would not be able to say a word. Perhaps he would have to personally beat these two bastards up again. When Niu Wu beat Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, one of the Wu clan servants who had been beaten by Niu Wu finally struggled to get up. That person did not dare to go forward to save Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to sneak out of the restaurant and ran away. Li Wanyu saw the servant's movements and knew that this person must have gone to call for reinforcements. However, he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He only watched coldly as Niu Wu continued to whip the two little bastards of the Wu clan. Chapter 869. Without any hesitation, Niu Wu followed Li Wanyu's instructions and gave Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang 20 lashes each. Fortunately, Niu Wu had heard the identity of the two brothers and knew that Li Wanyu only wanted to teach these two little bastards a lesson. Therefore, he did not use too much strength and did not use too much force. Even so, after 20 lashes, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang's buttocks were covered in green and purple streaks, crisscrossing and very beautiful. As for the two brothers, their previous threats turned into pleading, then to wailing, and finally to weeping bitterly. Because of this incident, in the big restaurant, whether it was the doctor, the manager, or the customers, they all shrank to the side, not daring to say anything to stop them. Everyone could see that the person who dared to disregard the identity of the governor of Li Province and beat the Wu brothers was either a fool or an extraordinary person. This was a fight between immortals. As mortals, they naturally had to hide far away and did not dare to make sound. The wailing busker and her father, who had lost a leg, were also shocked speechless. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, who were used to being tyrannical in Li Province, would never have thought that they would meet with such a disaster today. Wu Shiqian was originally a businessman. Later, he gave up business and joined the army, following Li Yuan, and made a lot of contributions. His first wife, Xiang Li, died of illness not long after giving birth to Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang. Wu Shishuang's wife, Yang, gave birth to 3 daughters in a row. As a result, Wu Shiqian doted on his 2 sons very much and did not restrain them much on normal days. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, the 2 brothers originally in Chang and City, did not have any bad habits. After all, Wu Shiqian was only a 5th grade officer of the Treasury Department. In Chang and City, he was only a small official. Compared to Qing Chumo and the others, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang naturally did not have any qualifications to be called foppish. In the first year of Jingguan, the original governor of Lizhou rebelled and was killed. Wu Shixiang was placed in an important position by Pai Lupi and became the governor of Lizhou. A governor was in charge of the military and political power of a province. It was equivalent to a provincial governor in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty. Naturally, they had a lot of power. After the Wu brothers followed their father to the Li prefecture, they were shocked to find that the 2 of them had actually become the biggest silk pants in the Li prefecture. As a result, the 2 brothers went from being cautious to being unscrupulous. In a short span of 2 to 3 years, they had completely let go of themselves. Normally, in the mansion in front of Wu Shiqian, these 2 brothers would still act a little. Once they left the mansion, they would become the overlords of the Li province, and no one dared to provoke them. The 2 little bastards, who were only 13 or 14 years old, had already learned about the matters between men and women. Moreover, they never got tired of it. In these 2 years in Lizhou, who knew how many young ladies and young wives he had ruined? Today, the 2 of them led a large group of servants to this restaurant to have a meal. Coincidentally, they saw the new performer in the restaurant. Seeing that the performer was delicate and pretty, the 2 brothers had a bad idea. They insisted on buying the performer back to the mansion to serve them. This performer was only performing in the restaurant. How could an innocent person agree to such a thing? Naturally, they made a scene. Li Wanyu asked about this matter and felt even more annoyed. He ordered Niu Wu, "Whip these two little bastards 10 times each." After he finished speaking, he asked the servants in the mansion to bring him a stool. He sat in the main hall of the restaurant and waited for the Wu family's servants to bring reinforcements. Originally, Li Wanyu did not want to reveal his identity. However, since he had already interfered in this matter, and the two little bastards of the Wu family had already fought, he naturally could not sneak away. As a result, revealing his identity was unavoidable. Fortunately, Li Wanyu was not too worried. After all, even if the news was sent from Lizhou to Chang and city at top speed, it would take 7 to 8 days for the news to arrive. If Wu Shiyang sent the news of his appearance in Lizhou to Chang, and Pai Lupi would then send people to Lizhou, half a month would have passed. At that time, he would have already led Su Chongqing and the others away. As long as he deliberately concealed his whereabouts, Li Wanyu did not believe that anyone would be able to catch him. In addition, there was another reason why Li Wanyu took the initiative to reveal his identity. It was because of Wu Meinyang. These two Wu brothers were such bastards. Li Wanyu also had some other thoughts. When Niu Wu beat Wu Shiqing and Wu Shuang until their cries became much softer, the sound of hurried horse hooves finally came from the street outside the restaurant. "Stop! Who are you? How dare you humiliate my son?" An old man in his 50s jumped off his horse with a face full of anger. He roared at Niu Wu, who was still waving his horsewhip. However, Niu Wu did not even bat an eyelid. He continued to wave the horse whip in his hand. According to Li Wanyu's orders, he firmly lashed out the last 2 whips. Niu Wu was no longer the destitute old soldier of the Sui dynasty in Dingzhou village. He followed beside Li Wanyu. As the commander of Lai Hat's troops, he was used to seeing Pai Lupi in a group of dukes. Wu Shiyang, this kind of governor of a province, really did not enter his eyes. Not to mention that Li Wanyu was a county duke who founded the country. Even if he was a county marquis or county earl, could these governors still cause trouble? Wu Shiqing and Wu Shuang dared to call themselves Laozi and Grandpa in front of Li Wanyu. Even if Li Wanyu was only a small county duke who founded the country, if he really wanted to pursue this matter, these two brothers would be skinned alive even if they did not die. Currently, they were only given 30 whips each, which was already letting them off easy. Wu Shiyang did not know this. However, after seeing that the person beating his sons did not react at all after he spoke, he knew that the other party's background was definitely not small. He was not an impulsive person. He turned his head to look at his 2 sons, whose buttocks were swollen and bruised, and took a deep breath. He cupped his hands toward Li Wanyu and asked, "May I ask for your name?" Wu Shiyang had come to Li Province at the beginning of the 2nd year of Zhengguan's reign. He had not returned to Chang in the past 2 years. At that time, Li Wanyu was still squatting in Dingzhou village and playing with mud. Naturally, the two of them had never crossed paths and had never met. Li Wanyu was somewhat interested in the father of the famous Wu Zetian in history. He looked Wu Shiyang up and down before smiling and speaking. "Greetings, Duke Wu. My surname is Wanyu, and my courtesy name is Zio." "Li Wanyu? Li Zio?" Wu Shiyang felt that this name was very familiar. The 2 brothers, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shuang, were overjoyed to see their father come. When they struggled to get up and were about to complain, they were stunned to see their father bow to the damn young man. This humble official is Wu Shiyang. "Greetings, Duke Wu." This humble official did not know that Duke Wu was in Li Province. The matter of Li Wanyu being conferred the title of County Duke of the founding of the Great Tang had already spread through the various provinces of the Great Tang through the reports of the imperial court and the palace. Although Wu Shiyang had never seen Li Wanyu, he also knew that the young man in front of him was one of the most untouchable figures in the Tang dynasty. Not to mention his identity as Duke Wu. Just the 2 identities of Li Wanyu's crown prince and the nephew of the current emperor were enough to scare many people to death. The 2 brothers, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shuang, saw their father coming and thought that their savior had come. But Wu Shiyang's words made the 2 brothers confused. "Duke Wu? Duke Wu? Did he mean this young man who was not much older than them? Chapter 870. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang would never have dreamed that they would kick such a hard iron plate today. Li Wanyo's reputation as the imperial tutor was something they had heard of even when they were young masters in Li Province. The two brothers looked at each other and saw a trace of despair in each other's eyes. After Wu Shiqing and Li Wanyu had exchanged greetings, Wu Shiqing asked, "County Duke Hu, I wonder what my two unfilial sons have done today? I will definitely teach them a lesson. They offended you, County Lord Hu, so please forgive them." Li Wanyu immediately told Wu Shiqian about what happened in the restaurant today, adding some embellishments. In the end, he said with a smile, "Actually, it is a small matter for your son to be disrespectful to me, but it is wrong for him to be disrespectful to a saint. Moreover, I ordered people to beat them for your son's sake. At such a young age, he is already indulging in female charms and harming his body. It is not good. I hope County Lord Wu doesn't blame me for being meddlesome." He was quite black-bellied. On the surface, he was exonerating Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, but in reality, he was giving them a hard time. As expected, Wu Shiqian was furious when he heard this. He raised the horsewhip in his hand and lashed at Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang's buttocks. "I will beat you two useless, unfilial sons to death." The two brothers, who had cried until their voices were hoarse, were beaten until they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Wu Shiqian was even more ruthless than Yo Wu. After a few lashes, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang's buttocks were split open, making them look very miserable. Li Wanyu smiled as he watched Wu Shiqian whip the two little bastards a few more times before pretending to stop him. "County Lord Wu, please don't be angry. I have already ordered people to teach them a lesson. I think they will learn their lesson in the future." Hearing Li Wanyu's words, Wu Shiqian put down the horsewhip in his hand and bowed to Li Wanyu again. "Many thanks, County Magistrate of Huxian, for disciplining these two bastards for this lowly official. This lowly official was negligent in disciplining them. I ask County Magistrate of Huxian's forgiveness." Wu Shiyu was really a little scared. Just now, she had also ruthlessly whipped her son. She was afraid that Li Wanyu would not vent his anger. If Li Wanyu held a grudge and told Pai Lupi about this, it would be bad. Therefore, even though Wu Shiqian was actually quite worried about his son, he could only grit his teeth and personally teach Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang a lesson. Li Wanyu helped Wu Shiyu up and smiled. "Lord Wu, you're too serious. It's just a small matter. Children are immature. Please don't be angry, Lord Wu." "Thank you for your magnanimity, Duke Hu." After Wu Shiqian finished speaking, he cupped his hands toward the father and daughter. "I have not taught my son well and have frightened the two of you." He took out an ingot of gold from his bosom and handed it to the middle-aged man. "This gold is my apology to the two of you. Please accept it." The father and daughter were only ordinary citizens of the province. Because her father was disabled and couldn't do farm work, she had no choice but to come to this restaurant and play the zither to earn some money. After encountering such a situation today, the father and daughter were already quite frightened. How could they dare accept the gold that Wu Shiqian handed over? "This lowly one doesn't dare. I only ask for your forgiveness. No matter what, it's this lowly one's fault. It has nothing to do with my daughter." When Li Wanyu saw this, he reached out and took the ingot of gold and stuffed it into the middle-aged man's hand. "I told you to take it, so take it. What's the point of talking so much? All right, there's nothing for the two of you to do here. You can leave first." This lowly one will never forget County Magistrate of Huxian's great kindness. When the father and daughter saw this, they didn't dare to stay any longer. With the support of his daughter, the middle-aged man knelt down with difficulty and kowtowed to Li Wanyu. Then, with the support of his daughter, he left. The father and daughter knew that they had offended the governor of Li Province. They were afraid that if they continued to stay in Li Province, Wu Shiqian, Wu Shiqing, or Wu Shishuang would take revenge. In addition to the gold that Wu Shiqian had given them, there were more than 10 taels of gold. It was enough for the father and daughter to live on. Thus, the father and daughter packed up their belongings and rented an ox cart. They left Li Province and prepared to seek refuge with their relatives. Later on, the father and daughter accidentally helped Li Wanyu a great deal. This is a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. After the father and daughter left, Wu Shixian angrily glared at his two sons. Why aren't you coming over to see County Magistrate of Huxian? After Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang were released by Lai Hat's troops, they had long faces. They limped over and endured the pain in their buttocks. They walked over to Li Wanyu and bowed deeply. I was too rash. Please forgive me, County Magistrate of Huxian. Haha, that's enough. Those who don't know are not guilty. My two nephews, please don't cause trouble like this in the future. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang looked at Gong Bao, who didn't look much older than 18 or 19. They were already cursing him in their hearts for calling them nephews. However, the two of them weren't too stupid. On the surface, they looked like they were being taught a lesson. Li Wanyu was well aware that a dandy like Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang would not be able to restrain their dandy aura just because they were beaten up. However, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang weren't his sons. Li Wanyu couldn't be bothered to worry about Wu Shixian. This kind of playboy would only know what it meant to be beaten up by society after Wu Shixian died. However, after meeting Wu Shixian today and seeing Wu Mainyang's two disappointing older brothers, Li Wanyu is now a little more curious about the 6-year-old Wu Mainyang. Originally, he didn't want to meet this future empress so early. However, after seeing Wu Mainyang's two disappointing older brothers, Li Wanyu had other ideas. If possible, it seemed like a good thing to get Wu Mainyang away from these two little bastards a few years in advance. Li Wanyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He turned to Wu Shixian and said, County Magistrate of Huxian, do you know about the Academy of the Tang Dynasty? Wu Shishuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. County Magistrate of Huxian, are you talking about the academy that you and the sage opened together? Of course I know. This Academy of the Tang Dynasty was founded less than a year ago. However, I do know that it's hard to get a place to enter this academy. He pointed to Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang and said, I originally wanted to send these two unfilial sons to the academy to study. Unfortunately, they are too old and don't meet the academy's enrollment requirements. That's a pity. Li Wanyu shook his head regretfully. However, if County Magistrate of Huxian has other children, you can also give it a try. Wu Shixian was very regretful. Sigh, I only have these two unfilial sons and 3 daughters. Li Wanyu smiled very happily. County Magistrate of Huxian, what are you saying? Women can also study. As long as the age is suitable, why can't women study in the academy? I don't like to hear County Magistrate of Huxian's words. Haha, how about this? If County Magistrate of Huxian has children of suitable age, I'll make the decision to let them study in the academy directly without the test. In September of this year, the new batch of students can enter the academy to study. Li Wanyu's words immediately made Wu Shishuan's eyes light up. County Magistrate of Huxian, are you serious? I do have a daughter. Her name is Huxian, and she is 6 years old this year. She is of the age to study in the academy. Chapter 871. Wu Shishuan's words surprised Li Wanyu. Wu Zhao was a name that Wu Zetian had given herself after she ascended the throne. She had also created the character herself. It meant that the sun and moon were high in the sky, and their light was reflected by the heavens and earth. Why did Wu Shixian say that Wu Mainyang's maiden name was Zhao? Lord Wu, may I ask what character your daughter's maiden name is? Li Wanyu asked curiously. He had seen historians studying Wu Zetian's real name. Some said it was Wu Zhao, while others said it was Wu Hua. In short, because there were no official records in history, there were many different theories. Li Wanyu could ask Wu Mainyang's father for confirmation. What was Wu Mainyang's real name? This would satisfy his curiosity. County Lord Hu, my daughter's maiden name, is Zhao from Zhao. When Li Wanyu heard this, he understood. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne, although she had created the character Zhao and wanted the sun and moon to be high in the sky, the pronunciation had not changed. She still used her maiden name, Wu Zhao. This gave him a fright. He thought that Wu Mainyang had also transmigrated and given herself a name 60 years in advance. Wu Zhao was Wu Mainyang's maiden name. Meinyang was only given the title Wu Mei after Wu Zhao entered the palace and became the Pai Lupi's talent. The Pai Lupi called her Meinyang. After Li Wanyu understood Wu Meinyang's real name and satisfied his curiosity, he purposely put on a shocked expression. It was as if he had not expected Wu Shixian to have a daughter of the right age. Lord Wu Yu, I'll find. Since I have already spoken, there is no reason to go back on my words. I will write a note to Lord Wu. Your daughter can go directly to the academy to study. When Wu Shixian heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. He no longer remembered his two disappointing sons and once again bowed to Li Wanyu. Thank you, County Lord Hu. Thank you, thank you. Although Wu Shixian felt that it was a pity that not a son of the first wife could study at the academy, it was also a good thing that Wu Zhao could enter the academy. After all, the crown prince, Li Changxian, and the others were studying in the academy. If his daughter, Wu Zhao, was fancied by the crown prince or a prince, then their Wu clan would ascend to the heavens in a single bound. No matter how big the hole in Wu Shixiang's imagination was, even when that old Taoist Yuan Tiangang read Wu Meinyang's face and said that she was unspeakably noble, Wu Shixiang didn't dare to think that his daughter would be able to ascend the throne in the future. Speaking of Yuan Tiangang giving Wu Zetian a face, Li Wanyu once asked Yuan Tiangang for confirmation. Dragon eyes and phoenix neck, extremely precious. The old Taoist did say this sentence, but Yuan Tiangang never said something like, if you were a woman, you should be the master of the world. It was purely a far-fetched story made up by later generations. Yuan Tiangong's eyes were so sharp. He had seen countless faces in his life. How could he not see whether the swaddle Wu Meinyang was a boy or a girl? Not to mention that the old faker might not be able to see through Wu Meinyang's life experience. Even if he could, it was impossible for him to say such disgraceful words to Wu Shixiang. When Wu Shixiang heard that Li Wanyu and the others were still living in the hostel, he immediately warmly invited Li Wanyu to stay in his mansion. Li Wanyu couldn't resist Wu Shixiang's enthusiasm, so he could only nod and agree. Then he asked the troops to invite Su Changqing and the others to come down and greet Wu Shixiang. May I ask if the sage has any arrangements for you to come to Lizhou this time? Wu Shixiang couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw that Li Wanyu had brought women with him, and there were only 3 guards beside him. After all, in the previous report of the imperial court, Li Wanyu was still the commissioner of Hunan Taoism. Now that he suddenly appeared in Lizhou, Wu Shixiang couldn't help but think more. Haha, Mr. Wu, you worry too much. I just have nothing to do and want to travel to relieve my boredom. Although Wu Shixiang was suspicious of Li Wanyu's explanation, it wasn't appropriate for him to continue asking. He could only suppress this matter and not mention it. Of course, he didn't expect that the dignified county duke who had founded the country would be so mischievous and run away with his woman. Wu Shixiang respectfully invited Li Wanyu and the others back to his mansion and ordered someone to summon his wife, Madame Yang, and 2 daughters to come out and greet Li Wanyu. Wu Shixiang's eldest daughter, Wu Shun, was already 11 years old this year. She was betrothed to Helan Yue Shi, the legitimate son of Helan Shirin, and would soon be married off. Li Wanyu naturally had no interest in Madame Yang and Wu Shun. He and Su Changqing both cast curious gazes at the 6-year-old Wu Meinyang. Li Wanyu thought to himself, as expected of a beauty, no wonder that Bratly Ji would be so charmed in the future that he didn't even care that she was the woman of his father, Pai Lupi, and insisted on making her his empress. As a woman, Su Changqing looked at Wu Meinyang differently. There was some admiration, some sympathy, and some indescribable emotions. After all, after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, in order to consolidate her position, she did many vicious and merciless things. She didn't even let off her own son and daughter. She personally strangled her daughter, Princess Ding Ning Si, poisoned her eldest son, Li Hong, forced her second son, Li Xian, to commit suicide. She whipped her grandson, Li Zhongruan, her granddaughter, Li Xianhui, and her nephew, Wu Yinji, to death. She caused the deaths of her sister, Madame of Han, and her niece, Madame of Wei, Just thinking about these glorious achievements of Wu Zetian made Su Changqing shudder. Of course, Wu Zetian also had her contributions. Perfecting the imperial examination system was one of them. Even Li Wangyou's method of teaching Pai Lupi was copying Wu Zetian's method. Wu Zetian had been on the throne for 15 years, and her policies were stable. The people were rich, and she had the reputation of Zhen Guan's legacy. She had laid down the foundation for the Tang dynasty's long-lasting rule. From this point, Wu Zetian could be considered quite outstanding. As a result, Su Changqing's feelings towards the future Wu Zetian, the current Wu Zhao, were complicated. It was understandable. However, in Li Wangyou's eyes, the 6-year-old Wu Meinyang's words and actions were no different from that of a normal child. It was true that she was smart, but she was definitely not some kind of monster. When she heard that she could receive Li Wangyou's recommendation and directly go to the Tang Dynasty's academy in Chang and to study, Wu Zhao was naturally overjoyed. She then obediently knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyou. This slave kowtows and thanks County Lord who, the little lowly said crisply. Li Wangyou casually accepted Wu Meinyang's 3 kowtows, but he was secretly happy in his heart. The future empress, was now kneeling in front of him and kowtowing respectfully. No matter how he thought about it, he was a little excited, of course. Li Wangyou didn't know how Wu Meinyang's life would change after he interfered. It was even hard to say if there would be another Empress Wu Zetian in history in the future. However, Li Wangyou was too lazy to care about these things. He didn't even know if Li Ji could ascend the throne, let alone Wu Meinyang. After all, Li Changqian was now calling him teacher, and he was becoming more and more educated. His original arrogant habits had long disappeared after studying in the academy for almost a year. Now, Pai Lupi was quite satisfied with his 2 sons. Whenever he was free, he would bring Li Changqian and Li Tai around to play, looking like a filial father. Under these circumstances, it was hard to say what the future of the little brat Li Ji, who was still learning how to speak, drooling, and running around naked, would be. Thinking of this, Li Wangyou couldn't help but think of another idea. Duke Wu, this Duke sees that your daughter is very smart. I have an idea that I would like to discuss with Duke Wu.